Malditos paranoicos, aquí a las 9 de la mañana, a escuchar cosas raras. Gracias por venir, es un honor volveros a tener aquí hoy. Vamos a empezar hoy con Luna, después voy a dar una breve explicación de algunos cambios que ha habido en la agenda hoy y cosas que van a suceder durante el día, ¿vale? Que durante el lunch break también, hoy no tendremos tanto tiempo como mañana porque hay un par de cositas. Pero antes que nada, pues tenemos ganas de escuchar. Siempre hablamos mucho de cosas un poco oscuras, ¿no? Un poco... Todo el tema está relacionado siempre con, hostia, si privacidad, anonimato, se suele relacionar con algo malo y no tiene por qué ser así. Entonces, tenemos a un proponente de habla hispana sobre Bitcoin que siempre nos motiva mucho cuando solo tú lo escuchas ahí en sus podcasts y te da una cierta tranquilidad en el momento de escucharlo. Así que por eso lo hemos invitado hoy, a que nos motive un poco más y que nos dé más tranquilidad y ya dejemos de hablar de cosas malas y empecemos a buscar cosas buenas, que para eso hemos venido todos aquí. Así que nada, Luna.
Bueno, un honor estar en casa. No sabía cuándo iba a ser esto de un día poder estar en Barcelona hablando, así que se siente muy bien y da mucho gusto. Vamos a arrancar. Cuando me dijeron, oye, ¿te animas con una keynote? Creo que es la segunda keynote que doy. A mí de moderador me llevan siempre, pero no se animan mucho a invitarme como ponente. No sé, la última fue en El Salvador o la primera fue en El Salvador, pero esta viene la segunda y bueno, pensé, vamos a hacer algo un poco distinto. Y antes de arrancar, obviamente el título es así, entiendo que genera intriga, ahora lo iremos desvelando, porque ya hemos ganado, no lo sabéis, pero ya hemos ganado y ahora vamos a ver cuándo lo vamos a celebrar. Pero antes de empezar, quiero dar... O sea, toda esta charla está muy influenciada por una cosa. Y como nosotros somos meros canales, y yo soy aquí un mero transmisor de la información, first things first, agradecimiento... ¿Sí va? Ah, vale, ¿cómo va esto? Momento boomer. Vale. Vale. First things first, agradecimientos a este libro. O sea, este libro me ha pegado un guantazo, una colleja, acuérdate por qué estás aquí. Y entonces quiero agradecer al autor. Es un libro que se publicó en 2002. Mucho antes que Bitcoin, mucho antes que Silk Road, mucho antes que todo lo que conocemos. Muchas gracias a Max Hillebrand, que no sé si estará hoy por aquí, pero fue quien me pitcheó la idea de este libro hace casi un año en Riga. Y luego muchas gracias a Entropy, que sí que está por aquí. No veo a nadie aquí, o sea, no sé dónde estáis. Y esto de las gafas. Pero a Entropy porque un día hablando... me dijo que había agarrado este libro y que lo iba a traducir y dije, hostia, sí, por favor. Entonces, todo lo que hoy voy a hablar está motivado por ellos tres. Vale. Así que venga, empecemos. ¿Os habéis fijado que prácticamente no existen los intercambios privados? Alguien me dirá, bueno... chavalito. El cash, ¿no? Hacemos un intercambio privado. Sí, y he dicho prácticamente no existen. Pero muchas veces cuando hacemos intercambios con cash, en el otro lado son privados para ti como consumidor, pero en el otro lado hay alguien que está registrando en una base de datos, ¿no? Y eso pues acaba informándose a la agencia que toque, se pagan los impuestos correspondientes. Y al final, privados no son. Acaban quedando reflejados en algún sitio, ¿no? Entonces, yo diría que el 90 y tantos % de los deals que hacemos hoy en día, y más con Internet, son intercambios públicos, ¿sí? Que un registro y además se entrega esa información a alguien. ¿Y por qué? Porque antes esto no era así. Esto era al revés, ¿no? Casi todos eran privados. Bueno... pues el porqué es porque tenemos una caja donde nos hemos metido con el tiempo, que es la caja del Estado, y este Estado nos ha llevado a, o quiere de nosotros, unos impuestos, y para que todos seamos honestos, para que todos paguemos lo que tenemos que pagar como buenos ciudadanos, pues entonces acabamos registrándolo todo y entregándolo, y además con la sospecha de si lo hemos apuntado todo o no lo hemos apuntado. ¿De acuerdo? Entonces, bueno, tengo algunas, espero que no me mate Entropy, pero tengo algunas citas del libro. Y dice, una de ellas dice, el gobierno quiere un monopolio en el comercio y no quiere transacciones que no pueda rastrear. Como quiere un monopolio y quiere tasarte sobre esas transacciones, lo de que existan transacciones privadas, I don't like it. Entonces, como I don't like it, me lo vas a hacer todo público. Y si te acercas un poco a lo privado, voy a ir a por ti. Si al Estado y a los impuestos, luego con el tiempo, le vamos añadiendo regulación, le vamos añadiendo, quote on quote, estado de bienestar, le vamos añadiendo parásitos, acabamos trabajando para sobrevivir o recuperándose de ello. Joder, es que trabajar medio año solo para pagar impuestos, a los que les gobiernan, los siervos de la Edad Media solo pagaban un tercio. Y ayer comentaba esta frase con alguien y me decía, no, el diezmo, una décima parte, ¿de acuerdo? Y ahora, cada año hacemos esto de que llegamos a junio, julio y decimos, ahora es el día de la libertad fiscal. A partir de ahora todo lo que ganas es tuyo. Pues nada, pues nos aplaudimos, nos abrazamos y lo celebramos, ¿de acuerdo? Una más. Cualquier cosa involuntaria va en contra de los mejores intereses de la humanidad y que los impuestos ralentizan el verdadero motor del progreso, que es la energía vital humana. ¿No? A quien le apetece levantarse un 1 de enero sabiendo que hasta junio todo lo que va a producir no va para él. Entonces, ¿qué energía vital vas a tener con esto? ¿De acuerdo? Pues esta es nuestra realidad. Y lo más divertido de todo, esta frase me encanta, es que a los políticos les encanta hablar de cuántos policías o comidas escolares están pagando con esos impuestos, porque para eso lo pagáis, porque hay que pagar muchas cosas, y les encanta decirlo, pero nunca te dicen que primero cogieron ese dinero del buen hombre que tiene la ferretería de la esquina y que ahora no podrá llevar a sus hijos a visitar a sus parientes en la India, por ejemplo. ¿De acuerdo? Esa parte no se cuenta. El dinero llega por osmosis. Entonces, uno se pregunta, bueno, ¿y si pudiéramos hacer interacciones privadas que un poco nos recuperaran o nos permitieran a nosotros simplemente escoger si queremos quedarnos con más energía vital o no? Tener el derecho de poder elegir qué declaramos y qué no declaramos. ¿Y si lo pudiéramos hacer? Bueno, pues aquí es donde se activa la camarita, nos empiezan a mirar, aparece el miedo a las represalias, el miedo a lo que me vayan a hacer si me meten en la cárcel, el miedo a lo que dirán mis vecinos, muchos miedos, ¿de acuerdo? Y como las cámaras del Estado cada vez están en todos sitios, ayer salía por aquí, vi un camión de la limpieza y al lado del camión de la limpieza venían 2 cámaras, una y otra, digo, está todo, bueno, estamos todos controlados en cualquier lugar, ¿no? Entonces, pues no podemos. No podemos hacer intercambios privados, ya está, han ganado, tenemos que aceptarlo y nada que hacer. Así que podemos cerrar la paradita y cada uno a su casa. Y a todas estas empiezas a darle a la pelota, no te acaba de cuadrar, pero llega un momento que dices, pero ¿y si Bitcoin? Y entonces cuando te lo crees un poco, yo vengo hoy a presentaros el dinero de fuera del sistema. ¿Lo veis? ¿Lo veis o no? ¿Sí o no? ¿Lo veis? ¿No? El sistema tampoco. ¿Vale? Entonces, esta está fuera, por si no había quedado claro. Más allá del Bitcoin del sistema, ¿y cuál es este Bitcoin? Es el Bitcoin del KYC, es el Bitcoin de Numbers Go Up, es el Bitcoin de los Treasuries, es el Bitcoin de... es el Bitcoin de... que está controlado, es el Bitcoin que tiene una cámara, es el Bitcoin que te autocensuras porque lo has comprado con KYC, saben que lo tienes, no lo quieres utilizar. Es un Bitcoin que tú has comprado solo para especular, lícito. Aquí, ¿cómo es aquello de escuchamos pero no juzgamos? Cada uno hace con su dinero, con su tiempo, lo que quiere. Lícito. Pero, más allá de este Bitcoin, existe un Bitcoin libre de ataduras. Un Bitcoin que está fuera. Que además, ese Bitcoin no viene solo. Si a ese Bitcoin le añadimos Internet, que obviamente es la base, identidades criptográficas, no te tengo que decir quién soy yo. Con mi clave pública y mi clave privada tengo más que suficiente para decirte quién soy yo. Si a eso le añado un sistema de reputación, que habría varias formas, pero uno de ellos podría ser un Web of Trust, una malla de confianza, donde podamos añadir reputación a esas claves públicas que de primeras no nos dirían nada, y encima añadimos comunicaciones privadas que nos permiten hablar de uno a otro sin que nadie pueda meter sus narices en lo que estamos diciendo, pues esto lo que permiten es que estos señoritos que estaban metidos dentro de la caja del sistema puedan salir para afuera, dejando atrás el miedo y empezar a hacer intercambios privados de verdad, recuperando esos intercambios privados en el momento actual, en 2025, fuera de la caja del Estado. Entonces, ahora os quiero hablar de ella, porque cuando hablamos de esto, Cypherpunk Money, parece cybernetics, parece como que todo tiene que ser, no sé, darknets, comprar cosas electrónicas, páginas webs. No, yo quiero reivindicar a mi amiga la vaca, porque cuando yo pienso en todo lo que os he dicho antes, pienso en las cosas más mundanas, en las cosas del día a día. Por ejemplo, aquí somos muchos de nosotros, entiendo que somos muy carnívoros. ¿Por qué no llegar a un deal? ¿Por qué no encontrar a esa persona, a ese ganadero, que lleguemos a tener una relación de confianza y que entre, por ejemplo, la comunidad de Barcelona Bitcoin Only, pues pueda estar recibiendo una vez al mes kilos y kilos de media vaca, por ejemplo, ¿no? Y que sea 100% peer-to-peer? Porque los intermediarios están bien, los intermediarios facilitan, pero tenemos una facilidad ahora con Bitcoin, es que nosotros podemos llevarnos el comercio, podemos sacarlo de la caja y podemos establecer contactos con personas que también tienen esa energía vital suprimida por el amigo de la caja que veíamos antes. Entonces, ¿por qué no salirnos? Sí, todo lo que es cibernético, páginas web, BTC Pay Server, todo esto está muy bien, pero Bitcoin lo que nos habilita es un comercio peer-to-peer de verdad. Y cuando pongo la vaca, podría poner el que produce huevos si tiene excedente, el que produce hortalizas si tiene excedente. O sea, ¿por qué no construir esos mercados peer-to-peer de verdad? ¿Y para qué? Para desencadenar esa energía humana y vivir mejor. Entonces, aquí tengo 3 frases más, esto que me va a matar. Tenemos que ayudar a que las personas conserven su dinero para que no tengan que gastar el 90% de sus vidas trabajando solo para sobrevivir. ¿Cuánta gente de la que conocéis solo sobrevive? ¿Qué pasa si 1000 mercados libres brotan por todo el mundo? ¿Qué pasa si esta historia de la vaca empieza a no ser la vaca, sino que empezamos a llevarnos el mercado fuera de la caja del Estado? ¿Y qué ocurriría cuando la productividad de los mejores y los más brillantes de la humanidad se desatara completamente por primera vez? Cuando nos liberásemos de esas cadenas que nos matan la energía vital. ¿Qué seríamos todos capaces de hacer? Así que, yo os pregunto, ¿cuándo vas a decidir ser libre y construir estructuras paralelas que nos permitan vivir mejor y disfrutar más de nuestro tiempo? Bitcoin, ya os aviso, que se va a seguir apreciando, pero si no decides ir por el camino libre, vas a tener que volver a la caja a vender, ¿no? En teoría, pues si estás con el rollo de numbers go up y de volverte al fiat, vas a tener que volver a la caja y ya sabemos lo que tenemos dentro de la caja. Y además no sabemos qué nos vamos a encontrar cuando volvamos a la caja. Nos vamos a encontrar más impuestos, nos vamos a encontrar más regulación, nos vamos a encontrar ganancias, impuestos a ganancias no realizadas. Así que no te engañes. Ya hemos ganado. Esto no es ciencia ficción, esto ya lo tenemos. Hoy. Es como los mejores lanzamientos que te dicen, ya te lo puedes descargar. Esto ya está funcionando desde hace 16 años. Ya hemos superado Wikileaks, ya hemos pasado la primera embestida del Estado, y la segunda y la tercera, y ahora ellos lo acumulan. Ya hemos ganado. Entonces, más allá de seguir especulando, que también lícito, pero más allá de seguir haciéndonos, me perdonaréis la expresión, pajas mentales con los ricos que seremos en un futuro, si ya hemos ganado, ¿cuándo lo vamos a celebrar? ¿Cuándo lo vamos a utilizar? Esa es mi pregunta. Y antes de terminar, no busquéis un líder. No busquéis que Rafa se levante y diga, tengo una idea y ahora lo vamos a hacer así. No busquéis un líder. Como Entropy muy bien ha encontrado para poner en la primera página, caminante no hay camino, se hace camino al andar. Así que avancemos juntos y muchas gracias.
Hello guys, welcome once again to Barcelona Cypher Conference. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. You see, the crowd is excited today. Wow. Yesterday was amazing. And we have another co-founder of the Barcelona Cypher Conference. So, man, first of all, before I introduce you, I just want to say that I have been in the meetups for the past couple of years, and I have seen the growing and all the quality of the content every single meetup, and to be here and see all this conference is amazing. So you just saw yesterday, but today we're gonna discuss how it's going to be more evolving this day than yesterday, and hopefully we will have in the next year another Barcelona Cypher Conference. So Marcus, welcome, man.
Thank you, Juan. Thank you, Silale, also for inviting me, and thanks for the warm introduction. It's a pleasure always to see you on the meetups with like local people in the town who come and see like the local Bitcoin scene is always something really good to have. And yeah, I guess it was a natural step, right, to organize meetups. We were like
We were wishing for this.
yeah, from 50 to 60 people each month, doing good quality stuff, like good speakers, and people were asking for, okay, can we learn about this and about that? And we're doing just one meetup per month,
Yeah.
so we cannot bring that many people, and it was a natural step to go towards.
Actually, we were discussing with Shalali yesterday that one of the things that I like them. I was telling her that one of the things that I like the most about the meetups is that when the first time that I went there, I was kind of skeptical because there's a lot of meetups at conference about shitcoins or whatever, but I wanted to find one that it was a real Bitcoin meetup. And the first thing that I noticed is that you never talk about the price. It was all about developments, how to improve Bitcoin. Yeah, it's all about that. So I was like, all right, this is a really Bitcoin core conference meetup. Sorry, and that's why I like it. And that's why I told you guys that everyone that I'm super surprised because every time that I go, I'm really surprised that there are really Bitcoin OGs, but in the low key, that probably they're not in social media or whatever, but they have amazing projects that they're super quiet, developing little by little, and then when it's done, they show it to the world. And that's what I amazed that there have a lot of projects here in Barcelona. So tell us a little bit about yesterday. How was the feeling of everything? What was the highlights? What the people saying, and what can we expect for today?
Yeah, so basically, like all that we are doing here comes a bit from the same essence of the meetups, which is kind of this hard bullet points about all the Bitcoin ethos and cypherpunk ethos that comes even behind it. So basically, yesterday, like the vibe was really cool. This venue is amazing. Like has an art gallery, like the patio and everything is really cool, and like everyone was really close to each other, talking between them, sharing a lot of knowledge, and that was really cool to see. Not just in the talks themselves and the workshops, but also like doing networking. You kind of could feel like people interacting really between them, like asking honest questions, and people who don't know maybe as much as someone else could ask, like the guy who they have just been following in Twitter or Nostr or whatever for a long time, and they were here and they could ask. So that was a good thing. And as a highlights yesterday, I was managing the Baroque room, so I cannot talk about the other rooms. But I've heard really good things about the other rooms. But on the one I was staying, we were talking about a lot about sovereignty, about hardware tools to use different solutions, and also kind of privacy aspects about how to use these softwares installed on sovereign hardware. And we closed up the afternoon with really cool home mining use cases, like from first experience use cases. One local guy from Barcelona mining with solar energy here in the city and doing an immersion setup, and another guy from Italy, north of Italy, Ricardo Aran, who is mining off grid. So both of them are really cool projects, and it was a blast finishing with that.
Yeah, this is actually great that you are bringing these things, also giving examples about locals working on some stuff. And also, you said a guy from Italy. So, this is what I'm very happy to see. Is first of all, it's hands on things. So, there are a lot of workshops, a lot of like really practical cases. And even the speeches are not just like, okay, let me present something on a stage. It's more like, okay, this is my opinion. This is also, you have many debates in the program, which is very unique. There is also Noster, there is like, yeah, privacy, there is mining, all these kind of things that you mentioned. But maybe an important stuff to tell everyone, and also later to ask you how you are planning to do it in the future. It's happening here in Barcelona by you guys as locals, right? There are also many local or Spanish, let's say, projects or individuals developing great things, but the entire event is not only in Spanish, it's targeting both, right? So, why you decided to do it like bilingual? Because in theory, if you are having 50 people at the meetups, you could only do it for the speaking community, which I think is already big enough. But you still did it bilingual, which is amazing. And how are you? Do you already have thoughts how you are going to proceed in the future with this?
Yeah, basically, it was because we know a lot of people, not just from Barcelona. Like if you travel all around and you meet some other Bitcoiners around, you are just amazed about the things that are being built everywhere. And while we have a really strong kind of cultural and well, like all the scene here in Barcelona is really strong, and we've got people studying and people building and doing really like a lot of stuff, we cannot miss the other ones. And it was a kind of an excuse to also bring people from the outside to allow people from Spain to meet other projects and to talk with other founders, which are not the usual ones coming to our meetups. So that was kind of the reason on why
Like a
do we,
synergy, kind of.
yeah. And we get on really well with the Italians, with like we know the Bitpolito guys for quite a long time, and they were really happy to come here too. We've met many new people here this week, these days, that it's just like the synergies are really easy to find between you, and that's where we kind of were looking after. So I think in this aspect, it has been kind of a success to do it in a bilingual way, because we were a bit worried about that. Honestly, like some Spanish people do not really understand everything in English, and obviously non-Spanish speakers do not understand the Spanish talks. But we try to kind of,
Yeah, I personally find it very useful and also very interesting to like connect different worlds, because
yeah.
for me as somebody who is not living here, I can also like learn more and discover new things. On the other hand, as you nicely said, you can find the synergies between other projects from other places. So it's super cool. But I can imagine it was not that easy to handle and the decision to make, right? And that's why I'm
Yeah.
asking what's your plan for the future if you already have these kind of thoughts.
Yeah, we do have many people, like many Spanish people, that are really enjoying also the talks in English, because even if they like, there are a lot of content in Bitcoin. There's a lot of content that's in English, and they are aware of it. And even if they do not really understand from the presentation, like then asking, you end up understanding with between you and the other person who you are talking about. So the idea is to keep it that way. We'll see if we go more English, more Spanish. Let's see. But the fusion between like the local scene or the local Spanish community and kind of a broader European and like bilingual aspect of the conference, I think has enriched it more than just like, oh, I cannot go there because I do not understand. I've seen many people who I know they don't understand English attending English talks and debates, because maybe there's just one of the participants from that round table that speak Spanish, and he can somehow translate
Yeah, this is
whatever.
also like the Bitcoiner approach. We were discussing it yesterday a lot, going out of your comfort zone. But okay, changing the topic, I
Yeah.
cannot just stop looking at your hat, which I personally love. Open source everything. Yeah, it's like beatbox, right?
Yeah.
So not an ad, but kind of, because my question will be about it. So um, as far as I know, like you self-funded everything, and I'm also like co-organizing some events. I know how much not only personal effort and energy it costs, but also money, right? And
Mhm.
it's not necessary. Let's say this is also the long-term preference within the Bitcoin ecosystem, that you don't try to make something to be rich or famous. You just want to give it to the community, and then it will start growing and building. But you need to invest also your funds. But I noticed in a couple of places, not only your awesome hat, but also like different stuff from Beatbox. So do you like work with them at this edition? Are they any of the patrons, sponsors? Do you have any of them? What's your wish in this kind of area? Because money is important, guys.
Yeah. So this cap does not come from this conference. It
Okay.
comes from the Bitbox sponsored our Bitcoin Pizza Day, and they sent merch, which was just before your event too. So it was 3 weeks ago, something like that, and they brought merch for us. They sent merch to our community, and then when we made the Bitcoin Pizza Day, we gave it away to all the attendants to the Bitcoin Pizza Day, and no one was taking the pink ones. Everyone was taking the black
I
caps,
took
and
that one.
yeah, that's right. You took the black one or
No, the pink one.
pink one, right? Yeah, I think you were the only one too. And I was like, man, this color is fucking awesome,
Yeah, it's cool.
and it makes you see like
And actually, it looks better on you than on me, because then I would feel like this candy girl. But on you, it looks so
yeah.
cool. Like you have, three
I had
GPT
this
matters.
yeah I had this feeling of guys don't want to wear this color, like
Yeah, but why
only
not?
girls, and I was like, fuck that, I'm gonna wear this with more style than anyone else.
Exactly, man. Exactly.
But yeah, no, just joking. Like here also, we've been sponsored by Beatbox too. They brought some merch, and cool thing is that they came with Chain Duel, and now we will be doing the Chain Duel tournament, and they will be giving away one Beatbox, not giving away, sorry, for the winner of the Chain Duel tournament, the one who
That's so
wins.
cool.
Yeah, let's see who wins, but they will bring home all the sats from the tournament and a Beatbox to store them securely. So yeah, money is important. We have been in touch with some sponsors, but always kind of trying to align their ethos with what we were trying to build. Also, we had been approached by weird
So
people.
yeah, exactly what you're trying to say. It's like you want like Bitcoin only, genuine, like good,
Yeah,
and it's not only like money directly. Always, like as you gave perfect
yeah,
examples, they can also support with manpower or some
yeah,
merchandise or something, right? But it's important to have like a strong backup. Let's say the same as with Bitcoin, backup matters. The same
exactly.
as running events. Yeah.
Definitely, events are something that is not cheap to organize, and it ends up having more expenses than the ones you always think about. But having like this kind of people also supporting, also in volunteering, and just like many different stakeholders that have participated in organizing the conference made it possible. So we really appreciate either for the ones who could allow us to do this.
Yeah, absolutely. And one thing that I remember that I was talking with them because I kind of work like a PR for some stuff with them. I was asking about the sponsors, and I remember that I told him like, "Do you have some filters or something?" Because I was also back then I was talking with Gary Leland. I never told you this, but I was taking some advice from him because he also have a small conference in Texas, right? Uh, so he says like. There is a very max. My conference is very maxi, so I don't take a sponsor for anyone. It has to be 100% on Bitcoin. And I'm asking this guy like, "Hey, but what do you want to do?" Because at the end, let's be real, money matters, right? So, but when we were discussing about what they wanted, I saw that they were taking just Bitcoin companies. So, and it says a lot, guys. It says a lot who is your sponsor because if you want to be a really core Bitcoiner and you have some values, I'm talking right now about our meetup, right? If you're going to do something bigger, you have to be aligned with your values. So that's why I think it's very important that you highlight that even the sponsor like Bitbox, they are also 100% Bitcoin. Uh, it talks a lot how, because in the end, you're an image, you're representing Barcelona in this case, right?
Definitely. Yeah.
hmm So it's awesome. All right, just to wrap it up, we're starting to wrap it up right now because today is day two, guys, and you'll see a lot of things happening right now. Actually, right now there's some people in the stage, but tell us what's for today, and what is the message that you want to transmit to everyone on the last day of the conference?
Right. So today we are talking about like the conference. This event is called Cypher's Conference, and even if there has a huge focus on Bitcoin, because we think that Bitcoin is the sovereign store of value that makes more sense.
Exactly.
There are also like many things surrounding Bitcoin that Nostr, for example, which I was about to mention because today is a day about Nostr. But like sovereignty, privacy, Nostr just fits into it perfectly. So basically, today we started with a couple of privacy talks. One about the overview of the privacy transactions in today's Bitcoin landscape. Then we dig a bit further into one specific topic, which was OPSEC practices, which we explained about coin joins and pay joins and different stuff that's happening right now in Bitcoin, and how you can use that to protect yourself. And now I think they are just now doing it. They are talking about Nostr, and I think they will talk about Nostr later, also doing a workshop here. So there will be like keynotes and then workshops about Nostr, both things to just either understand it conceptually and then try it hands-on if for anyone who has not tried it yet. And then in the afternoon, we are talking about permaculture, which is also sovereignty in a personal level, not just on a digital one. We still live in the meat space, so we will be talking about meat, about energy, and about self-sufficient houses during this afternoon. So wrapping up everything a little bit around permaculture and sovereign lifestyle. So yeah, I think that's pretty much everything for today. They are doing also the mining workshops right now,
Yeah,
right? I
absolutely.
think the BTEX setting up a datum gateway with a BTEX and also a home miner. So this is pretty much everything that's happening today.
That's awesome, guys. The move. We're keep going. Today we're connecting to the stage. One last word, Silali.
Yeah, just I'm enjoying it a lot, and I actually already look forward the next year because I hope it will
Coming
happen.
to the second day of this great event, let's talk a bit about private transactions and where we're at the moment and where it might go in the future. Let's stick to Bitcoin because that's a most valuable base money that we've created so far, and I think we can make it even better. So what's the problem with Bitcoin transactions per se? It's that Bitcoin is a verification machine. We want to verify the transactions that we receive as a merchant. And in order to do that, we need to verify not just our own transactions, but the transactions of everyone else in the history of the network. That's the initial block download. When you start a Bitcoin full node, you need to download and verify all, God knows how many transactions made in the last 15 years. So that requires quite a bit of bandwidth and computation to make sure that you're up to date with your transactions. And this is a big privacy downside. One of the first criticisms of Bitcoin was that because anyone has to verify everyone else's transactions, that does not scale because it is not private. Right? Because we have to reveal which coins we're spending and to which addresses we're spending and how much Bitcoin we're spending for every transaction that we're making. This comes with the upside of we can actually verify the whole base money supply, which is of course a huge economic benefit, but it has the downside of revealing too much information than we would like to. So for a long time we've tried to improve the privacy aspects of making Bitcoin transactions without revealing information like which coins belong to the same person. And a very easy and effective trick for this is to make a batched transaction, not alone, but with many other people. Right? So instead of each of us making his own one input, two output transactions, we come together and make one gigantic transaction, 300 inputs, 300 outputs, and all of a sudden it's no longer as obvious for an outside observer to see that these two inputs belong to the same user and that they paid these two outputs. Right? That's a coin join, right? A collaborative Bitcoin transaction with a lot of people coming together. The downside here is, however, how can we prevent that someone puts, let's say, 1 Bitcoin on the input side, but gets 10 Bitcoin on the output side, right? Inflation. That would make it not just bad economically speaking, but literally an invalid Bitcoin transaction. The rule is that the inputs must be larger than the outputs in the terms of number of Satoshis. And so if we have an anonymous system where anyone can register inputs and outputs in this transaction, then we can't really prevent this inflation from happening. So what we do is we have a central coordinator, right, who checks that only those people who registered inputs of a certain amount can register less money on the output side. Here, of course, centralization comes with some issues. First of all, if that server is not available anymore, we cannot coordinate rounds. But probably even more difficult, how does that server know whoever registers outputs had enough inputs registered? And because we would like to use the service such that the coordinator does not learn who is paying whom in this transaction, right? We want to make a truly private transaction where no third party knows. And this is where Chaumian eCash comes back into play, right? The old technologies of the early cypherpunks in the 1990s, where we have a central coordinator, a central server, that creates a new token. Whenever someone registers an input worth, let's say, 1 Bitcoin, you get a 1 Bitcoin credit token that you can then later redeem for output generation, output registration. Right? So in order to register an output, you need to prove to the coordinator that you in fact did register an input worth more. But the cool thing is that we're using blind signatures for the generation of this token, meaning that the mint, the coordinator, has no way of linking that this specific token that's right now being registered for an output, right, this specific token comes from this specific input. We have the entire anonymity set of all the inputs that were registered could have been the one that is now being redeemed for the output side. So this is a quite cool way, a novel application of Chaumian eCash that does not depend on the money warehouse receipt use case, right, where the eCash is backed by a number of Satoshis in the bank. Instead, this is an API access right token, right, a cookie that is generated when you registered an input and destroyed or redeemed when you register an output. So this shows that eCash is useful not just for the limited use of a money substitute, right, a money warehouse receipt, but we can actually use it for any API call. Right? Whenever there's 2 API calls and you want to limit use of the second API call to those users who've successfully done the first API call, but you want to keep the privacy in the sense that you don't want to know that the same user registered first the API and second the API, eCash is a great technology for this, or blind signatures in general. And so with this blind signature token now, we can have an anonymous coordination of the new CoinJoin transaction, meaning that even the coordinator, let alone any other participant of the round or a public observer, knows that these inputs belong to the same person, or these inputs and outputs belong to the same person, or that these selection of outputs belong to the same person. And so, and if we scale this up to hundreds or potentially thousands of inputs and outputs, that's quite a strong privacy guarantee of who is actually spending the Bitcoin at this moment. So with this simple trick, we've achieved quite great privacy on the base layer itself, on the blockchain of Bitcoin, making private consolidations, private self-payments or payments to third parties possible. And what's even cooler is that with this technology, we can actually, Alice can send Bob some Bitcoin without Alice, the sender, ever learning the address of the receiver, which is next level of privacy, that even the sender has perfect privacy against the receiver and vice versa. Right? And the way that we do this is this: Alice registers her input worth 1 Bitcoin. She gets 1 Bitcoin worth of CoinJoin eCash credential. And now instead of Alice registering the output with Bob's address herself, Alice passes along this eCash token to Bob, who now by himself registers the output with his own address. The coordinator doesn't know that the eCash credential changed hands. Right? He just knows there was a successful input registration and a successful output registration, but he has no idea that inputs and outputs were registered by different people. And because Alice is not the coordinator herself, she does not know which output Bob registered. And so with this simple trick, even better privacy, that not even the receiver can spy on the sender, or the sender can spy on the receiver. And we can do this multiple times. Bob does not have to now register the output himself. He could turn around and pay Charlie, who pays Dave, right? Who pays Eve, and only Eve comes and registers her output now. So we have this multiple hop transaction, right? Where multiple payments get settled, but what's on chain is a tiny footprint of one input, one output, of one sender and one receiver. But all those transactions in the middle don't even appear on the public blockchain, and even the coordinator doesn't know that they were happening. And so this is quite a very private form of making transactions off-chain, with the downside that coin-join transactions often fail. If we have this transaction with 100 inputs and 100 outputs, if any one of these inputs fails to sign the transaction, it's an invalid Bitcoin transaction, and it will never be confirmed on the blockchain. So we'll have to wait and start over again, kicking out the inputs that did not sign, and making a second attempt of finalizing this transaction with less inputs, right, and less outputs, minus the people who failed to sign this transaction. So this off-chain coin-join eCash swap is fast and extremely private, but it's not securely settled, right? It might fail with a quite high likelihood, and then we have to start all over again. So if we want to make off-chain transactions that are more secure and settle faster, we can use the Lightning Network. The Lightning Network is yet another privacy and scalability technique for Bitcoin, which scale Bitcoin in the sense that you can make a transaction securely without other full nodes having to verify this transaction in the first place. Right? So we can make purely off-chain transactions where just two people know about this transaction rather than the entire network. And the way we do this is by creating a Lightning Network channel. A channel is a coin on the Bitcoin blockchain with an address that can only be spent if two people sign a transaction, right? A multi-signature, where Alice and Bob both have to agree that yes, we're spending this coin to this address. But let's say Alice has 1 Bitcoin and she wants to open a channel with Bob. Why would Alice put her 1 Bitcoin into this channel if she doesn't know that Bob is going to give her the money back and sign a transaction that she gets the money back? Right? So before Alice opens the channel, she asks Bob to pre-sign a refund transaction, such that Bob signs off that Alice gets the entire whole 1 Bitcoin back. And once Alice has the refund transaction, she is happy to send money into this address, into this smart contract, knowing that at any point in time she can take the money back. But this refund transaction, she doesn't broadcast it to the broader network. She holds it onto her own computer to be used later. Which means that in the meantime, she can now send Bob 0.1 Bitcoin, right, simply by creating a second refund transaction that doesn't send the whole Bitcoin back to Alice, but sends 0.9 to Alice and 0.1 to Bob. And now when Bob has this transaction, he can be quite sure that he will actually get 0.1 Bitcoin because he has a transaction that he could put to the public blockchain, getting his 1 Bitcoin, 0.1 Bitcoin. With the benefit that only those two people know that Alice just sent Bob the 0.1, right? Meaning it's much more private, plus it's also much more scalable. Now Alice and Bob can make hundreds of transactions back and forth, right, without having to broadcast it, without having to pay mining fees, without having to wait for 10-minute confirmation times. The only caveat here is, let's say after a while Alice has sent 0.7 Bitcoin to Bob, so that's the current version of the channel, 0.7 Bitcoin to Bob, 0.3 to Alice. Alice still has the original transaction that gives her 1 Bitcoin back. So she could be malicious and send the first refund transaction, right, even though they've made tens or hundreds of transactions since. And the way to prevent this is that every time we make a transaction in the Lightning Network, the receiver is only happy with the payment. He will only give out the pizza if Alice gives him a secret that makes the first refund transaction kind of invalid. Where that if the first refund transaction ever hits the Bitcoin blockchain, Alice has to wait for a week before she can take her 1 Bitcoin back. But Bob, given that he has a secret, he can take the transaction instantly, this whole 1 Bitcoin, and move it to himself. Right? So this is the justice transaction. It's where the sender gives the receiver a secret that enables the receiver to spend all of the money of the channel instantly, right? If the sender sends an old justice transaction or an old refund transaction to the base layer blockchain. Right? So this now all of a sudden turns into quite a complex state machine, right? Where we have secrets that have to be kept. For every payment that is being made, you need to make a new backup. So all of a sudden, the traditional 12-word backup that we used to have in Bitcoin is no longer really useful in Lightning Network, because that does not include all of the secrets that the sender gives to the receiver after each transaction. Making it a bit more complex, but it comes with added benefits in terms of scalability and privacy. And even better, not just Alice and Bob can now make payments in this payment channel, but we can route payments across multiple payment channels. Right? So Alice pays Bob under the condition that he forwards money to Charlie, under the condition that he forwards money to Dave, and so on. Right? Such that now Dave can get paid by Alice, even though the two don't even have a channel. Right? They don't have an on-chain relationship, but they can still make off-chain payments to each other. That's what turns Lightning into a network of payment channels. Right? And now this opens up even more complexities in the nuance that we don't really have to get here. But ultimately, it means that we can send rather fast, rather scalable, and rather private transactions via the Lightning Network. There are then further ways that we can obfuscate this. Like, for example, the receiver in the Lightning Network can add a couple hops in front of his receiving node or invoice, so to say, that the sender does not even know where the payment ends up at. Right? The sender just knows, I need to put my money to this routing node, and then this routing node finds out that actually the money has to go to this final receiver node. Right? Those are blinded paths, meaning that there's great receiver privacy in Lightning. And already from the get-go, there's great sender privacy as well, because the receiving node that only sees that he gets money from his direct channel partner, but he doesn't know from which channel partner the previous hop originated. And so we have great sender privacy, we have great receiver privacy, and with something called point time lock contracts, we can even ensure that every hop in between doesn't know where the money is coming from or ending up. Right? So Lightning Network itself provides quite a good amount of privacy, and it has gradually been improved across the years with research and development. Yet still, those Lightning transactions take quite a bit of time, all things considered. There's multiple API calls that need to be made, multiple nodes that are on the path, and we have to pay each of them. Right? So they can be quite expensive, especially if we're talking about larger amounts. So in order to further improve this, we could use, for example, a bank, right? A money warehouse, which we now have with Cashew and Fedimint. Those are Lightning nodes that hold money on behalf of other people. Right? So it's running a Lightning node as a service, where people can send money into the Lightning node, right, to deposit money into the bank, and in exchange, they get an eCash token. Similar to the tech explained earlier for CoinJoins, but this time the eCash token is, like in the good old days, redeemable for money itself. It's not an API access right token, it's a money access right token, where now people who in the past deposited money to a Lightning node can in the future redeem it if they present this eCash token to the mint, to the Lightning node itself. This gives us all the great benefits of eCash, meaning it's perfectly private. It's one of the most private payment systems that we've ever came up with, even though that it is so old. It's ridiculously fast. It's 1 or 2 API calls. This is meaning you can make millions of transactions per second if you have a good internet connection. And further, it's extremely scalable. Right? Only one node has to verify all of these off-chain eCash transactions, and the verification is very streamlined. So these systems, the eCash system, can already today scale Bitcoin to billions of people. Of course, with the downside that it's non-custodial. It's custodial, meaning that the eCash mint can simply close down his Lightning node, go offline, right, and take all the money to buy a yacht and an island. And that's, of course, a big problem. So what we've also innovated is that we can distribute the obligation of running the centralized eCash mint into a federated system. That's where Fedimint comes in. Instead of having one Bitcoin node that receives the money, right, and issues these eCash tokens, we have a federation thereof, where the money is no longer stuck in a single wallet, but we have, let's say, a 3 out of 5 multi-signature wallet that keeps the money on chain. Right? So any deposit doesn't go to any one bank operator, but to the group of them. And on top of that, the eCash tokens that are generated no longer require one signature to be valid, but it's a 3 out of 5 signature or blind signature that creates this eCash token. Some quite beautiful cryptography actually goes into that aspect of creating a threshold blind signature scheme. Now, meaning that any one mint operator cannot inflate the token supply at whim, because he will need the support of 2 other mint operators to create new tokens out of thin air. Right? So one mint alone cannot take away the base monies, and he cannot increase the token money supply either. Fedimint, quite a beautiful technology, but it increases complexity substantially. Right? So Cashew is an extremely simple protocol. If you're a halfway decent developer with some AI skills, you can create your own Cashew wallet and mint in an afternoon. It's really simple. Fedimint, because of the federation, is extremely complex and takes a long time to understand and review and audit. But both systems are available, both are deployed, and both are working just fine. And so that's kind of where we're currently at with Bitcoin transaction. We're private on the base layer, we're private in the Lightning Network, and we're private in the banking layer, which is quite incredible. Now the question is, how can we scale self-custody anonymous transactions to the broader world? Right? Where not just anonymous banks can be used by 8 billion people, plus their AI agents, but self-custody transactions as well. And here one of the early promises is that of sidechains. Sidechains is what the research group Blockstream was founded upon, like, hey, let's build sidechains, a second layer blockchain, right, where we can deposit money from the base layer, from the parent chain, into a second layer blockchain. Right? That's the first peg, to deposit money in. Then we make off-chain transactions with a completely different transaction model. And until later, we can withdraw money out of the second layer sidechain into the parent layer blockchain. That's the two-way peg, right? You can peg in and peg out trustlessly. That's the difficult part. The trustless part is what took over a decade to figure out. What we have so far, the best we had in the past was a federated sidechain. Something like Liquid, I would put Fedimint into this category as well, where anyone can deposit trustlessly and securely money into the sidechain. But in order to get your Bitcoin out of the sidechain, you need to have the approval, the permission of 11 of 15 federated signers. Right? So that a majority of these signers, they can take away your money and refuse you the right to withdraw money out of the sidechain into the base layer, turning it again into something like a federated bank. But the ultimate goal was to do this trustlessly. Now, this turns out to be extremely difficult, but utilizing one of the tech that Satoshi was talking about in the early days, zero-knowledge proofs, we can actually make this happen. Right? Satoshi said that if we would have zero-knowledge proofs that are easy to verify and generate, then we could build quite a beautiful addition to the system. And now with quite a hack, we actually figured out how to use or how to validate zero-knowledge proofs in today's version of the Bitcoin network. And this is with the addition of BitVM, which is a virtual machine, a rather hacky way to emulate anything that you want in a programming language in the Bitcoin script. And the thing that we want to emulate, the functions needed to verify zero-knowledge proof, is multiplication of large numbers. Right? That's currently missing in Bitcoin script. It's ridiculous, right? Imagine writing a program without being able to multiply numbers. That's how limited Bitcoin script is at the moment. But we found a way to hack multiplication back into the system by the use of BitVM. And the second thing that's missing is concatenation, right? To add or like to glue two large numbers together, basically. With those two rather simple computer science primitives, all of a sudden we can verify the validity of a zero-knowledge proof. So what's a zero-knowledge proof? A zero-knowledge proof basically means that after you deposit Bitcoin into the sidechain, and we've made some transaction in the sidechain, now when you want to redeem it, you have to prove 2 Bitcoin full nodes that in fact you have destroyed tokens on the second layer, right? And now therefore have the right to issue or to claim back the tokens that were locked up on the base layer. We want to prevent that someone can keep the tokens on the second layer and still get out his money on the base layer, right? Because then we would have inflation ultimately. But to do this, if we would have to verify the entire sidechain system itself on the base layer chain, right, with all the transactions that happened, we're back again at the original problem that everyone has to verify every transaction of everyone else. Right? So we need a short, a succinct proof that all of the transactions on the second layer are valid, right? And that needs to happen in a tiny piece of data. And it would be even better if this tiny piece of data is zero knowledge, in the sense that the verifier has zero knowledge, he does not know which transaction happened. All he knows is that they were valid, and that's it. Right? And with BitVM, we now have this opportunity in Bitcoin to trustlessly verify that a second layer coin was destroyed such that a coin gets automatically unlocked in the base layer. And now the question is, which type of accounting model would we like to use on this top layer? Right? We can use something like Monero, ring signatures, confidential transactions. Right? It gives a decent improvement to privacy. We could use something like Zcash, right? Where any coin spent has the anonymity set of all the coins ever created, a full membership proof. Right? These are quite expensive transactional accounting systems to maintain, but the beautiful thing is that not everyone on the base layer has to verify these transactions. Right? Only the operators or full nodes of the sidechain have to verify this. And that could potentially be fewer people than actually use the base layer blockchain. But there's an even more powerful concept called client-side validation, where instead of every node having to verify every transaction of everyone else, only the receiver has to validate the transaction of the sender in order to be happy. Right? So instead of a global consensus verification, we have a client-side validation. And a recent improvement to the system was shielded client-side validation. Basically meaning that the validation that the receiver has to do is in full zero knowledge. Meaning even the receiver of a sidechain coin does not need to verify all the transactions that happened in the past. He just needs to validate a zero knowledge proof that all transactions in the past were valid. Right? So any transaction now has a constant size verification cost, contrary to Bitcoin transactions, which have an ever-growing size of data that needs to be verified. Furthermore, we can now use this to basically double spend protect millions of transactions in a single 64-byte accumulator, right? Where it's possible to ensure that there is no double spending on the sidechain, even though we only put a tiny piece of data for unlimited amounts of transaction on the base layer chain. Right? So these are just some of the new systems that are upcoming that are currently actively being worked on. BitVM side bridges, there's like 10 different projects that are trying to research and develop this with quite a lot of success, I would say. And some of them are focusing just on private transactions. Some of them are focusing on more Ethereum-style smart contracts. Right? So soon there will be trustless second layer sidechains that have full solidity smart contracting capabilities, so that all of the Ethereum DeFi world can now actually be applied with Bitcoin as a base money in a trustless system. And BitVM is a little bit of a hack. Right? It works right now, which is great, but we can make the system a lot more elegant, faster, cheaper, more reliable if we add a couple of base functionalities to Bitcoin script, specifically multiplication and concatenation, a couple other opcodes that could be added in the future to Bitcoin. If they were ever here, we could build even more secure, scalable, trustless, anonymous transaction systems on Bitcoin. So to summarize a little bit this talk, is that Bitcoin always had a scalability and a privacy problem, and those two things were inherently linked. But the ability to verify transaction was the key innovation that Bitcoin enabled. Right? And any addition of privacy would usually harm the verification cost. So by now, we have a quite solid way of making private blockchain transactions without any changes to Bitcoin consensus rules. Right? Those are coin joins. we have private and scalable and fastly settling transactions on a second layer like Lightning Network, right? And that's already working perfectly now. And in the very short-term future, we're going to get our first very secure two-way peg sidechain systems, which then allows us to innovate on which type of accounting system we want to use in those second layers. Can be optimized for computation or smart contracts, can be optimized for privacy. And with some minor changes to the Bitcoin consensus rules, we can further improve this by another factor of 10. So the ability to make private transactions on Bitcoin is already here right now. And in the future, it's just going to get better. So I think we can rejoice, we can celebrate that we actually managed to make anonymous transactions of a sound, censorship-resistant, inflation-proof sound money in cyberspace. That's a marvelous achievement that we cypherpunks managed. Thank you very much.
Hola, ¿cómo están? Bienvenidos. Seguimos aquí en la conferencia de Barcelona. Yo sé que han visto ahora 2 episodios en inglés. Es el turno de español, como saben. Son fechas especiales. Estamos en medio de la conferencia de Barcelona 2 días. Este es el segundo día. El primer día hubo 2 episodios en inglés. Ahora toca en español. La conferencia más o menos es igual. La gran mayoría de speakers hablan en inglés, pero también va a haber parte en español. Y al igual que el podcast en la conferencia de Barcelona, y esto es una de las cosas que me gustó, es que tratan de cerrar la brecha entre idiomas. Por eso este podcast es subtitulado, dependiendo del idioma. Y por eso la conferencia también tiene speakers en inglés y en español. Pero este episodio me gusta porque cada vez que viene alguien de El Salvador es especial. Y hoy vamos a hablar sobre cosas que pasan en mi país. Que bueno, hay cosas que hablar y tenemos cosas en la conferencia, no me quiero enrollar más. Espero sigan disfrutando la conferencia. Quiero darle la bienvenida a Reina Chicas de Mi Primer Bitcoin. Bienvenida.
Gracias, Juan. Gracias, súper. La verdad que sí, tengo un poquito de FOMO de no haber podido asistir a esta conferencia. He estado en Madrid un par de veces, pero nunca he podido ir a Barcelona y esto hubiera sido la universidad, la oportunidad perfecta. Pero pues espero que la estén pasando bien, especialmente las conferencias pequeñas. Creo que tienen más señal que ruido. Gracias. Voy a tratar de mantener el Spanglish medido, porque me pasa mucho. Trabajo con el equipo en inglés y trabajo con el equipo en español y perdón a veces por el Spanglish.
No te preocupes, espero que Riverside haga su trabajo. Transcribiendo bien. Sí. No, eso sí. O sea, esta conferencia es pequeña, habrá entre 200 y 300 personas. Bueno, te conté antes de comenzar a grabar. Y esa es la idea, pues, un poco cyberpunk. Estos chicos son geniales, son maravillosos en muchos proyectos. Y también hay, por ejemplo, está Killian, es el que tiene Boltz. Y Boltz es una empresa que está ahí en El Salvador, 100% Bitcoin. Aquí Peter Todd, increíble. Así que, bueno, hay muchas charlas interesantes y mucha gente aquí de Europa. Hay gente que se ha atravesado el charco. Kiki anda por aquí rondando, así que está. Pero bueno, Reina, ya sabes, en el podcast me gusta comenzar quizás por tus inicios, si nos puedes compartir un poco de tu historia personal. Luego entramos un poco sobre Bitcoin. La gente está un poco familiarizada con Mi Primer Bitcoin. Podemos hablar de eso también, porque hay muchas cosas que actualizar también. Pero primero, si nos puedes contar un poco sobre vos, tu trayectoria y cómo llegaste a Bitcoin.
Sí, claro. Gracias por tenerme aquí también en tu podcast, Juan. Es un placer, la verdad, de estar acá desde El Salvador hablando contigo. Pues yo creería que ahora que ya lo he repetido varias veces, ya recuerdo muchas cosas. Yo comencé en Bitcoin, bueno, lo descubrí, por así decirlo, me di cuenta que existía viendo un episodio de Grey's Anatomy cuando estábamos en cuarentena y estábamos encerrados. Entonces, pasa esos tiempos, estás viendo algo y buscas a los personajes y buscas y qué está haciendo no teníamos nada que hacer. Entonces yo recuerdo que vi un episodio, hablaba de hackers y que no, pero quieren el pago en Bitcoin. Ahora son no sé cuántos millones. Porque creo que era como 20 Bitcoins que estaban pidiendo una cosa así. Y vino uno de los otros, sí, pero es que eso es como no sé cuántos millones. Después de ese episodio recuerdo que busqué qué es Bitcoin. Y me pareció, mi hermano ya sabía un poco, simplemente yo no sabía, quizás nunca habíamos hablado de eso. Pues, historia corta, yo recuerdo que él me explicó un poco más o menos cómo era la idea que funcionaba, porque yo empecé a buscar información y encontré a Andreas Antonopoulos. Entonces dije, ok. Y como ya ves que en sus inicios él hablaba como mucho aquello de que esto va a ser el futuro, decentralized money, derecho, etcétera. A mí me interesó mucho desde el inicio. Y al principio no entendí realmente cómo funcionaba. Siento que muchas cosas vienen abonadas a la que nosotros llegamos a un cap a veces de conocimiento y es como, y eso cómo puede ser posible, like, no. Como ahora con AI, pues es como tan loco pensar y ver videos como que en serio, a veces a mi mamá le parecen videos como a mí, eso es pura inteligencia, no te creo. Entonces igual me pasó un poco con Bitcoin. Bueno, después de eso, ya metiendo en la historia con mi primer Bitcoin, acá en El Salvador, pues nosotros escuchamos los rumores de que se supone que van a ponerlo como moneda de curso legal, y ya fue cuando dije, bueno, creo que debería empezar a investigar más y realmente cómo eso funciona, cómo funciona para hacer dinero, ser currency, refiero no hacer, sino que ser dinero como nosotros lo vamos a usar, porque hasta donde yo había entendido funcionaba con el internet, y yo sentí que en El Salvador no estaba la mejor infraestructura de internet, o sea, tú te vas a un lugar alejado, no hay wifi,
Justo,
no hay señal.
sí.
Y yo, ok, pero eso no tiene sentido. Incluso siendo, pues, así decirlo, fan de algunos de los cambios que la administración del gobierno estaba haciendo acá, el Bitcoin no me parecía uno acertado. Sentí que no estábamos listos para eso. Pues nadie estaba familiarizado. Si yo le preguntaba a amigos o familias si tú sabes qué es Bitcoin, nadie sabía qué era Bitcoin. Y yo no sé si tú recuerdas, para el 2001 fue el cambio de los colones a la dolarización.
Ajá, yo uso mucho esa referencia.
Sí, y nosotros estábamos traumados con eso. Sí, ahora ya que ya le agarramos el rollo a los dólares, y ahora venir con Bitcoin y celular y que todo por...
¿Crees que eso ha influido mucho? Yo lo uso, o sea, esa es mi perspectiva, pero no sé, vos has hablado con más salvadoreños que yo.
Sí, yo creo que influyó en sus inicios. Ahora cuando ya vieron, ok, y ahora siento que poco a poco incluso hasta personas mayores están ya más acostumbradas a hacer pagos digitales, a tener que usar una cuenta en línea. Muchos, claro que siguen queriendo ir al banco y sacar y usar cajero y sentarte con una persona en físico. Pero creo que sí, sobre todo incluso millennials, digamos que los de 40, algo así, que se recordaban mucho de eso. Tal vez ahora ya se dieron cuenta de lo que es. Bueno, ahora pues ya Bitcoin oficialmente no es moneda de curso legal en El Salvador, y también entra que de que, ok, pero yo sí puedo seguirlo usando. Eso quiere decir que independientemente sea o no sea de moneda de curso legal, puedo. Y no es generalizando, pero muchas personas obviamente, tanto que aceptaron pagos por eso, y ahora es como, no, ya no tenemos que. Y del otro lado también personas que sí, es cierto que ya no es, pero yo sigo aceptando. La señora de la tienda me va a seguir aceptando. Ya entra el ok, aquí ya le entendí, como quien dice, ya le entendí. O sea, que eso quiere decir que si usted me quiere pagar con un par de zapatos y yo acepto un par de zapatos, es dinero. Entonces claro, ya creo que eso va, no creo que el uso esté tan, pues obviamente, sí, todo el mundo usa Bitcoin, pero ese conocimiento, al menos percepción de lo que es, sí ha crecido más. O sea, yo siento que sí ha crecido, como diríamos, awareness. Perdón, sí.
Eso te pasa también.
Sí,
como, bueno, pero ajá.
Sí, más comprendido, digamos. Como es más comprendido, tú ya estás al menos sabedor de que hay algo de eso. Y al menos eso, somos un paso adelante de muchos países. Yo he tenido la oportunidad pues de viajar por Europa, y a veces existe casi que cero. La gente realmente no sabe que esta oportunidad que tenemos ahora ya está creada. Está el gran hype ahorita sobre inteligencia artificial, pero tenemos también algo mejor, y lastimosamente todavía nos falta hacer trabajo en seguir, pues, si queremos decirlo así, evangelizar más gente.
Y bueno, estabas contando lo de cómo te uniste a mi primer Bitcoin, te derivé yo a esto. ¿En qué momento comenzaste? ¿Cuándo comenzaste a trabajar con mi primer Bitcoin? Creo que estabas contando un poco de contexto hasta llegar ahí.
Sí, perdón, me pasa, lo siento, a mí a veces me ocurre una idea y iba.
No, fui yo.
Creo que ya por el 2020, o sea, se fundó, ¿qué? 2021, si yo recuerdo, justo después de Bitcoin iniciar como moneda curso. John Dennehy, que tú también lo has tenido aquí en el podcast, vino a El Salvador,
Saludos, John.
porque él ya había tratado de hacer algo así. Saludos a John. Bueno, a Jayar, sobre todo, al niño de John. Vino porque dijo, probablemente ya va a haber, qué sé yo, educación en El Salvador, yo me voy a unir. Él había tratado de hacer, por así decirlo, algo como esto, algo Bitcoin en Ecuador, pero no había despegado, todavía la gente le daba un poco de reunirse en persona, era justo después de COVID. Y cuando vino acá, todavía él era periodista, dijo, bueno, acá no hay nada, vamos a comenzar. Y se comenzó literalmente con un estudio de yoga, me imagino que le ha contado la historia, una persona, creo que Napo fue uno de los primeros, Napo Driver, uno de los primeros alumnos, que luego él se convirtió en uno de los primeros, por así decirlo, porque lo que él había recibido lo compartía. Entonces yo vi de casualidad en un video de YouTube de un blogger como de viajes nada más. O sea, él ni siquiera es bitcoiner, él hace viajes. Y yo seguía mucho, me gusta mucho su contenido. Y cuando yo vi la caption en un video de yo pude pagar todo con Bitcoin en este país, quizás sí vino a El Salvador, y ahí de casualidad la había encontrado mi primer Bitcoin en uno de los primeros meetups que se hacían allá a inicios de enero de 2022. Y dije, voy a ir. Pero empecé a seguirlos. Pero algo, y eso lo digo con toda honestidad, era que yo siempre veía, no me intimida, ¿me entiendes? Obviamente hablar con hombres y mujeres, pero en ese sentido sí me intimidaba mucho algo que es como de tecnología, ir a un meetup. Yo toda la vida solo veía hombres, Yo había vivido 5 años en Guatemala, yo viví 5 años en Guatemala de 2016 al 2020. La mayoría de mis amigos de acá pues ya no estaban, como tú dices, por diferentes razones, amigos cercanos, o no sé, anyway, no tenía nadie que ir conmigo. Me tuve que armar de valor y a tipo finales del 2022 fui a un meetup y vi más o menos de qué eran, conocí a Napo, hablé con él. Dije, mira, yo quiero aprender más. Y cuando estuvimos hablando, como yo llevaba como 1 año y medio, 2 años casi investigando. Digo, pero ¿tú qué quieres saber más? Yo siento que ya sabes, nosotros somos de información pues introductor. Y ellos me contaron, no sé si fue a través de ellos o alguien estaba ahí, pero yo me di cuenta que iban a tener Adopting Bitcoin. Y fue la conferencia, yo recuerdo que me metí a su website y la gente en serio paga por venir acá $300 y pagar qué loco, ¿qué es esto? Porque
300 para extranjeros.
Para extranjeros, sí, a nosotros siempre nos cosa. Y menos mal, porque te lo puedes creer que yo estaba ahorrando y dije, bueno, yo quiero ir a esa conferencia a ver, pero qué caro está. Y después en algún canal de Telegram vi que para salvadoreños costaba $21, yo menos mal. Y pude ir, me pareció fascinante. Sentí que entré en un mundo paralelo en un hotel en San Salvador. Todo el mundo era extranjero y todo. Y yo esperaba ver pues locales, alguien tal vez, ni siquiera sabía qué esperar. Entonces, Adopting Bitcoin también para mí, yo por eso creo que entre que cariño y es grassroots y todo, tiene un como lugar bien especial entre mi corazón y en la historia personal, que gracias a eso dije, ok, yo tengo que ver qué más aquí, toda esta gente la veo tan apasionada por lo que hace, etcétera. Fui a ver los chicos del primer campus, y es donde ya contacté con ellos, hey, te quiero ayudar, esto es lo que puedo hacer, más que todo admin. Y ahí salió la oportunidad a los meses de, mira, en Lago Bitcoin, no sé si tú has escuchado Lago Bitcoin, esta economía
de Guatemala, ¿no?
En Guate, en Panajachel, pero ellos por alguna razón quieren una educadora mujer. Yo había tomado el Bitcoin diploma, pues tenía una idea. Yo no sentía que pues enseñar era como que algo que yo iba a hacer con ellos. Yo dije, claro, ¿por qué no? Yo sé qué es lo que se enseña, pues con una base en el libro y lo que yo conozco, claro que pues era la gente más sobre Bitcoin. Y ya me fui, y la idea era estar allá 10 semanas, que es lo que dura el diplomado, 10 capítulos, uno cada semana, y terminé estando creo como 6 meses allá. Ese tiempo en el que estaba allá como por proyecto, por así decirlo, entre que part-time, enseñando, Lago Bitcoin contactó a mi primer Bitcoin para ayudar, pero ellos a través de otra colaboración privada, era que le ha dicho, ustedes traen a una maestra y nosotros podemos recompensarla por su tiempo. Entonces yo no tenía que, digamos, como que renunciar a mi trabajo que era freelance, virtual assistant, y
eso es lo que hacías antes de todo esto.
Eso es lo que hacía antes. Trabajaba como, digamos, pues ayudar para creación de contenido entre, digamos, a veces content creator, también el dueño de una escuela en español que habían abierto en Guatemala. Tenía como diferentes clientes para los que trabajaba en diferentes proyectos y me gustaba mucho, y ella fue como, yo quiero hacer esto como full time. Sabía que tal vez enseñar en persona o en las escuelas no era tal vez, pero quería ver de qué manera podía como contribuir con mis habilidades, con lo que sabía hacer a la organización. Y estando en Guate fue que yo mandé un correo a quien era en ese entonces nuestro como general manager, si hay algún puesto para mí cuando yo regrese a El Salvador, a mí me gustaría trabajar full time. Y como ya había trabajado, cuando ya honestamente sí costó que despegara más de lo que yo creí, poder enseñar y clases, entonces sí me quedaba tiempo y yo sentía, bueno, pues que ese es el tiempo que me está dando para hacer esto, o si hay algo en los que puedo ayudar. Y ahí fue como que creo que muchas veces pasa, ¿no? Las cosas que menos planea, como que están con cálculo y todo, es lo que más resulta. Porque yo es como, por ponerte un ejemplo algo simple, sí, yo puedo hacer eso en Canva. O, no, sí, yo puedo crear este spreadsheet. O sea, no teníamos como ni nada, nunca hubo como, por así decirlo, un currículum hasta después, como que, ok, bueno, este es tú. Más que inicialmente una colaboración. Y yo sí pensé un poco en ir a Guatemala. Yo acababa de regresar, de estar allá como 1 o 2 meses. Y dije, yo creo que ahora sí me voy a tardar como un poco en venir acá. Ya llevo mucho, debería de explorar otras cosas. Y resulta que al mes salí de regreso y me estuve ya. Y eso fue como muy, yo creo que fue la parte de encontrar algo que tú disfrutas hacer, que al mismo tiempo sientes que tiene impacto y propósito. Entonces, yo creo que sí existe a veces esta de que, ay, todos dicen que ames tu trabajo. A veces se puede, a veces no, pero puedes disfrutar un poco de la vida que gracias a tu trabajo tú llevas. Y eso para mí fue como una página completa, o sea, fue como compaginar ambas cosas, de decir, que puedo hacer esto, lo disfruto y pues puedo ganar, ¿me entiendes? Un salario y mi existencia con esto. Así que así está, long story short, allí todo eso. Y ahora, poco a poco, creo que al mismo tiempo crecimiento tanto profesional como personal. El hecho de que, pues tú sabes, Bitcoin es algo bien cambiante, eso cada vez te reta, no sabía esto. La parte también un poco de liderazgo ahora, poco a poco ir escalando y sentir cómo tu mismo cerebro te push, ay, ¿qué estás haciendo acá? O sea, ¿qué sabes? Entonces lo mismo sí siento que ha sido, y he sido muy afortunada, la verdad, de tener personas en el equipo, siempre la mayoría de hombres, pero en la que yo nunca he sentido ese desestimación de porque tú eres mujer, no sabes hacer esto. Entonces, para mí eso sí es...
No, que es interesante porque la pregunta de la invitada anterior, que ya lo sabrás en su momento, va bastante ligado a lo que me estás contando ahora. Así que está bastante interesante esta parte. Totalmente. ¿Y en qué momento descubriste, o sea, en todo esto que estás contando, el valor de Bitcoin? Y ya sabes que no me refiero al valor monetario, sino que sino lo que hay detrás, ¿no? Ya puede ser, cada quien viene por diferentes perspectivas, pero puede ser de qué fue lo que más te llamó la atención, en resumen.
Fíjate que creo que ahí sí tal vez, entonces sí fue en Guatemala. No hay como un episodio que te diga con esta persona que yo hablé y me hizo un clic, pero fue sí un poco progresivo. Fue un proceso y fueron como varios, o sea, fue como que pasaba algo y yo, qué cool eso. Y luego pasaba algo, cada vez te va haciendo como más clics. Por ejemplo, merchants, ¿me entiendes? Es bien ilógico, bueno, está diseñado así, que en los pueblos como más remotos allá, cuando el pago con tarjeta, los fees son aún más altos. Entonces pasa que, pues en Guatemala, por ejemplo, digamos extranjeros, Guatemala vive mucho de turismo, no hay, la gente prefiere mucho todavía el cash, prefiere mucho cash y cuando no andan efectivo, pues pierden una venta. Entonces el hecho de perder una venta, pero el hecho de que preferir perder una venta que no puedes permitirte tener un POS de Visa o de Mastercard porque no tiene ningún sentido, o el hecho de que a veces a mí me costaba más si de casualidad no tenía quetzales para poder pagar y empecé a darme cuenta que tan sin fronteras, sin límites, poco a poco el uso diario, que creo que eso fue otra cosa. Yo estaba tratando, digamos, de aprender acá y colaborar, pero para todo esto del 2020 al 2022-23, yo seguía viendo Bitcoin un poco más abstracto. No lo veía tanto como dinero de que yo voy a la tienda y pago mi chocobanano o pago mi café con eso. Un par de veces sí lo hacíamos, cosa que Starbucks o algo así, pero todavía te da un poco de miedo y yo estaba todavía en ese lado de reserva de valor. Esto es para largo plazo y voy a ahorrar y pues yo llevo desde que compré un poco mejor gracias a Andreas en 2020. Yo llevo ahorrando Bitcoin a largo plazo, pero se volvió también en el agua algo más de mi día a día. Yo puedo seguir ahorrando como lo haría, por así decirlo, con fiat. La diferencia que hace es que mi dinero hoy no pierde valor en el tiempo o poder adquisitivo, pero ¿por qué no también hacerlo en medio de intercambio? Gracias a eso, alguien más fue. Allá un poquito más ese temor de, ¿y acepta Bitcoin o no acepta Bitcoin? Porque al principio yo era como más tímida con eso. Entonces, la parte que viene para mí, y que ya en lugar de controlarte, te empodera y te da, digamos, esa soberanía. Ok, eso es lo que hace esto. Y tú decides qué hacer con esa información. Tú decides qué hacer. Oye, me di cuenta de esto. Fui viendo muchos de estos casos en digamos, artesanas que tenían, digamos, sus ventas y textiles y así nosotros, gracias a Bitcoin, como ahí nos pusieron en el mapa, digamos, de Blink o de BTC Map, pues la gente viene y nos busca, son personas que siempre les gusta como hasta dejarnos de más, como qué bueno que aceptan, esto es para usted. Entonces, creo que el valor que yo vi fue eso de que en lugar de moldear una mente, te abre la mente. Entonces ahí fue donde yo dije, creo que este es como el valor, porque a mí personalmente siempre me ha gustado como, creo que es la curiosidad que nunca debemos de perder, que pues vamos perdiendo de adultos. De niños somos súper curiosos y de adultos lo vamos perdiendo, vamos cerrando, vamos tratando de encajar en el molde. Entonces eso siento yo que esas posibilidades que te da de hablar de las cosas más locas, me imagino que te pasa. Cuando te reúnes con Bitcoiners, literalmente parece que estuviéramos fumados y no hacemos nada. Es como todas estas opciones, es como para mantener eso. Creo que Ese fue el valor que yo le vi un poco más a Bitcoin, el pasar de una conciencia un poco superficial a algo más profundo, a transitar a qué puedo construir. O sea, que sí que es Bitcoin, ya aprendimos que es Bitcoin, pero qué puedo construir con él, cómo esto se relaciona como libertad personal, porque nosotros crecemos y vamos a, pues los años nos pasan y nunca nos hacemos preguntas como esas. Nos hacemos preguntas, yo realmente me siento libre, o sea, realmente me siento libre en lo que hago, en lo que soy. Ahí es donde yo vi, creo que lo vi a través de conversaciones en un café o tomándome un sorbete con personas allá. Y por eso fue que yo dije, que tratar de ser parte de algo que estamos tratando de inculcar más esto a la gente a mayor escala. A mayor escala, creo que si tú tienes la oportunidad como tú, con tu podcast, ¿por qué vas a mantenerlo en una conversación en tu vecindario? O sea, si puedes llegar a más personas a través de una plataforma que existe gracias a la tecnología.
Exactamente. Es súper curioso que has dicho esto, ¿sabes? Porque, de hecho, uno de mis programas favoritos que veo, no veo tele, sino que este es en YouTube, no, no es un podcast, es un programa que se llama Huge If True. Y esta chica lo que hace es de que responde preguntas súper complejas, pero que, o mejor dicho, sí, responde preguntas súper complejas de forma sencilla, pero dice que lo que hace detrás de esto es que ellas se inspiran en las preguntas que hacen los niños. Y justo lo que has dicho, que son preguntas que de niños las hacemos inocentemente, pero no tenemos obviamente el cerebro desarrollado, entonces no tenemos los conocimientos universitarios ni nada. Entonces, y eres un niño, te dan una respuesta simple de niño. Pero luego cuando llegas de adulto, no te volvés a hacer esas preguntas. Ella lo que me gusta de ese programa es que ella pone atención a lo que preguntan los niños, pero ahora que somos adultos, porque ella trata de responder con el conocimiento de los adultos y trae expertos.
Qué
y de
interesante,
hecho,
sí.
De hecho, esta temporada del podcast me enfoqué bastante en eso porque dije, después de 2 años que estaba haciendo de traer personas que hablen sobre Bitcoin, lo que decís que ahora ya, si estás en el espacio Bitcoin durante mucho tiempo, y si has estado en programas como Mi Primer Bitcoin, en conferencias como Adopting, o si has sido estudiante de No Nation, has seguido el podcast, ya tienes un conocimiento. Entonces yo dije, ok, creo que puedo ir a más, y me inspiré en ella. Y entonces digo, ok, ahora creo que puedo empezar a hacer como preguntas. Y de hecho me sirve porque tengo a mi sobrino que más o menos le están explicando Bitcoin, y hay preguntas que digo, ¿qué preguntaré a un niño? ¿Cómo las respondemos?
Sí.
Así que es súper interesante y estoy sumamente de acuerdo en eso. Sí, creo que el peor error que podemos asumir es que hoy en
que
día,
sabemos
en realidad,
todo.
Cuando dejas tus activos digitales en un exchange o en custodia de alguien más, te expones a riesgos de terceros no deseados. A diferencia del sistema bancario tradicional, Bitcoin te permite tomar el control total de tus fondos utilizando tus propias claves privadas. Esto te permite ser soberano y esencialmente tu propio banco. Al tomar el control de tus Bitcoin, puedes evitar riesgos innecesarios de terceros. Almacenar tus Bitcoin en custodia de terceros como los exchanges puede exponerte a ataques de actores malintencionados, gobiernos o estafadores que lo único que quieren es apoderarse de tu dinero. Las billeteras de hardware aumentan la seguridad de tu billetera porque tus claves privadas se almacenan en un dispositivo especializado que no está siempre conectado al Internet. Como te he dicho antes, mantener tus claves almacenadas en un dispositivo en línea puede exponerte a factores adicionales de ataque, por lo que se recomienda usar una billetera de hardware al almacenar grandes cantidades de Bitcoin durante largos periodos de tiempo. Jade es una billetera de hardware no custodial para Bitcoins y Liquid que ofrece opciones de firma simple y firmas múltiples. Yo personalmente lo utilizo para almacenar mis Bitcoins, ya que me siento mucho más seguro manteniendo mis Bitcoins en una billetera fría que en una almacenada, por ejemplo, en mi teléfono. Si estás pensando en adquirir uno para ti, no olvides utilizar el código de descuento de nuestro show, BitCorner Podcast. De esta forma estarás apoyando directamente el show y además obtendrás un 10% de descuento para la compra de tu billetera fría. Y tenemos que seguir.
Yo creo que nosotros de grandes es como nos volvemos a veces un poco esclavo de certeza.
Eso.
En lugar de motivarnos a seguir la parte de actualizarte ya sea si tú quieres aprender o sea, una carrera, yo sé que dentro del mundo de Bitcoin a veces existe de que, si quiero universidad, toma lo que seas, pero que viene por un deseo motivado de mejorar a ti mismo. Porque ese no es el deseo, por ejemplo, que motiva a los niños. Ellos es la mera curiosidad, pero de grande si tú aplicas eso, y porque creo que a veces alguien que se vuelve esclavo de certeza, simbólicamente, es un poco ingenuo pensar que nunca vamos a aprender algo nuevo. Y a veces siento que eso es lo que a un niño no le da esa pena de, si tú le dices, no, es que eso no, te vuelve a decir, pero es que ¿por qué? Siempre hay un por qué. Las preguntas más interesantes siempre han sido a veces de niños, algo tan básico como que, ¿y por qué el color de Bitcoin es anaranjado? Eso no lo sabía, nunca ni siquiera se me había ocurrido, déjame lo busco. Muchas cosas así. Siempre se puede aprender algo nuevo, tus creencias no tienen que ser siempre definitivamente es correctas de una manera absoluta, y eso creo que es lo que crea un ambiente no solo en Bitcoin, sino entre todos, pues más abierto al diálogo, que no estamos tan nosotros metidos en nuestras propias ideas, y pues siempre el deseo de perseguir la verdad, si es que no la encontramos, está bien, pero que por lo menos que en ciertas partes tú ya en este deseo alcanzas tu potencial. Hablando de los niños, yo cuando empecé pues ya, por así decirlo, a compartir más con Bitcoiners que también tenían familia, tenían hijos, empecé a escuchar lo de homeschooling. En sus inicios a mí sí me pareció muy loco. Y dije, ay, no, cabrón, nos vamos a ir como que somos hippies y los niños no van a estudiar. O sea, yo los voy a mandar a la escuela y todo antes, ¿vea? Y ahora ya he visto. Pero he visto, sinceramente, la gran diferencia entre niños, hijos de personas que han hecho homeschool propiamente, a lo mejor de sus alcances, y el potencial del niño se siente todavía como mayor a la misma edad que alguien, ¿me entiendes? Pues yendo a la escuela, estando todo el día ahí porque el papá no le alcanza el tiempo, entonces tanto que vas a tus clases de la mañana y te tiene que pagar la guardería en la tarde. Entonces sí siento que muchas de las cosas que nos vamos muriendo, que se nos van muriendo de niños, es porque pasamos también solo con adultos. Entonces estos adultos no tienen ganas de lidiar con el niño, de las preguntas del niño todo el día, y es poco a poco, pues tus años de 5, 6, 7 se te van apagando. Bueno, creo que la mejor manera es como quien dice que me esté callado. Y estos niños, sobre todo que a veces tengo la oportunidad de compartir, especialmente en Europa, siento que todavía Latinoamérica vamos un poquito atrás por pues, el sistema. Cuando veo la interacción entre ellos, es muy chévere, la verdad, ver la manera que al mundo ellos los despierta y los alegra y los motiva, pero sin ponerse, ¿me entiendes?, preocupados, que hay el futuro, que yo tengo 12 años, pero ya debería estar ahorrando para un terreno. O sea, muy interesante cómo incluso esta parte viene de Bitcoin, gracias a Bitcoin. No necesariamente Bitcoin arregla eso, pero como tienes posibilidades, un dinero mejor, tienes la oportunidad también crecer o ayudar a criar una generación mejor. Tú te proyectas con familia y es como que antes yo era muy hard, no, yo no voy a tener hijos, ¿y a dónde? Y que no sé.
Sí. Y de hecho se estaba pensando de que Bitcoin, hay muchas cosas que he aprendido, más que la universidad. A ver, que no se me malinterprete. Toda la ingeniería no me la ha enseñado Bitcoin, me la ha enseñado la universidad, pero digo, hay cosas de la vida, por ejemplo, el dinero y muchas cosas detrás, como inclusive los valores que implican Bitcoin. Cuando estás bien metido, te vas dando cuenta que hay muchas más cosas y que va abarcando en muchas cosas de tu vida, como decís, te empezás a hacer preguntas que antes no te habías hecho. Esas son cosas que obviamente en la carrera no me va a enseñar, pero que con Bitcoin vas aprendiendo, vas despertando esa curiosidad. Y creo que esas cosas son cosas muy valiosas. Y luego te quería preguntar, me quedé pensando que dijiste que una de las cosas que los niños te preguntaban que por qué Bitcoin es color naranja. Y te apuesto que hay alguna persona en la audiencia que no debe saber qué es eso y me gustaría que lo compartieras. ¿Por qué es naranja? Seguramente se está preguntando por qué se habrá quedado naranja.
Y yo creo que lo busqué, no me acuerdo si lo busqué solo Google, pero creo que lo encontré gracias a, tipo como es un poco la historia de Hold, ¿no? Hold, remember, ¿te acuerdas de la palabra que literalmente vino porque fue un typo, ¿no?
Sí, de hold on or dear life, hold on to dear life.
Y lo que fue es que como es bien chistoso que dije, ¿por qué es? Y ya sabes que a veces como que ChatGPT hasta inventa. Y yo, no, pero ¿por qué eso? Bueno, entonces al final tuvo que decir, no lo sé. Hasta donde yo sé, pues fue un símbolo. La B de Bitcoin, que porque es B de Bitcoin, fue creado por pues alguien anónimo, un diseñador allá por el 2010. Entonces creo que decía que no está, al final para mí me saqué como esa conclusión. Hasta donde sí era como que se asume que fue un símbolo como de esa energía, como energía al cambio. Yo no sé si eso es lo que tú tienes de información, pero lo que yo había aprendido era que tenía una simbología nada más. Pero again, como fue anónimo, también es asumiendo, a lo mejor él hizo whatever, se veía bien en su computadora y eso fue el que señaló. También el hecho que es como un color que se usa para advertencia, como para pues llamar la atención, es un poco más distintivo.
Claro, ok, sí, no, solo era una curiosidad. ¿Qué más se va a preguntar? Había una cosa de... sí, bueno. Lo de homeschooling, esto solo es curiosidad, porque luego te quiero hacer otra pregunta. ¿Conoces personas que hagan homeschooling en El Salvador o no? Porque me has contado aquí de Europa. Pero...
Conozco, por así decirlo, a alguien que conozco. En San Blas, por ejemplo, en la comunidad de San Blas, acá es una residencial, para los que no saben, una comunidad residencial, así se llama. En la costa de San
Blas es la playa, ¿no?
En la Libertad. San Blas es la playa, pero también el condominio se llama, yo recuerdo que no sé qué, de San Blas, una cosa así. Dina, no sé si tú la conoces, Dina Heikkinen, ella escribió From Shells to Satoshi y ha sido pues educadora, por así decirlo, de tradicional. Ella vive acá y ella ha estado muy a favor de homeschooling, a pesar de que ella no tiene hijos. Entonces creo que en la comunidad ahí, los que tienen hijos ya ha comenzado un poco para ver cómo funciona, pero creo que lo que algunos han tratado de hacer es por lo menos como un homeschool, como co-op, que digamos, no es solo como un padre y tú solo trabajar, o solo tú y tus hijos, sino que, por ejemplo, yo aprendí writing o periodismo, sé cómo hacer creative writing. Entonces enseñas eso a los niños. Alguien más pues fue maestro de matemáticas o es bueno para las matemáticas y le gusta enseñar. Otro es sabe tocar la guitarra e instrumentos, entonces va a ser el maestro de arte. Entonces como colaborar todos con sus talentos para poder hacer como una comunidad en el que los hijos puedan ir. Creo que han ido como pasos a través de eso, pero muy despacio. Si no conozco a alguien que lo esté haciendo tan así, sí lo hacen, pero han tenido que pues por 1 o 2 años siempre mandar a escuela. Si te soy completamente honesta, no sé cómo funciona la parte legal acá tampoco, o sea, si es permitido o no permitido, o qué tienes que tener para decir, sí, mi hijo no va a la escuela, pero ¿por qué recibe esto? Entonces creo que algunos de los papás, sobre todo extranjeros que viven aquí, si hacen homeschool, siempre tienen que tener a los niños inscritos en algún tipo de sistema en línea, por lo menos, ya sea Estados Unidos, sobre todo Estados Unidos. Porque decir, no, es que mi hijo estudia. Entonces, siempre tienen ellos que recibir un par de clases en línea como requerimiento, tanto de Estados Unidos, porque son ciudadanos y acá, y ya luego lo demás lo hacen homeschool. Eso creo que, por así decirlo, está funcionando de manera híbrida.
No, interesante. No tenía ni idea de eso, wow. Es un mundo nuevo para mí.
Sí, eso es un mundo nuevo. Yo sí, también es otro también, porque pues es tan importante. Nosotros somos niños un cierto tiempo. De repente, ¿qué adulto vas a dejar en esta sociedad? Somos adultos más años que lo que somos niños. Que
claro.
A mí sí me parece un tema muy, muy delicado, pues porque tienes que verificar que es legal, no cumplir requisitos locales. Y luego, ¿qué vas a hacer? ¿Cuáles son tus habilidades? Muchos somos un poco más estructurados, nos gusta la organización, pero hay algunos personas que pues eso no es tu talento es un poco más abierto, etcétera. Entonces, ¿qué métodos vas a enseñar? Si va a ser que más empírico, ¿cómo le vas a enseñar al niño un poquito de, ¿me entiendes?, de estructura y orden? Que todas estas habilidades te sirven de adulto.
Sí,
Planeación de currículum, es un montón, es un montón.
Sí. Chicos, pues si quieren saber un poco más de homeschooling, acabo de recordar que tengo un par de episodios con Daniel Prince. Él ha hecho homeschooling con sus hijos. Pueden ir a verlos, solo que él, bueno, de aquí en la parte de Europa, yo estaba preguntándole a Reina por Latinoamérica, especialmente en El Salvador, porque de Europa yo también había escuchado, por ejemplo, el de Dan. Inclusive creo que ha escrito un libro sobre eso. Pero bueno, vamos a seguir indagando poco a poco.
Sí, escúchenlo como comercial, sí, porque Daniel, su familia es una de las que yo también conocí. Yo soy muy amiga de Claire, esposa, y a ella fue la que yo le he hecho también toda esa clase de preguntas. Y pues muchas veces en él, no tienes todas las respuestas, mal que ha funcionado, pero sí han hecho su manera. Y los hijos de Daniel, como diría, o sea, no es couple goals, es hijos goals, ¿me entiendes? Muy, muy chévere, despiertos, ahora van creciendo.
Sí. La rebeldía. Sí, totalmente. Bueno, hablemos un poco sobre mi primer Bitcoin. Sé que muchas cosas han cambiado, de hecho por eso te he invitado al podcast. Bueno, quizás si nos puedes hacer un pequeño resumen de lo que ha sido, y porque sé que, bueno, en el tiempo que vino John estaban dentro de las escuelas públicas como apoyo del gobierno, ¿no? Ahora sé que han cambiado cosas, entonces si nos puede dar un contexto del antes y cómo ha evolucionado hasta el día de hoy, porque no solo han hecho el diploma, ¿no? Sino que ahora, la última vez que vino John, que creo que fue hace un año, estaban haciendo creo que eran nodos, puede ser, a nivel global, entonces seguro que en un año han cambiado muchas cosas, así que sí nos puede dar un poco de contexto.
Sí, claro que mira, es cabal, es muy loco, como tú dices, muchas cosas, cuánto puede cambiar en un año, en 2 años. Nosotros comenzamos, solo para ir un poquito back, en el 2022 hizo la primera versión del Bitcoin Diploma, que es como, por así decirlo, nuestro programa Signature, el más reconocido, un libro de 10 workbook, más que todo, porque lleva actividades. de 10 capítulos en los cuales está dividido casi que mitad y mitad. Los primeros 5 capítulos hablamos del sistema financiero, cómo funciona, qué es la inflación. Entonces, porque nuestra organización es pues dedicada a enseñar sobre Bitcoin de manera imparcial y accesible, el programa principal ha sido para básicamente mostrarle a la gente que hay algún problema, sí, al menos aprender sobre el dinero, cómo se crea, cómo se hace y de dónde venimos y por qué Bitcoin puede ser una solución. Y luego la segunda parte hablamos de Bitcoin, cómo funciona, entramos así básicamente a la parte técnica. Y entonces, en ese entonces se implementó por primera vez en una escuela del sistema público, fue acá, cerca de donde yo vivo, como que de ¿qué es esto? Nosotros necesitamos algo, creo que de la comunidad internacional, como digamos, sí, lo aceleramos.
Ujú, ujú, ujú. ¿A qué te referís con la deuda? ¿Tu
Ajá,
deuda?
sí, digamos como
Ujú,
deuda, como el sistema, porque eso no estaba muy, o sea, no estaba como muy, pues sale, digamos, la creación de dinero, qué es lo que causa inflación, etcétera, pero no también
ujú,
ese sistema que o casi que nos asfixia a muchos y del
ujú,
por qué al sistema también, pues a manera general, hay muchos tipos de deuda, pero a
ujú,
manera
claro.
general al sistema le sirve que nosotros sigamos en esas y porque habíamos puesto unos gráficos que de la espiral, que de Japón y que no sé qué, pero no era muy claro,
Ujú,
o sea, no era muy claro. Entonces, este programa, que después poco a poco se fue implementando en escuelas y en comunidades en El
ujú,
Salvador,
ujú,
inicialmente sí también, eso es un pequeño cambio, por así decirlo. Nosotros sentimos que, ok, como va a ser para escuelas, un poco más para niños o adolescentes. Pero sí vimos el gran aspecto, digamos, de adultos jóvenes y ni tan jóvenes. También hubieron parte de gentes mayores que lo tomaron. Entonces, para
ujú,
que cómo encontrar un balance en que fuera un poco más apropiado para diferentes edades y no se sintiera, por ejemplo, que un adulto que está aprendiendo cosas de niño, que no hay nada malo, se aprende muy bien, pero pues existen esos sesgos, o sea, de que hay, como el material se ve de esta manera, a lo mejor no voy a aprender nada.
ujú,
Y estamos haciendo, bueno, ese material se usó para el mismo material que el Ministerio de Educación de El Salvador usa para entrenar a maestros entre el 2023 y 2024. Nuestro
ujú.
equipo, junto con el equipo de Beacon Beach, logró enseñar también a maestros en el sistema público. Fueron alrededor de 500 maestros. Luego esos
Wow.
maestros van a sus propias escuelas y enseñan más. O el efecto, el réplica, ¿me entiendes? De eso se ha extendido mucho. Se ha extendido mucho.
Qué buenísimo.
Entonces, nosotros inicialmente nuestra, ¿qué te digo? Goal, objetivo, sueño era como que mostrar que al hacer, digamos, este tipo se podría replicar en el mundo.
Ujú,
Todos los materiales que hacemos, todo, incluso poner un poquito más esta parte administrativa, todo lo que hacemos es
ujú,
open source,
ujú,
código abierto. Entonces, cuando otras pues personas o comunidades interesadas alrededor del mundo, que se yo, en Indonesia, África, Estados Unidos, nos dijeron queremos enseñar, fue como, claro, ahí está, descárgalo, enséñalo, es libre, es gratis. Entonces, pero llegamos a ese de que no, pues que nosotros queremos como que nos digan qué más, qué ha funcionado o cómo se
ujú,
enseña. Entonces empezamos con esta idea de la red de nodos. Nosotros ponemos esta
ujú,
analogía con, bueno, no analogía como de que se asocia con Bitcoin, que somos el bloque Génesis, pero luego de acá, pues, ¿me entiendes? Programas y la red de nodos fue como para escalar esta visión de educación independiente e imparcial, Bitcoin only,
sí.
descentralizada y se creó la red de nodos. Comenzamos con la Light Node Network, la red. Ahora ya existe una red de Full Nodes que ellos también pues tienen más responsabilidades y toman más decisiones en cuanto a la red. Por ejemplo, cuando hay una comunidad que quiere aplicar, es como que yo quiero ser parte de la red de nodos. No es mi
Ujú,
primer Bitcoin como tal, El Salvador, el staff, yo que decidimos, sino que es la misma red
ujú,
de los
ujú,
educadores a través de Proof of Work. Entonces son
ujú.
nada más, digamos, los pilares, pero básicamente es que sean educadores comprometidos con nuestra filosofía, educación independiente, basada solo en Bitcoin, guiada por la
Espérame,
comunidad.
esto está interesante porque me acabo de acordar, por ejemplo, ¿con quién fue
Ujú,
que hablé? Creo que fue con, si no me equivoco, creo que fue con Isabela Santos, que ella
ujú.
empezó lo de Islas Mujeres. Ella, por ejemplo, es educadora, o está usando el Bitcoin Diploma.
Sí, exacto, sí.
Ajá. Y entonces, ¿qué tenés que hacer? Por ejemplo, el caso de Isabela, que seguramente se hizo esta misma pregunta antes de comenzar su proyecto ahí en Islas Mujeres. ¿Qué tenés que hacer como para ser parte y empezar a educar?
Pues para comenzar, solo empieza, ¿verdad? Empieza a educar. O sea, como yo ya tengo este proyecto en el que, por ejemplo, ella creo que sí tiene pues un poco como un espacio físico. Muchos lo hacen en
Ujú,
línea, porque pues
ujú,
ellos desde su casa, como Félix, por ejemplo, Félix de Core en África, muchos proyectos han salido de él y él, todas sus clases han sido en esa. solo en su comunidad a veces hace meetups. Isabela comenzó haciendo meetups, comenzó haciendo clases casi que one-on-one y después dijo, ya tuve este cohort, pues solo llegaron 10 personas, pero lo que nosotros digamos importante es que por lo menos ya haya como alguna prueba de, eso es lo que hago. En el sentido de Isabel es un poco particular también porque claro, ella es como es creadora de contenido, su aporte también es como más enseñanza.
Es conocido.
Y reconocido y esto es lo que hago yo para llegar a la gente. Básicamente todavía otra, todo cuando tú no eres, te vas a agarrar un material y dices, ok, ya sé cómo voy a enseñar. Sino que por lo menos para ver, tienes una idea, está diseñado más o menos los capítulos 90 minutos, entonces por lo menos te ayuda. Y esa es otra cosa, hacemos ha sido mucho de try and error. O sea, creo que todos en el mundo de Bitcoin estamos aprendiendo as we go, de error y acierto. Entonces, ok, sí, salió bien, pero ya después de 6 meses, creo que tenemos que cambiar esta ya. O sea, ya podemos mejorarlo un poquito. Y pues tenemos la fortuna también de contar dentro de la misma red de no tanto comunidad como digamos como tú y yo, que no somos, pero nos gustaría enseñar a la gente. O sí, maestros de profesión, que eso es lo que hacen en su trabajo y eso enseñan tanto a adolescentes o high school o niños, pero también a adultos. Entonces ya tienen ese conocimiento y nos han ayudado aún más. Cuando, por ejemplo, hacemos una ronda como para pedirte feedback, nos ponen que no van a wear the lightning. Hicimos un piloto el mes pasado en Paraguay del Teacher Educator Certification. Este sí es para básicamente enseñar los materiales de mi Bitcoin, porque se hace como un crash course de Bitcoin diplomas, o tú puedes ir y no necesariamente conocer mucho el material, pero también se enseña ya la parte de cómo llevar las objeciones de la gente de manera apropiada, vean más analogías, cómo puedes explicar ciertos temas. Se hace un poco de public speaking, que hemos aprendido gracias a Dushan de Bitcoin Educators Academy, que tiene una muy buena, pero sí su enfoque es Bitcoiners, vea. Y nosotros es como todavía siempre gente que no conoce mucho, que quiere comenzar y ser pues parte de su comunidad. Entonces la empresa Penguin, ellos estaban muy interesados, dijeron, hagámoslo, let's make it happen, so creamos. Eso sí es un poco más como un project on its own, muy por su lado, porque no tiene un libro, por así decirlo. Entonces hicimos también la clase de introducción, que es una presentación literal que como comprimida de 1 hora de rapidito, que es el dinero, cómo funciona, y luego Bitcoin, pero de manera más práctica. Y básicamente es como para funcionar como de un teaser, que si alguien está realmente interesado, alguien Bitcoiners, cypherpunks, despertar la curiosidad, es enfocada, ¿me entiendes?, en el empoderamiento de lo que nueva información y educación te puede hacer, no en la ganancia en sí. Así que bueno, esa red de nodos actualmente cuenta con ya más de 60 activos en 35 países. Poco a poco tenemos una asamblea general cada último jueves de mes y ya se nos ha hecho casi que un problema el hecho de que ya se hacen muy largas. O sea, pues todos dan updates, todos hablamos y al principio fue una buena idea, pero ahora es que, ¿y ahora cómo hacemos? Ya se tiene que hacer un breakout room. Cada nodo enseña el diplomado localmente, entonces nosotros en El Salvador también somos un nodo, o sea, nuestra manera, siempre tratamos, sobre todo ahora que ya no estamos en las escuelas públicas, siempre en comunidades, go back to grassroots, mantener los estándares de calidad, participar en procesos que sean colaborativos con organizaciones, ONGs o empresas, digamos, que enseñan tecnología. Entonces, porque muchos señores como, chicas, me hubiera dado cuenta de esto antes, cuando yo, digamos, antes de retirarme. Entonces, nuestra meta en mi primer Bitcoin no es enseñar solo sobre Bitcoin, sino que construir, digamos, esa comunidad educativa global que practique lo que Bitcoin representa, que viene siendo pues libertad, responsabilidad, cooperación, no sin compromiso, digamos, sin ningún permiso, que nos estés permiso para ir y take
Ujú, ujú.
Como quien dice, si quieres aprender de eso, este no es el lugar, busca otros cursos, es válido, es también una manera de ganar dinero, si tú quieres hacerlo, aprende, pero no hay dinero fácil, o sea, no hay dinero fácil, incluso haciendo trading. Yo, cuando hablo con personas que hacen, que les va muy bien, esos son años, ¿me entiendes?, de computadora, en tiempo, aprender cosas técnicas, etcétera, para que no, porque sí, lastimosamente por la misma, pues el mismo necesidad de que cada vez sentimos que todo está más caro y todo, al mismo tiempo todo el mundo quiere hacer dinero rápido y fácil. Y
Claro.
pues rápido y fácil
Pero
sobre
nunca
la gente.
eso. Sí, nunca ese es el camino correcto. Sí, entonces, ¿qué es lo que se están enfocando?
Hoy en día ese es nuestro enfoque, como querer siempre escalar más Introductory Bitcoin Education, porque sabemos que van a haber muchas más pues personas, organizaciones, compañías, como lo quieras llamar, a enseñar la parte también técnica de Bitcoin. Ahí van a estar y está bien que mining, que esto. Lo que nosotros queremos es llevar a la gente de 0 a 1 para que pues ya luego encuentres tú, ya sea tu llamado, que quieras trabajar en el espacio o no, o eres, hay tantas maneras de eso, o sea, no necesariamente tienes que descubrir Bitcoin y trabajar en eso. Creo que a mí me pasó pues de manera un poco más orgánica, que eso es lo que andaba buscando, pero también puede ser que descubres esta buena manera de tener un dinero sin permiso, tú lo usas para cuidar tu privacidad y ahorrar a futuro y continúas haciendo tu trabajo porque pues a lo mejor te gusta, si tú eres abogado, etcétera, pues te gusta, pero marketers, graphic designers, gente que trabaja en finanzas, entonces hoy en día nosotros queremos siempre seguir llegando a que por lo menos más gente conozca sobre eso, o sea, que más gente conozca que existe que existe fiat, porque ni siquiera sabemos que existe fiat, usamos dinero, pero existe allí, cuáles son las consecuencias. Con lo que viene de las CBDCs aún más todavía, nos surge tanto que la gente conozca, es muy loco pensar en lo que realmente puede ser. Eso es un nuevo orden monetario, como pasó después de Bretton Woods, esto literalmente va a ser así. Entonces, no nos vamos a quedar esperando a que esta generación que enseñamos el Bitcoin Diploma aprenda a run a node y aprenda a hacer esto y aprenda a hacer esto, mientras seas self-custody, que aprendes a cómo resguardar, que lo hacemos. En Bitcoin es un camino, ¿me entiendes? Claro. Tratamos de adaptarnos a lo que la gente también pueda sentir más cómoda. Sí hemos recibido a veces comentarios de que, pero ¿por qué enseñan custodial wallets? Pero porque estamos tan acostumbrados a que siempre hay un backup de algo, de nuestra cuenta bancaria, nuestro correo, de nuestras redes sociales, que claro que se siente ese temor al inicio de, y si pierdo todo, lo pierdo todo. Entonces, por lo menos, y le explicamos, ok, esta billetera, tipo como cuando a usted le pagan sus cheques, lo andan. Cuando ya le pones a alguien enfrente, ¿me entiendes? Una que le dices, esto es una billetera, esta es una billetera en físico, una billetera fría, su dinero no está aquí, le explicamos cómo funciona en la blockchain. Muchas veces sí también es qué cool, ¿me entiendes? O sea, del miedo viene al, ok, porque sí, claro que están las preguntas, y si el internet falla, y si hay un apagón, y entonces ¿a dónde queda mi Bitcoin? Y todo eso, y es como, uno, si usted cree que el internet va a haber un apagón general, millones y millones que se van a perder, solo mira con lo que hubo de apagón de electricidad en España, Portugal y todo eso.
Justo iba a sacar ese tema ahora mismo, justo iba a sacar ese tema.
Todo lo que se detiene en el mundo, por eso. No se diga con el internet. Entonces, cuando le pones todos esos ejemplos, ok, ya. Que muchos es como que creen que solo te van a pagar el internet a ti en tu casa. No. Si es algo general, esto tendría unas repercusiones mundiales.
De hecho, es uno de los temas que estábamos hablando. También tenemos meetups mensuales y la semana pasada estuvimos hablando sobre eso, que justo fue 2 días después del apagón. Era que, ok, lo que has dicho, el Bitcoin no lo vas a perder, pero uno de los retos que creo que no se había tomado tanto en cuenta era cómo seguir operando cuando hay un apagón. Entonces, o sea que por ejemplo me llamó la atención que que por ejemplo decían mucho, por ejemplo, no sabes el marketing, esto no es sponsor ni estoy tirándole favoritismo a nadie. Una de las soluciones que la gente empezó a proponer era cambiar a Starlink, porque Starlink fue la única empresa que siguió operando, porque lo que hizo fue que el satélite creo que tiene como bases en cada país a nivel europeo, entonces como que la información que venía de España como que no recibía, lo que hizo fue que derivó lo que entraba al satélite, en lugar de que cayera a España, lo derivó a Italia y eso lo conectó con el resto de Europa y luego volvía la información aquí. Entonces decían los bitcoiners, ok, esta creo que es una alternativa para seguir operando, y les dije, momento, pero le están dando dinero y le están dando información a Musk, y por ejemplo no sabían que Blockstream, por ejemplo, tiene los satélites para seguir operando en Bitcoin, o sea, otras alternativas. Pero lo bueno es que ahora se ha generado debate cómo seguir operando cuando hay un apagón. Cosas que otros temas que no te habías planteado nunca, ¿sabes?
Y eso es bien bueno porque mira, esto es también, honestamente, no quedarte con la parte negativa. O sea, siempre hay un aprendizaje de algo tan que, o sea, no me imagino yo lo que ha de haber sido estar casi que más de día de manera general, la cantidad honestamente también de millones, imagínate los emprendedores, la gente que vive en sus negocios,
Eso.
o
sea, aquí cerraron todo, se cerró todo, o sea, se paró.
Sí, o sea, y por eso es que, se sintió bien como que si fuera un mundo paralelo, se sintió bien como lo que pasaba en la pandemia cuando estaba sola, la cuarentena, calles, las fotos de los países sin nada de tráfico. Ahora yo vi videos de la gente en las calles jugando cartas, uno bailando.
Sí.
Eso es lo que los humanos estamos destinados a hacer también, ¿no? Todo el tiempo detrás del teléfono, o sea, nos hemos
en mi barrio todo.
Qué bueno, sí, a mí, claro, ¿verdad? Si hubiera sido una semana, por eso es una experiencia un poco más placentera, no fue mucho tiempo, pero eso es lo que nosotros queremos, digamos, que porque se siguen dando, y si tú, bueno, no sé, como cuentas, no sé, pero yo no he visto una declaración oficial de por qué pasó. Probablemente lo saben, pero claro
sabemos.
Sí.
Pero no quieren decir por qué.
No quieren decir por qué. Y creo que va a seguir pasando eso, que muchas cosas poco a poco nos están acostumbrando a que, bueno, como quien dice, es lo que es. Y pues casi que estamos a merced de lo que el sistema, de lo que los grandes poderes digan. Muchos, yo incluida, de obviamente aprender Bitcoin y poco a poco a tu propio ritmo, le dedicas un poco más de, por ejemplo, estudiar la privacidad, que cómo hago yo de no ponerle todo a Google, como salen los memes, vea, tú poniendo todos los documentos confidenciales en ChatGPT para que te haga un email. O sea, todo eso, y queda ahí. Y muchos sí también es como, mira, entonces esto creo que podría ser esto. Y hay muchas personas que pues obviamente se quedan con lo básico y eso está bien. Simplemente la libertad que te da el sentir, ok, eso puede ser. Y el sentido de responsabilidad, que creo que también nos hemos ido quitando y le dejamos la responsabilidad a otros y eso tampoco está bien. La responsabilidad al banco que cuide mi dinero y que cuide mis claves y todo. Y por la responsabilidad a veces al gobierno, por ejemplo, que yo también es algo que no estoy de acuerdo. Nadie te va a arreglar la vida más que nosotros. Todo eso es lo que siento que el pensamiento crítico que nosotros como mi primer Bitcoin tratamos de incentivar y empujar. Obviamente todo suena color de rosa, muchos van a estar de acuerdo, muchos no van a estar de acuerdo, pero le vemos más ventajas que desventajas al creer, ¿me entiendes? Comprometernos. Siempre tratamos de usar lo que Bitcoin nos enseña como faro, es decir, prueba de trabajo, privacidad, responsabilidad, creación, etcétera, y usarlo como el ejemplo que nos da para poder operar. Y creo que eso es lo que nos ha ayudado a seguir pues operando al día de hoy sin comprometer nuestros values o vender nuestra alma, digamos, a intereses que ya hay más de eso. O sea, tienes a muchas personas que vienen y no les importa, o sea, es como que, ok, whatever I do, y todavía están disfrazados de que sí, yo quiero esto también para la comunidad, que sea mejor y que vamos a crear un mundo mejor. Pero realmente lo que tú quieres es un asiento en la mesa de las gentes que dominan, ¿me entiendes?, poderes mayores. Lo que nosotros queremos es que no exista ninguna mesa, es que no exista una mesa donde va a haber alguien tomando las decisiones por ti, pero eso también conlleva incomodidad propia, así que esperamos encontrar pues a más personas que poco a poco, ¿me entiendes?, lo que vas a perder, como por ejemplo el pago sea más grande para realmente salir de tu zona de confort, que creo que el Bitcoin te fuerza todo el tiempo a salir de tu zona de confort.
Sí, absoluto. Reina, vamos a comenzar a cerrar porque ya llevamos una hora. Te voy a hacer la pregunta del invitado y luego yo tengo dos preguntas cortas al final, pero vamos con la pregunta del invitado y empezamos a cerrar.
I do have a big question for her. Yeah. So, the question that I'm asking you is because you are a woman in Bitcoin. What are the challenges that you've faced being a woman, and have you been embraced in this community that is full of men?
Súper bien. Y qué buena pregunta,
Lo
la
puedes
verdad.
responder en español si quieres, porque va a ir con
Ok,
subtítulos
sí,
en
es cierto,
inglés.
eso fue. ¿Cuáles son algunos de los challenges? Para pensar. Muchos de los challenges creo que vienen un poco más. Uno personal, yo siento que fue un challenge. Fue que yo sentí que a lo mejor no te toman en serio, por así decirlo, como que no te toman en serio, pero ya después al being embraced, como me dijo, cómo es embraced by this community, y viendo yo que no se traducía a, no, es que quizás como yo soy mujer, no, se tradució a trabajo real. Yo como por así decirlo, me miden con la misma medida que miden a mi compañero director de comunicaciones que es hombre, ¿me entiendes? Entonces creo que uno de los biggest challenges al final ha sido navegar como ese balance entre crecimiento e integridad, sobre todo en el espacio de Bitcoin, que a veces pues las narrativas pueden cambiar bastante rápido, pueden ser polarizadas, pueden ser co-opted. Entonces creo que como salvadoreña y como mujer, a veces he sentido que he tenido que probar mi credibilidad más que otros. Entonces ese balance ha sido tal vez uno de los challenges que yo he sentido como más. Digamos, y como educadora, el ongoing challenge de estar como, ¿me entiendes? De estar, de mantenerte cierto, true a tus propios principios, verdadero a tus principios, tras mantenemos y creamos más sistemas para poder escalar. Porque podemos escalar por el mero hecho de escalar. Que queremos llegar a tantos, pero nos perdemos a veces en el proceso porque queremos solo, como te decía, probar, ¿verdad? Como probar más, a probar aquí, que I can do this. En lo personal, creo que esos son unos de los challenges que yo he sentido. Pero, como te decía, sí he sido muy afortunada de being embraced por la comunidad, no solo local como global, porque creo que cuando tú cuidas esos valores del por qué detrás de tu trabajo, entonces ya no tienes que probar nada, porque tú eres como, yo no soy perfecta, ¿me entiendes? O traté de serlo y eso es lo que me pasó, ¿me entiendes? Me dio burnout, que un breakdown mental. ¿Por qué? Porque tratar de hacer algo que no estamos diseñados para hacer. Desde estudiantes, me tienes en una pequeña pueblo allá en Panajachel, hasta maestros o personas en el Bitcoin Space en otros países. Creo que ha habido esta como que silenciosa, pero verdaderamente poderosa reconocimiento y valorización de lo que nosotros hacemos detrás. No todo el tiempo, a veces lo vemos, muchos no creerían, ay, pero ¿qué está haciendo? Y si supieras, es un trabajo de todos los días, a veces con ese de que amamos nuestro trabajo, le dedicamos demasiadas horas. Entonces, para hacer lo que está correcto y no solo lo que es rápido. Así que creo que ese tipo de realmente you're trying to build something, lo que estamos haciendo y muchas veces evaluando, sobre todo nosotros trabajando de manera pues con fundraising, pero también trabajando y caminando al lado nuestro a su manera. Creo que sí.
Genial, buenísimo. Ok, vamos a cerrar. Mi última pregunta es, no te voy a preguntar sobre el acuerdo del FMI y todo esto porque esto es ruido y en este podcast no se va a hablar de esto hasta que haya información oficial, pero sí te quiero preguntar porque la gente estará curiosa. Uno, si ha cambiado algo realmente en el día a día de El Salvador, y dos, que esto me lo preguntó un amigo y es una buena pregunta, es, ahora que no es moneda de curso, ¿pagan Bitcoin? ¿Se pagan impuestos en el Bitcoin o se mantiene a cero impuestos?
Mira, hasta donde yo sé, capital gain sigue cabal los impuestos, no tienes que pagar todavía. Lo que cambió obviamente va a ser, y sobre todo también a lo mejor para empresas más grandes, que el hecho de que antes podías pagar los impuestos en Bitcoin y ahora ya tiene que ser en dólares. No creo que haya cambiado nada en el día a día. Yo creo que en muchos aspectos no va a cambiar. No está usado por todos como antes, pero cada vez estamos comprendidos y mi esperanza es que pues la adopción venga no solo por más carteras extranjeros, sino que por personas que realmente entienden. Pero ya ahí sí tendríamos que hablar, bueno, voy a hablar, pero también si me quieren saber, con los que se han mudado acá para tener una empresa y pues explicar. Creo que depende de donde tú estés, cuál es tu área, cuál es tu business. El Salvador está convirtiendo como un big orb y no lo es, entonces a veces colapsa, ¿me entiendes? El tráfico colapsa, entonces eso es un poco. Así que en cuanto a los, por ejemplo, nosotros en nuestro caso no, seguimos educando en comunidades y no existe hype, creo que para bien o para mal, el hecho de que de manera del gobierno nunca hubo tanta educación de que era Bitcoin, sino que otros tomaron ese rol y tampoco ahora hubo tanta comunicación de que Bitcoin ya no es moneda de curso legal. No ha cambiado la perspectiva que te quedaste con aquí hace 3 años, o bueno, eso es algo que tuve que aprender, y ahora aprenden no necesariamente porque tengo que usarla acá. Ya no he probado comprar aplicaciones salidas, yo compro muy como que y hace poco estuve en Berlín y lo hice. Vaya, por ejemplo, estuve en Berlín, en Usulután, y yo pude vivir por así decirlo, en un Bitcoin, estar comprando todo por 2 semanas. Desde el atol de la señora de 50 centavos hasta el agua y todo. Acá creo que sería de ver, digamos, por ejemplo, las grandes cadenas, McDonald's, Wendy's, Starbucks, si todavía lo aceptan, que eso es lo que puede cambiar. Pero ya que tenían un plan de infraestructura, ¿me entiendes? Va a ser un poco más accesible. Pero tiene sentido, ¿me entiendes? Lo que ellos reciben, probablemente se van a headquarters en Estados Unidos o no existe más cosas. Así que como siempre, yo siento que esto es una oportunidad para ver que la adopción de Bitcoin ha sido y siempre debería ser.
Ok, buenísimo. Reina, muchísimas gracias por tu tiempo en el podcast, por habernos actualizado, por habernos contado esta historia. Chico, puedes dejar los enlaces de mi primer Bitcoin, ya los he dejado en otros episodios, pero lo van a encontrar en el podcast notes si quieren comunicarse con ellos, aprender y todo, pero muchísimas gracias por tu tiempo.
Claro, a ti. Hasta luego, Juan.
Chicos, no se vayan porque seguimos con la conferencia aquí en Barcelona y si estás viendo esto fuera de la conferencia, entonces nos vemos la siguiente semana.
I realized that I made too much slides, so we need to run a little. Exactly. Okay, I'm Salvatore Scorsone, BitSalv on every platform. I co-founded Bitpolito 5 years ago. It's our research and education team in Bitcoin University in Turin University, Polytechnic of Turin. And I work in cybersecurity and Bitcoin consultancy activity and doing threat intelligence and incident response, other boring stuff. And I'm here to talk about OPSEC. I like to make definitions. So OPSEC is the process of identifying, controlling, and protecting sensitive information. In this case, the information will be the privacy of the transaction, the privacy of the user of Bitcoin. We will assume that the fund custody is safe, protected, and the secret we're storing, the seed phrase, is protected. Otherwise, I need 1 hour at least to talk about also the fund custody aspect. But in 3 terms, 3 essential points for having a safe custody of fund, you need high entropy generation, so roll dice or use a true random generation process, offline device to sign in, and backups on metal. But main topic today is privacy, and I like to introduce the term of privacy through the phrase of Eric Hughes from the Cypherpunk Manifesto. Privacy is the power to selectively reveal oneself to the world. So another definition. But privacy often will be is confused with pseudonymity and anonymity, and something similar. But pseudonymity is the condition where there is a link between an identity and a fictional identity. And the secret that we need to protect is this link between the identity and the the non-identity. And anonymity is where there is no link between these two kind of identity. Bitcoin clearly is not anonymous but pseudonymous. And in Bitcoin, everything public, and privacy is a technical privilege for the normal user. And lack of privacy, of course, exposes financial, social network, and personal security to the entire world. It's a broadcasting network, so everyone knows about it. So everyone can disclose data, make correlation, and surveillance inside the blockchain. And we will see that even before a transaction is made, there are metadata to take accountants, and this metadata could be client wallet fingerprint. So different wallets produce a different way to ordering input, output, apply fee policy, script types, use of bunching address, and so on. So this kind of metadata, even before a transaction is made, can suggest the observer, the attacker, what kind of wallet you are using. And of course, if you use New York customer services, custodial services, you are leaking your own identity and linking it in with your public key. So this is something to be avoided at all. Another metadata that can be leaked even before a transaction is the IP addresses. If you don't use a full node, basically you are saying you are trusting someone and connecting to another node, you are leaking your IP addresses if you don't use countermeasure that we will see later. And other off-chain risk are time zone leakage. So the period of time when maybe you do a transaction or you connect to a node and so on. Malicious server log, if you use some services online that could be appear to be trusted, but in reality is something malicious, cookie and tracking for web sessions, so on. And after a transaction is made or after data are being recorded on the blockchain, obviously are immutable, verifiable by anyone. And this type of data that can be used are addresses, so the script type that you are using, the presence of multi-signature, the presence of the different kind of addresses, and again, and the amount. If you're using round amounts for paying something, you are basically saying, okay, you are basically using standard patterns that can be recognized, and another related is the fee. So of the wallet calculate the fee, can be used to track down the user, and of course the timestamps or the blockade where the transaction is being confirmed. So all this data can be used as a technique for analyzing and link the fictitious identity to the real identity. And the process of doing that, the process of collecting all this kind of information in general, not only in Bitcoin, is called the open source intelligence. So the activity of collecting and analyzing information for publishing from publicly available source. This is a technique that is used for every kind of attack, and also for doing defense activities, for understand the perimeter of the subject in exam. And in the case of Bitcoin, we have all public, so on the blockchain, we can use that as a leverage. But not only the data itself teach us something, but the process of clustering through heuristics can enhance our possibility of understand the behavior of the user in exam. And main common heuristics to do clustering are common input ownership. So if in a transaction multiple input are inside the transaction, we can infer that the owner of these all inputs is the same. Of course, if we are talking about coin join, this is not true, but in common behavior, common input ownership is one of the most powerful heuristic that we can use. Another one is change address detection. So is a smaller amount of the payment go to a script that is similar from one of the input, we can and maybe there is a round round amount of payment, we can assume that the other output is a change, so that for a payment that has been made. So the owner is the one that has made the payment. Okay, exact payment amount, again, the round payment, and address reuse can be used to link, of course, the payment to the same owner. The process of collecting all this data, making all this heuristic, can be enhanced again, making data fusion. So in a common word, if I have a single leak of data, I can exclude from a general population someone. Then I have a second leak independent, but this second link can be used to exclude another portion of the population. I can go on this iterative process, and in the end I will have few peoples or even a single identity from different data leaks. And a stupid example is I have a wallet, non-custodial wallet, but it is linked to funds that are being bought from a New York customer exchange. So they are linked to my identity, even though I'm not using the exchange itself. And then I make a transaction from buying from an illicit marketplace something. Then this transaction, this illicit marketplace is leak this information. So there is evidence that there is an address that has made this transaction. And then later the exchange is compromised, and there is another leak that say, okay, this pub key is linked to this person through the New York customer process. So I have, with data fusion, the evidence that a real identity has committed some illicit activity. Of course, I'm a fan of darker markets, so and Rose will breach is free finally. But this is an example of data fusion. So today, analysis and correlation on Bitcoin industry in Bitcoin environment are a structured and global industry. It's not the hacker inside the room that is doing all this activity. These activities are being made by huge company and state entity like chain analysis, law enforcement agency, exchange, banks, and so on. So it's a real threat for privacy of the user. Because, again, industrialization of analysis techniques, regulation, automation of this kind of metadata and data collection, proliferation data leaks through poor security standards and errors by users. So how we can improve privacy on Bitcoin and in general? Through threat modeling is the first step for everything related to, let's say, cybersecurity from my point of view. We need to understand through threat modeling three simple things. Your personal risk landscape, so who might be the attacker, what asset we are protecting, the identity, the funds, the network of relationship of my payments and so on, and what I can do to not lose this asset, or in other words, what I can do to be protected. And this is the let's say steps to make threat modeling. So we need to identify the asset, identify who might be the attacker. We need to do a vulnerability analysis, so if the attacker can leverage my exposed insecure points to have a success on the attack, and what countermeasure I can apply to that type of attacks. But the most important for me is risk and impact assessment. So, okay, this attack could destroy me, but the probability of success of this attack is lower, so I don't need to put all my countermeasures on that because the risk in the end will be lower. So we need to make the risk as a probability per impact, and usually when you do this threat modeling activity, you do points of you make a scale and you can do some maths, let's say simple maths, to have a better plotting of the situation, and of course review in periods, because the model, the threat landscape change, so also the threat modeling need to change in the times. Okay, but there are common useful action that everyone can make. Action that can be made, like having a full node. Having a full node is important because you are not trusting everyone. You are your own central bank, let's say. You have your own blockchain to interact with, so you avoid to leak in first instance the IP addresses and your public key and your history of transaction. And so having a full node is the first step to have privacy in Bitcoin. Of course, not leak the IP, so use VPN or Tor for connection, for the connection of the node. Otherwise, your IP will be leaked, your identity will be linked to the node, and so on. Coin control regarding funds privacy and avoiding the heuristic that we saw is important, because, for example, if I have New York customer funds and non-New York customer funds, and I make a payment where the inputs are one from New York customer funds, one from non-New York customer funds, I'm linking my identity to the non-New York customer funds, so I'm losing privacy. So there is the need, absolutely need to avoid the mixing of New York customer and non-New York customer coins. So there are in reality, two kind of Bitcoins nowadays. The true private, not linked to identity, and the one that are linked to an identity. Every major wallet nowadays support coin control, so use it. And of course, avoid address reuse for the things we said before, because again, you are linking your input together using the same addresses. So we have almost infinite addresses. Use it, not use the same one. So there are more advanced techniques to have privacy, like CoinJoin. Maybe Max talked about it a little. And nowadays, CoinJoin is the main function of CoinJoin is to disrupt the heuristic of common input ownership, where I assume that all inputs are controlled by the same entity. Instead, in the CoinJoin, I'm making the opposite. So I don't know if you can see it. In reality, I have inputs from this different color, different person, and after CoinJoin, of course, they are changed in position, but the color are the same. So all the entity has disrupt the link between the input and the output, but they have ownership of the funds. From an external observer, this is applying the common input ownership, so all the funds are from one person, following this ownership, these heuristics. But of course, a problem with the CoinJoin is that is visibility is a flag on the blockchain. We can analyze the blockchain and see, okay, this is a CoinJoin. And nowadays, many exchange blacklist UTXO from CoinJoin. That's a pain point from the CoinJoin techniques. Is depend from an onset, so there's the amount of participating people inside a CoinJoin, around a CoinJoin, and the anonymity degrade over times, because there is a problem of toxic change, and if some error will be made in future after a CoinJoin, would leak privacy for all the participants of the round. But there are these problems, but CoinJoin is one of the most powerful techniques to avoid common input ownership heuristics. Another one is PayJoin, where basically when I need to make a transaction, a payment, the receiver contribute to providing one input. So again, the common input ownership is not can be applied. You can see here again. So this is the reality. I need to pay 0.1, and now I need to pay 0.3. The owner provide me a input that he will take again, and from an observer, external observer, instead this input is common with the owner of this input is the same as this one. Again, another technique for avoiding common input ownership heuristics. The problem are dependence of recipient cooperation, so it's a synchronous technique. The receiver need to be online, low adoption, and of course this technique protects against the heuristic we mentioned, but not all the metadata leak that would be in place, like IP tracking, wallet fingerprinting, and so on. Another one is silent payments. It's still on alpha, I would say. Few wallets implement it. I think just one. But basically, the main point of silent payments is the fact that you could avoid to leak information, receiving without leak the addresses, and you will leak it. You will tell the addresses only when you will spend, basically. So, and another point to have privacies are swap with privacy coin. shitcoin that have some privacy aspect better than Bitcoin, but the problem here are you're making a transaction and will be an order book, and this order book with the metadata in place can be used to track down the swap, and you will leak off-chain traces that can be followed. So even the swap with privacy coin or so on is there are in this kind of techniques very a lot of problems. So I can just make a swap and have privacy and go to sleep. So it doesn't work like that. And of course there is Lightning Network, and it's a big improvement because I'm shifting the majority of the data outside the blockchain. I don't need to make a transaction for everything inside the blockchain, so I'm doing off-chain payments, less data to be collected and analyzed. There is only routing and dynamic routing, so when I use routing for making a payment without using a direct channel, I have privacy. But today there is a heavy use of custodial services that can track down the transaction and the information. You have lesser privacy if you use public channel. The graph is observable. There are EP probing attacks, so it's not a panacea, but work better than only on-chain transaction, of course. And there's a practical, I don't know if there is enough time yet, but okay. There is a practical checklist to have better privacy. So like a summary of all the presentation. The first step, define your personal threat model. So with the 6 points that I make before. Use a personal full node. That's the first step, the first technical aspect step. Use Tor or VPN for the connection between the wallet, the Bitcoin node, and Bitcoin network, and the software you're using it. Use a operating system that can minimize the forensic traceability. In other words, like TailOS that run everything on RAM, so there are no data saved and on mechanical drive. Avoid address reuse. Apply coin control. Isolate New York customer fund from non-New York customer funds. Use coin join or other privacy technique if you are sure that you know what you're doing, because these are advanced techniques that can make you achieve a lot of privacy, but also you can make a lot of errors using it. So be careful. Minimize behavioral partners. So don't do every transaction on Sunday morning at 9 a.m. each week. So put some randomness in your process. Stay update and monitoring evolving techniques. Yep. Privacy is an ongoing process. It's not something you can buy. Internalize the process, study the technology, minimize mistake, and thank you.
We've got a few minutes for if you want to make some questions, because now we've got the morning break, so there's like 5 minutes we can stay here. If anyone wants to go make a coffee, whatever, we can also meet outside, but we have a question here.
So I have a question for you. You keep saying, and I guess it's the one thing that's known for everyone at this point is that everyone should run their own nodes, right? Your full node. So I'm gonna challenge you here with a thesis, and then you tell me how I'm wrong. But if you run your own node, all the transactions that are broadcasted for the first time, so originated from your node, can all be linked to the same entity, which is you, right? I can be observing the Bitcoin network, and I know all the transactions that go out from that node belong to one entity. Based on the amount of transaction, I can infer that that is one person. The moment you make a mistake, like sending a KYC coin from that node if I have access to all the KYC exchanges in the US or in Europe or whatever, I immediately just linked all your past, present, and future transactions broadcasting from that node to you personally. Now, on the other hand, if you use someone else's node, say Blockstream, Foundation, whatever, you are hiding among the crowd. So if you use a VPN and then you broadcast through someone else's node, isn't that, I mean, granted there's other problems, like they might not broadcast your transaction because it might be censored, or you might, if the three-letter agency wants to intervene into a VPN and into, Blockstream or whatever, so into a node operator and the VPN, they can de-anonymize you. But isn't it easier for a three-letter agency to de-anonymize you just by observing the network, because, we're spreading the broadcasting to like different nodes? So if you connect to your own node, isn't that easier to, I guess, break your privacy, de-anonymize you essentially, if you use your own node, that if you don't?
So there are a lot of questions inside this question.
Right, I know. Sorry about that, but it's a concept that
I can summarize something. So if a three-letter agent want to track you, we'll do it. You can have all your major countermeasure and so on. It will track you. So that's the end point in the threat modeling. Okay, I need to be safe from. I need to be safe from the CIA. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what to say because it's too powerful. You can track down.
Fucked.
You're fucked, basically. Exactly. But from the previous question, if you have a full node and you want to broadcast a transaction, and this transaction has linked some new customer inference and so on, one first example could be use different full node. You have a full node from different threat modeling activities, or yes, you can use a third full node as a way to improve your privacy instead of losing it. Maybe yes, maybe your point is correct, but the fact that you need to use a full node is yes, for broadcasting transaction, but in the first instance for interrogate the blockchain to understand the state of your UTXO. So that aspect can't be done with an external with a third services without losing privacy. There are some examples where this is mitigated, like the way Wasabi Wallet, for example, is doing that. You ask for a block, not a single input inside a block, or you ask for a different blocks, and you filter your own input on your side, client side. But the main point to have a full node is for having your own copy of the blockchain and interrogate it locally. Then for broadcasting transaction, yes, you can use. You can talk directly with a miner and broadcast the transaction that way. So there are different techniques to have more privacy in broadcasting transaction. Of course, if you just from your node publish it on the mempool, is spread around your circle of near nodes and so on, and that could be used to have some leverage. I don't know if you have other question of. Okay.
Let me add just one point. If you are at that point where you know how to run a node and you know that you have some KYC coins and some non-KYC coins, do not mix them, even in the node. If you are aware of that. I mean, that can be a mistake. I'm aware.
At that point, we're talking about not using the same node.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like just, if you know that. Yeah. The ISP can either track you, so yeah.
Hello guys, welcome back. Alright, this is the last interview of today. This is the second day of Barcelona Bitcoin Conference. Or if you're watching this after the conference, welcome to a new episode of Bitcoiner Podcast. It's been a lot. I hope that you have been enjoying. It's a lot of Bitcoin content and a lot of Bitcoiners around Barcelona. This is Bitcoin seasons. We just had the conference in Las Vegas. Also, we had Bitcoin Film Fest in Warsaw. Now we have it here in Barcelona. The next one is going to be on Prague. So yeah, a lot of conference. I know that a lot of you guys are traveling. A lot of you are attending to the conference, and some others are here with us today. So today, on the second day today, I told you that in the previous episode that it was going to be special. We will have had some guests from El Salvador. The first one was with Reina, and today this is one exciting project that I have been following up, and I'm super excited to learn more about this because it's close by where I used to live. That is Santa Ana, and it's a beautiful place. So you should visit Santa Ana. And Los Naranjos very specifically, and they are building a Bitcoin citadel. We're gonna discuss about that, but they're doing more than that. It's a deep story, guys. It's all about humanitarian and a visionary Bitcoiner that is doing great stuff there. So yeah, I want to welcome Aaron Murphy. Welcome to Bitcoiner.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me on your show, brother. So yeah, let's whatever questions you got, man. Let's I'm here for it.
Let's go. Yeah, I always like to start the podcast with the origin stories, and then we'll go deep into the Bitcoin rabbit hole journey, and then eventually to your story in El Salvador and everything that you're doing. So if you can give us a little bit of context, who you are, what and how you got into Bitcoin, and then we'll discuss what you're doing there.
Yeah, so I got into Bitcoin in like 20. I think that's when a lot of people were getting into it. So I like had the Kraken downloaded, and I downloaded like Coinbase, one of the first wallets that I think most people got into, and I was just like trading a whole bunch of shit coins, Bitcoin, from like Litecoin to all those other like Mana, and then I lost my ass, and then I kind of just forgot about it, like I think like 95% of people that got into Bitcoin were probably in the same situation. Everyone has a similar story. But my team, my management, they've always been like hardcore Bitcoiners. And they were always telling me like, Aaron, put more money in Bitcoin, put more money in Bitcoin. We're going to have another halving. And I was just like, that's bullshit. That's not going to happen, and, unfortunately, that was kind of my mindset at the time. But getting back into that, at that time, I'm just sobering up. So I used to throw concerts back in the day for about 10 years. I threw concerts and music festivals in the United States.
That's so cool.
It was just like a lot of partying, a lot of alcohol, a lot of drugs. And so after I sobered up, and it was my same team that I have now working with me, like my management, my partner in the States. I used to work for his company, and he was one of the first employees over at Skull Candy, the headphones. So Park City, we're the Park City crew in Utah, which is where Skull Candy came from. And he sold his shares, and then he built a marketing agency. And so that's the marketing agency I worked for. And then on the side, I had my event company, and we lived in between Salt Lake and Irvine, California. But anyway, I sobered up, and then I just totally lost like joy in that space, and so I was like, I went on a 3-month backpacking trip, which turned into like 5 years now, 5-6 years full time. Haven't even been back to the States in the last like 3-4 years. I got stuck on the border of Colombia and Ecuador, and that's kind of how my page really started to grow. Like my aunt was sending me like $500 a month, and cousins and family and friends were like sending me $50 a month, and it was just like me showing. It was super fun. It was like we only had a 2-hour window to buy groceries. You're just like a freaking, some weird doomsday stuff going on. You're stuck inside of the house. You can't even be on your porch over in Ecuador. And so I would just do these big shopping sprees and bless the neighborhoods that I was in, and the Venezuelan shelters that they had there on the border. And then from there, it really started to grow. And at that time, we started to stack a little bit more Bitcoin. And so a lot of people ask me like they'll look at some of my, like our YouTube channel, for example, is probably our least active account. And they'll be like, oh, how do you afford to build what you're building? And it kind of starts from us kind of putting aside a little bit of Bitcoin every month. And not only that, is just we raised a lot of money just in regular US dollars through Instagram, TikTok, especially. And now we're here in El Salvador, and the backstory of that, how we got here was we were in Mexico and we were going to go back to Ecuador. My girlfriend is from Ecuador. We have a kid together, which is basically my wife, and we were going to go back to Ecuador, and she didn't have her 2 shots. And so we're like, what? Like, okay, well, we're going to go to Brazil. And then the lady at the airport's like, nope, you need to have your shot too. And I was like, Chile, no, and just kept going. And they're like, well, you can't be in Mexico because your guys' visa's up. You guys got to get out of here. So it was a really stressful kind of situation, and I did a live on my Instagram. I probably had a couple 100,000 subscribers on my Instagram at the time, and I was like, guys, where should we go? Like, we don't have the shot, and it was a very confusing time. Like, I was kind of freaked out. I didn't want to get the shot, and
of course,
yeah, and a lot of people were like, go to El Salvador, go to El Salvador, and the whole time my manager was like, dude, you got to meet Bukele. He's been following him since right when this is like 2020, and he's been following him. Yeah. So he's like, he's way into Bitcoin. He's a super rad dude. And I'm kind of like looking him up and I was like, oh, that's way cool, you know? And so I'm like, all right, guys, on the live, I was like, hey, everyone go tag Bukele. Tell me when to come hang out. And I didn't think much of it. But everyone was just like tagging him apparently. And so I didn't think much of it. I got off the live. We were like, let's go get a hotel and figure out where we're going. So we go into this hotel near the airport in, I think it was Mexico City. And then I just get this DM on top of my phone. It's like, doodle, and it's from Bukele on, you know, with his check mark. And he's like, hey, bro, you want to come to my country? And I was like, what? This has got to be a scam. And I click on it and I'm like, oh, it's him. I was like, yeah, man, sweet. And so it was like, we bought a ticket and we left like right there. I called my wife and I was like, I ran up to the room and I'm like, look, the president responded. Let's go to freaking El Salvador.
So surreal.
Yeah, man. And so we like literally just fly to El Salvador and we get there like at the airport and he has a security there and they had a little like sign that says Murph's Life and they brought us into presidential like vehicles. We hung out in their presidential lounge there, their VIP lounge, and went to a hotel and then we went over to the Casa Presidencial and met up with them for a few hours and chatted about a lot of things, you know, chatted about what we want to do, asking him about like his dreams of the country. And at the time he was talking a lot about Bitcoin City. And our original thing was like, we want to raise it. I'll raise $1 million to build a school with one of my buddies, Eric. And that was the plan, but that didn't really come to fruition yet, you know? And so I always kind of had that in the back of my mind. So I'm like, you know what, let's build our own little Bitcoin citadel, you know? And so we bought a farm probably within months of us moving here in 2020, 2021. We bought this farm and luckily we got it really cheap because it was really dangerous then. It wasn't safe. It wasn't a safe country. We had bodyguards for the first year. So it was a blessing, you know, it was definitely a blessing from God that we were to come here at that time, be able to save so much money and buying the land and developing it. At first, we developed it for the first year with the prisoners, the PDLs, privados de libertad. So we put up a fence around the entire highway because so many people would dump trash off the highway. And yeah.
And how do you choose to go to Los Naranjos? I mean, because it's a very specific place.
Dude, I don't know, man. It was like, so one of our subscribers like wrote me and he's like, hey man, like I'm from Los Naranjos. I want to show you guys around. So he leaves Miami, but my buddy Larin, he leaves Miami and he comes down and he like shows us his dad's farm, Estate 98, you know, just down the road here, really big coffee farm and really cool guy, like showed us some nice restaurants. And then he's like, hey, my aunt's best friend is selling this farm. And we walked this farm and I was like, okay, cool. Let's buy it. We want to buy it, you know? And it was just like that. It wasn't like we're like, oh, let's go shop around, you know? And even my wife was pissed. She's like, why are we spending all this money on a dangerous farm? There's like gang members hiding in the houses here. You know, and I was like, I don't know. I just feel like we should be acquiring more land as a foundation, you know, because I wanted to get into farming. You know, we spend so much, we spend millions of dollars on food and supplies for people. And I'm just like, how cool it'd be if we could just like produce our own food, you know? So here we are today.
I have been seeing on X, on Twitter mostly, a lot of your videos about what you're doing there, about the Bitcoin Citadel and everything. So it's quite interesting. So I don't know where to start because there's a lot of things, but maybe if you can, maybe for listeners who have never heard about what you're doing about the Bitcoin Citadel, how do you call it? Like Bitcoin Mountain? Like, if you can explain us what are you doing there?
Yeah, we're kind of calling it Bitcoin Mountain, and it's funny too because we had like the main purpose of this, and I always tell this to my friends, like the main purpose of this is not to promote Bitcoin, is not to promote like even Bitcoin adoption. Like that's what I was telling my buddy John with Mi Primer Bitcoin. You know,
shout out to you.
One of the OGs here, and it's like my mission is to, you know, what I've always done. Our foundation, we take single families, we tell a really cool story, we raise them money, we build them a house, and we build them a business. And that's my main passion is like, can I take a really poor family who's willing to work and totally change their lives for generational change, you know? So with this, like my main goal is I've taken a lot of families out of poverty. I've taken a small like family of like 12 homes out of poverty in Mexico. And we built Airbnbs, four-wheelers, motorcycles, and we help families to make thousands of dollars a month as opposed to like $5 a day. And so now it's like, can we take a village out of poverty? And that is my main mission to be able to do that. And kind of at the beginning, I was really excited because I had so many people that were so stoked about like, oh, I want to build like I want to build my community near you. I want to build my, because we've already put in, 3, 4, 5 million. I got to check the damn numbers, but it's like every day we're spitting out sometimes 15, 20 grand.
Wow.
We've put in millions of dollars to build this, years of work, years of labor, and we still have another 1.5 million just to be able to finish all of this stuff here. We have another $5 million roadmap to be able to expand this. But basically, what I'm getting at is there were so many people that were really excited to build around us, but since the whole like IMF thing happened, and I don't know if that was just kind of like an excuse or a cop out for people, but it's something I've been thinking about, right? Like we call it Bitcoin Mountain because we're all into Bitcoin. My dream with this is to be able to build 50 of our best workers homes with rental units on top, set them all up with
Okay.
their nodes. Like we'll have our own system running. Everyone has their own nodes, and then they can make a salary with us. They're going to make commission on the sales. Then they can make their own money renting out a unit above, whether it's to like a Bitcoin or a backpack or whoever wants to come visit the community. And then eventually be able to teach them how to have like 50 chickens behind their house or selling mushrooms, something that the foundation can buy, to give
Yeah.
them like 4 sources of income. And at the same time, teach them how to put that into like a Bitcoin retirement, how we can even take a percentage of that and maybe hold it for 5, 10, 20 years for them. So that it's that like a true retirement, you know what I mean? So that can accumulate over 20 years. But the thing was, this is what I'm getting back at. The thing was like so many people throughout the years are like, oh yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. And these are like, I'm talking about like a lot of my best friends for like 20 years, who have
Alright.
quite a bit of Bitcoin. Some of the first people telling me about it.
Mhm.
And the problem that we have with Bitcoin is I don't know if it's a problem or a good thing, but so many people don't want to spend their Bitcoin.
Mhm.
Like the culture is just like hold, never sell, never sell. And so now
Yeah.
it's like, well, Aaron, Bitcoin could be worth $250,000. It could be worth, it's going to be worth 2 million, 3 million, 4 million. And, we've had opportunities to be able to expand around us. And then it's like, I'll get him on the phone with my friends in the States, and then it's just like super cold feet. Like, I just don't want to sell right now. I just don't want to sell. So that's kind of the funky thing. Like, we obviously we still have a few Bitcoins in our foundation's reserve, but we spent a good amount of it to be able to build what we're doing, and we're going to spend more of it if we have to our Bitcoin to be able to finish and, and obviously to be able to expand and build like a solid case study where an entire village is running nodes and they have sources of income to be able to sell eggs
Yeah.
and honey and whatever. But this is a problem right now that we're kind of facing is we're going to do it no matter what. I'm going to do it with fiat friends who hate Bitcoin. And before I was like, I just want to focus on Bitcoin, but now it's like all of my best friends are like backed out. They're like, nah, man, I just can't do. I'm going to hold on to Bitcoin for another like 10, 15 years, and it's sad because one of my best friends died, like 6 months ago, and he had a shit ton
Oh,
of coins, dude. He just a shit ton of coins, and just
I'm sorry.
always like just pushing it off, pushing. It's gonna grow, it's gonna grow, it's gonna grow. And now I'm just like, man, if you're gonna do something in life and you feel it, you got to go for it. And it doesn't mean you have to sell 100%
Exactly.
of your reserve, but if you feel like you should really do something, like life is so short, man. Life is so short. It's about having beautiful experiences. And sometimes the best experience in life is losing your ass, man. Like just losing everything because that forces you to really dig deep, find
Yeah.
God, like no longer look at yourself as I can do anything. We have to, you know, I think if we call upon a higher power, we can achieve great dreams and great goals that can cost millions and millions of dollars, as opposed to just, I'm going to hold on like a squirrel and hopefully it turns into $4 or $5 million one day, because like I look back when Bitcoin was like 5, 6 grand and 10 grand, 14 grand, a few years ago. And
Yeah.
everyone told me the same shit, man. Everyone told me the same thing. Like, I want to do something with you if Bitcoin hits 50 grand. Oh, I want to do something with you if Bitcoin hits 70 grand. I mean, like it's over 100 grand. And I want to do something if Bitcoin hits $250,000. I
And
think
we'll
people
be
have
like
to
that
really
forever,
dig
right?
deep. It'll be like that forever. It will literally be like that forever. So people just have to step back and say, if you want to hold and be a part of Bitcoin, really raising for a future generation, that's okay, But if you have in your mind that you want to do something and you're waiting for Bitcoin to hit, it's never going to happen, most likely. I think the world is coming into shaky times, really shaky times. And I believe that people will need farms and clean water and refuge, And I don't know, like if God's putting something in your heart to build something like that, I think you should follow and not say, maybe tomorrow, maybe tomorrow. It almost sounds like we're writing a future children's book. to teach the next generation of a big mistake, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Hold on, I have a couple of questions about that because it's really interesting. You say that they're not focused on Bitcoin like that, but I mean it's Bitcoin, but it's also sustainable farming and community building. So you say it like super easy, but man, it's actually very difficult. So I have a couple of questions, like for example, how you manage to involve the local community and not just in Bitcoin, I mean in general in the project, because I know that people in those areas are in need, right? Or don't have education, or they don't have the structure, or they even don't have a house. So how is it? I know I have like a lot of questions, but you know where I'm going, right?
Yeah. I mean, right now we're just in the building phase, you know, like we have gardeners, we have construction workers, you know, like
And you pay them on Bitcoin?
right now we don't pay them on Bitcoin. I'm waiting for John is going to set that up for us. Can you see me?
Cuando dejas tus activos digitales en un exchange o en custodia de alguien más, te expones a riesgos de terceros no deseados. A diferencia del sistema bancario tradicional, Bitcoin te permite tomar el control total de tus fondos utilizando tus propias claves privadas. Esto te permite ser soberano y esencialmente tu propio banco. Al tomar el control de tus Bitcoin, puedes evitar riesgos innecesarios de terceros. Almacenar tus Bitcoin en custodia de terceros como los exchanges puede exponerte a ataques de actores malintencionados, gobiernos o estafadores que lo único que quieren es apoderarse de tu dinero. Las billeteras de hardware aumentan la seguridad de tu billetera porque tus claves privadas se almacenan en un dispositivo especializado que no está siempre conectado al Internet. Como te he dicho antes, mantener tus claves almacenadas en un dispositivo en línea puede exponerte a factores adicionales de ataque, por lo que se recomienda usar una billetera de hardware al almacenar grandes cantidades de Bitcoin durante largos periodos de tiempo. Jade es una billetera de hardware no custodial para Bitcoins y Liquid que ofrece opciones de firma simple y firmas múltiples. Yo personalmente lo utilizo para almacenar mis Bitcoins, ya que me siento mucho más seguro manteniendo mis Bitcoins en una billetera fría que en una almacenada, por ejemplo, en mi teléfono. Si estás pensando en adquirir uno para ti, no olvides utilizar el código de descuento de nuestro show, BitCorner Podcast. De esta forma estarás apoyando directamente el show y además obtendrás un 10% de descuento para la compra de tu billetera fría. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah. So as for the Bitcoin, I've been chatting with like Max and Stacy for the last year. I've been chatting with John and having them come up because I just focus on building. Like I'm a very like laser focused on going out, fundraising, building, and I'm here like actually designing blueprints. I'm designing the terraces. I'm designing where we put the flowers, and at the same time, like I'm managing our women's shelters in South America. We have women's shelters. We have like almost 100 employees in multiple countries working this. And so when it comes to like the technical side, like I'm not a technical Bitcoiner. I understand that Bitcoin is here. It's the future. I know that as Bitcoin Mountain, and so this is what I'll kind of respond. Bitcoin Mountain is a concept that other people with their dreams build around us. It doesn't mean like, oh, I, Aaron Murphy, am building my own mountain. It's like, okay, it would be rad if families come and find farms around here, like really close, and buy their own farms and do their own homesteading, or they'll build their own hotel, or they'll put some cattle here, and then we can buy each other's milk and beef, and that's kind of the idea, to kind of really create our own circular economy. And that's what I'm saying. The problem is we're building this, right? Like our 5-year roadmap is I want all 50 families, my best 50 families, and expand it from there, to have homes equipped with a rental unit, their own nodes. So they're even selling each other through Bitcoin. A percentage of that goes into a Bitcoin retirement. Like that is happening. That's on our roadmap.
That's so cool.
But the best like technologies and wallets, and like I'm not an expert on that. And I'll be sitting on meetings with our board and our team, and they're just like going off, and in my brain it just like shuts off. I'm like, you guys deal with that. You know what I mean? Like I'm more of like a creative, like I'll have like a vision of what I want to have for the gardens, or I like filming people in fundraising and building them houses, So I want to leave that to the experts. I don't even care to study it. Like, what is the best, like I probably even sound like really ignorant talking about like a node, like what is the best node to set up? What is like the most efficient? Because if something costs like $20 in energy, and internet for these really poor families, I want to figure out like what's the most efficient. So I want to leave the experts up to that, for them to come and set it up. I want to leave like my homie, like John, you know what I mean? Dennehy, like you come in here and teach all my people on how to set up a Bitcoin wallet, because I always talk about Bitcoin. It's the future. You guys should be putting it aside. And they'll ask me like, oh, what should we put my Bitcoin in? And I'm just like, I don't know. Like, hey, John, come give us some damn classes, dude. You know?
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
that's going to happen. But my main focus is just finishing the build. You know, I just need to finish because we've been under construction for like a year, almost 2 years of just
And the roadmap is 5 years, you said, right?
Well, yeah, with starting with the fences and cleaning out the weeds and the trash. Because this is a dump when we bought it. It was like you know how El Salvador is. People just dump so much trash into the farm, and so we spent years cleaning it, like bags and track and freaking just like semi trucks full of trash. And then after we kind of cleared it out, then we started working on the terraces and then planting grass and fruit trees, like turning it into a little paradise here. But the construction is about 2 years, and we've had a lot of problems with construction here. It's a big problem, people building in El Salvador, because there's no trade schools. There's really no trade schools. It's like you ask anyone in construction if you want to build here, and I'm like, okay, what are you good at? Oh, I can weld, drywall, paint. You know what I mean? I'm an electrician. I'm just like, holy shit. So you have no idea like what the hell you're doing. You know what I mean? Like you're gonna. Yeah, and before I'm like, okay, awesome, that's rad. You can help me with everything. And then it's like you come and do an inspection. They're like, okay, your electrical like looks like it's for a shack. You know what I mean? Like you don't have the 3 wires. You don't have the grounding. They're not using the proper tubing. They're putting in a cheap PVC when you need tubo impacto. You know, and it's cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars. So now I've learned a ton about construction, and that's what I'm saying. Like when it goes back to the technical side, I'm like, I don't have time or energy. I need to stay focused so this can be built, because if we run out of money before we can even finish this, all of this would just flop, you know?
Yeah.
So other than that, like the concept of Bitcoin Mountain is still here. And if people want to build something rad around us, it's like, just do it. The only thing that we ask is if you build something to put like 10% of your profits into like a Bitcoin retirement for your employees. You don't have to give me the money. You don't have to do anything of that. But if we create that kind of a culture, I think we can create one of the coolest case studies that Bitcoin really can take a community out of poverty, but it takes time. We're planting the seed of a tree in the earth right now. And it's not like if you plant an avocado or if you plant like a tiny apple seed, right? And you want to have apples, you're not going to have fruit in the first 2 years. You know what I mean? And so a lot of people will look at Bitcoin projects and be like, oh, it was a flop. It didn't work. Like these things are slow growers, you know, but you have to water it. You have to give it sunlight. You have to prune it. You have to make sure there's no plagas, you know? So that's what we're building.
It's long time preference. And so tell us a bit more about the projects that you're working, because you mentioned the women's shelters and the houses. So how that happened? And my other question, I'm sorry, I'm jumping back and forth, but I had so many questions.
No, keep asking, man, because I'm looking for my vape right now. Nicotine vape, and I don't know where the heck I put it.
All right, and so and my other question is that you have workers. What are they doing right now? They're in the farms, and even I'm just thinking two things. One thing, what I'm picturing is how is living there, like the daily basis with you and everything that everyone that lives there, and everything what they're doing. And the other one is for people that don't live there in Los Naranjos but want to visit and learn from you. So that's how I'm coming from my questions. So that's what I want the audience to learn a bit about that.
Are you talking about the workers or people just coming to volunteer or visitors?
No, I think that if I'm around, let me know how it is. But I don't know if there are people that lives in Naranjos that are actually working with you there.
Yeah, lots. Yeah, most of them. So La Majada, Los Naranjos, Guayua, a couple from Santa Ana.
So they have improved. I think they have improved their lives, not their lifestyle, but I mean, you know what I mean. That they did. The salaries and to have a job is really difficult.
Yeah, so the government recently came out with a new like what you can pay in like what you have. So it was a small increment that Bukele came out with to raise. And so one of my friends, for example, one of the bigger farms here, he's like, "Oh, dude, like this is gonna hurt a lot of farms. We have to raise it like 12%, 20%, depending on what industry you're in." And I think it's like $10.20 a day that you can pay. Ours, for the most part, I think it's like we have employees. So roughly that's like $200 a month if they're working in small farms like gardening, picking weeds. For ours, it's not a huge amount of pay. It's like $320. We have employees making $500. We have employees making $700. I have a few employees making over $1,000. if they speak English, which is huge for them. But it's nothing crazy because we have like right now on the ground, we have about 50 employees. And I would love some people be like, why don't you pay them like a regular American wage? And I'm just like, are you freaking retarded? Like, how can I pay $50,000 a month just in salaries with us? Like not being like, it doesn't make sense. It's not going to work. You know what I mean? But the idea is as soon as we open, the restaurant, we're opening up a restaurant, we're opening up a spa, we're opening up a small gym, a groceries, a little tiny corner store with a little coffee shop. We have a greenhouse where we sell plants. As soon as it's open and running, that's the idea now where we can take up to 25% of the profits and then do a profit share overall. On top of that, they'll make their 10% tips at the restaurant. And then the rest is supposed to support our women's shelter and just other initiatives around the area. So our women's shelters, we have 6 women's shelters in South America that we've been running for a few years now, and it's really awesome. It works. It's helped a lot of women and children. We work with the police. They'll bring us women that are like macheted up.
Yeah, tell us a little bit more about that project in specific.
So I built that a few years ago, and we have 6 cabins, and then we have a really large main cabin where we have like an industrial kitchen. We have our 2 offices for like our psychologist, therapist, our house worker, and we take these women that'll usually come in from the police. They'll bring them in from like really rural, indigenous areas. Sometimes they'll be Venezuelans that are beat up on the streets, and they'll usually come with their children. So we educate their kids. We have a tutor. We give them full blown, like awesome therapy, like real sessions that they would never be able to afford. And we have like our volunteers that just show pure freaking love. And we're very careful of what volunteers we bring in there. Everything is very monitored. To make sure there's no freaking like pedophiles going in there, people that want to take advantage. It's generally just women that will allow inside of there. And we teach them a profession. So right now, like my wife's sister, she does baking classes and makeup classes. So she'll teach them how to do makeup, which she makes great money doing that in Quito. You know what I mean? Like she can make a couple $100 like doing people's wedding makeup and so that's what we really focus on. We have like different courses too where they can learn how to sew. They can learn how to do specialty wedding cakes. They can learn how to do like wedding makeup, like things like that. So after we have a 6-month program of deep healing, therapy. Their kids are getting educated, caught up on school, and then we'll help them find an apartment. We've relocated to other countries if it's been multiple attempted murders, and it's really rad. And I would love to be able to expand this to Central America. We have a piece of property here in El Salvador that we've been kind of saving once this is open and bringing in money where we can expand that project here. So that's what I'm saying. Like right now, I'm just like really stressed on trying to sufficiently fundraise, finish this so everything the machine is running. That's the situation now we're in.
And what are some of the most challenges that you have faced during, because this project is huge, right? So I mean, personally, with this project,
the biggest project is finishing the construction. We went through 2-3 companies. What was that?
That you have faced, the challenges that you have faced during doing this, all this project.
A lot of people have challenges with government, and luckily we've never had any issues with any government in Ecuador and any governments in any countries really. We've never really had any issues. And I think that's also because, we have like 6 million subscribers on TikTok, 1 million on Instagram. And a lot of people do like to work if there's like more social media presence, it's kind of an advantage. So we've never had any issues with that. We can generally get things done legally fast, But the biggest issues is just really building, because so many people will look at like usually any foundation and really take advantage. We kind of live in a society now where people are becoming progressively more and more lazy, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like because we work with like elderly people in every country. We want to give them jobs. We want to hire them, and they never show up late. They never complain. They work really hard. And I think, it's a blessing and kind of a curse at the same time having the internet, because people will just like watch a video and they'll watch their influencer and they'll like kind of feed into their mentality. And every human being has a different beliefs. We all live in our own bubble. And so it's like, if I'm just like going to watch someone who's like complaining constantly about, if I can't make $2,000 a month, and you feed into that and you believe that's kind of an issue right now where they're like, a lot of people don't want to work construction anymore in Latin America. They don't want to work in the farms anymore. They don't want to work in, like it's almost kind of bleeding now even into women here. Like, in the United States, these women are making $10,000, $20,000 a month in OnlyFans. And now that's starting to catch in a lot of Latin countries. And guys are like, I just see all of these influencers in the United States driving exotic cars, and you know what I mean? So it's kind of becoming harder and harder to create what we want to create, and that's being able to create a truly sovereign community that can withstand global disasters such as world wars, pandemics, where let's say everything shut down again, like COVID.
All right.
We want to create a community that has tens of thousands of fruit trees, that has chickens for eggs, that has cows for milk, that has biodigesters for free energy. But that's my biggest thing right now, is just building it, keeping like people excited. And we've learned too, like I've overpaid people a lot of times. Like someone who should make $300 in certain countries, I've paid them $1,500 a month. I paid them $2,000 a month. And what I've learned is sometimes the more you pay, it can create a lot more issues. Like it'll never, ever, ever be enough. It'll never, ever, ever be enough. And so now what I'm learning is like, if that's the regular pay in whatever country you're in, pay them a little bit more, but let's build something and teach the people. Because what I found is when I build people businesses and they truly succeed, they kick ass when they're like, wow, I worked my butt off and I made an extra $1,000 with my business, and that is what I want to build for people. I want to build a freaking economy here that people can say, at this month, I worked my butt off as a cleaner. I worked my butt off as a gardener, as a front desk. I worked my butt off in the gardens, in the vivero. And it's like, I made $1,000 this month. Everyone here, that's the culture I want to make. Not just like, oh, here's a big check for you. Because it's you're asking me about my difficulties, and I can't tell you how much I've had people like complain and talk bad about me for paying them like a salary on what anyone in these countries. This happened in Ecuador. This happened all over in a lot of countries, and it's been a big issue.
Yeah, absolutely. And what about the structures? Because I know that the road to go to the mountains is not well developed, right? Like, I don't know if you have problems now I'm talking about in structures in general, like the roads or the water or the electricity.
Oh, dude, El Salvador is awesome, man. Like, this is what I wanted to show you here. I don't know if I can like flip my camera around. I'm kind of afraid of bringing it over there again.
Let's try it again. Let's try it.
Let's see. So we have our El Salvador is awesome. When I first came here, there was a lot of dirt roads, a lot of crappy, like walking out slow.
But
like,
the
look at
nature.
this. Brand new. We're along the highway, Ruta de las Flores. See how like brand new that road is right there?
It's always cloud. That's what I like the most.
Look at that. We're right along the highway, dude. There's a little corner store here. This is the water right there, right across the street. We have everything. Look at that. That's the power lines. So here for this is why we love the concept of Bitcoin Mountain, because anyone who builds near us, like this is the highway that takes people to Guatemala. This is the highway that can take you to 20. The roundabout is right after that blue car. You walk down 30 meters and it's the roundabout to Sonsonate, Santa Ana, 20 minutes in each direction.
That's cool.
Such a rad, beautiful location. And it's really growing. Like, look at this new gated community over here. See, like, there's like, I don't know if you can see through there, all those houses on the mountainside. And they just sold another 40 lots of more people coming in. They sold out so quick just above our farm on the other side of the mountain. It's growing, but there's no Bitcoiners because none of them want to spend, they don't want to rent. And that's fine, So so we're building Bitcoin Mountain. We got our roadmap, and I'm going to do it with the poor of the poor. I want to raise money. I mostly take it's even with donations in Bitcoin, it's been really, really difficult. Like I get a lot of like fiat donations. I would say like 98 to 99% of my donations come in from US dollar. And it is what it is, a lot of people understand and they know what we do and they're like, oh, that's so cool. Like, I'm rooting for you, but the support of Bitcoin is just not there. And it's okay. Like, it's totally fine, but I believe in Bitcoin, and I really, really believe that if I can figure out a way for us to build this and put a small percentage, every single paycheck for all of these guys in 10, 15, 20 years, like that right there is going to be one of the most rad case studies for Bitcoin and for Bitcoin adoption. Above all of that, I don't care about that. I want to see if I can take an entire village out of poverty with the help of donors from all over the world. Like, it's people like-minded coming together, because this is something that can raise the consciousness of the world. There's millions of people that are going to inherit millions of dollars from their wealthy parents. And if we can inspire just one of them to be like, wow, I'm going to take this company that brings in $100 million from a year from my dad when he passes. And you know what? I'm going to give 10% back to the people. like that's the goal of this. That's the mission of this.
Yeah, have you talked with Mike Peterson? Because I mean, the story of El Sonte is something similar, right? I mean, it's in the beach. It's in the beach.
Yeah.
It's not in the mountains, but it was the same. It was a rural area, very poor. They didn't have infrastructure, back then. I know that an anonymous Bitcoiner gave the whole money, and so they can do all the infrastructure and pay the people. But I don't know, maybe because that they have like, I don't know if a roadmap, but I know that El Sonte changed a lot from what it used to be to what is now.
Yeah. I had a 40-minute call with Mike like 5 days ago. I chat with him quite a bit. I was on his podcast with Max Kaiser like maybe 5-6 months ago. Yeah, so he chats with me all the time about like, I wish I would have done it this way, or I wish I would have done it this way. And like that's kind of one of the things is, I don't know. I'll just we're just in a place right now where there's a lot of dreams that people have, but it's like a dream can't come true unless you lay the first brick. And that's just kind of the situation that we're in right now. A lot of people just aren't willing to lay the first brick yet.
Absolutely.
And so they'll go into places like Bitcoin Beach and be like, oh, this is a lie. And they'll create videos like showing poor houses, like thinking it's like this big, beautiful, you know what I mean? Like very wealthy Bitcoin community. But that's not what, in my opinion, that's not what Bitcoin is about. For me, I see Bitcoin as the future, and I see it integrated with the poor of the poor. And if we can use Bitcoin as a way to raise them out of poverty, and if a Bitcoiner comes in and is fucking taking videos and showing how someone lives just to say, oh, it's a scam, it's a lie, then like to me that's very ignorant.
Yeah.
It's like I want people to come here and film the shacks that are around here and say, let's figure out how we can use Bitcoin to solve this issue and take them out of poverty and give the kids a good chance at a solid education, teach them a different language, teach them about Bitcoin, teach them about holding Bitcoin, you know what I mean? Like actually putting a little bit in retirement. Like I'm not totally against holding Bitcoin. I'm not against that, but we have to build an economy. And by people following their dreams about building their own hotel, about building their own, whatever they want to do, you're going to have workers. And to me, it's like, if I would have held on to all of my Bitcoin and not spent anything on these projects, we would have had a good solid $80-90 million in Bitcoin by now, and for me it's like I would rather have two little Bitcoins in my account and a community of people that can feed their kids, that can buy medicine for their children, and be able to take their kids on the weekend to go to a movie or to go to the beach. That to me is the dream. That to me is the ultimate dream, not having hundreds of millions of dollars in the bank.
Absolutely. I have two questions. One, I don't know if you have a Geyser fund, because I'm just thinking we're streaming this in the middle of Barcelona conference. A lot of people are watching this, so probably already you have a QR code. So one, people can verify everything because Bitcoiners that don't trust verify, and then if they want to support, if they have a QR code of a Lightning or something I can show it here. I cannot make promises, but what I can do right now, what I'm thinking is that I can put some QR code of the Lightning, and so people can donate to your project.
Yeah. Right now on our website, we use Donor. I think it's called Donor Fund, where people can donate basically any type of crypto, Bitcoin. But it's not the Lightning Network, so it takes a little bit of time.
Okay, it's layer one then.
It's just on merchlifefoundation.com. I'm actually chatting with the guys over at Geyser because I only use an American number, a US number. And the reason is, I'll explain this why, because a lot of people are like, well, why don't you just put in a number from El Salvador on your phone? Because a lot of those apps, like to be able to create your link, you need to have a number from here. And if I associate my number with one of these countries that are a little bit more poor countries just don't donate. Somebody say poor country. And I've been doing this for years. It's like my videos on Instagram and Facebook, which is where we're raising our money. They'll start showing the videos just to these countries, and our donations will like this. Boom. So I only associate all of my phones with American numbers. So the only thing I have to do now is just get a phone, use that separate phone to have a number here from El Salvador, and then I'll set that up. Okay. I'm like a freaking laser with this project here. Like, hey, don't plant the flowers there. Hey, this, like, because we've had so many errors, like I've studied about ironwork, cement work, welding. Like I've put on like 50 million hats, which is not the smart thing to do, but it's just like, it is what it is. I did that. And now I'm just like spending 10 minutes over here on the construction, and then the restaurant, and then the spa, and then we're putting in the electrical grid. We're digging our own well. We're cementing trails. We're putting in a pig pen. We're putting in a cow corral. We're putting in more biodigesters. So It's like there's so many things that I need to do. You know what I mean? But yeah, the only way I can get Bitcoin right now is just on merchsitefoundation.com. But it just takes like an hour to go through.
Yeah. I'm just checking right now the website, and yeah, here's the part of donation. I don't know if what I can do then is to put the website here, because there is no QR code here. But yeah, I think that there could be a way. And the second one, I know that because right now I'm in the phase of brainstorming what we can do. I know that Valerie had you on her podcast, and I don't know if you have some brainstorming, because she's so involved in this kind of project. And the other one, shout out to Silali, because thanks to her and to Valerie, I knew about this amazing project in El Salvador. So shout out to them.
Yeah. Oh, she's awesome. She came up a few times recently, a few months ago, and walked around and we chatted, and in person, and they filmed a bit. That's here. Cool. And yeah, so I mean, anyone that wants to help fundraise, like 100% more than welcome. Because like I said, we have a $5 million roadmap. I want to spend another, I don't have it right now, but if I were to get $1 million in a Bitcoin donation, I would spend 100% of it. Like, I would be straight up honest. I would spend 100% of it. And what I would do with that Bitcoin, I would use it almost like it's like a sacrifice. I would build houses for all of my workers here on our farm, build them 2-story houses, where now the Bitcoiners that don't want to build, they can come out and rent it out $300 a month. You know what I mean? But that money is going to go through the locals' nodes, and I want to set it up where a small percent goes into the retirement. So using that like altar, the sacrifice of the Bitcoin, we're going to freaking spend it, would be a beautiful way to be able to teach these people about, hey, I have a home, I have a rental unit, I have my own node, my own protected Bitcoin, you know, and then build them a small like $2,000 investment. If someone could sell mushrooms, chicken eggs, you know what I mean? Like, so anyone who wants to come in and help fundraise, like, I'm going to spend it. If you guys give it to us, we might set aside like 10% into our foundation's reserve. But for the most part, we're going to freaking spend it to be able to build this dream for the locals.
Yeah. I don't know how to well, one more question, and then we have a little game, and then we will wrap it up. But you say that you have a farm, and it is possible that people that don't live there, but visit El Salvador, can go there and buy anything that you're planting, or just for the locals that are living there?
No, we have a greenhouse that's set up on the other side of our farm. It's open. We have people that come every day to buy flowers and plants, and we sell mango trees, fruit trees, and all of the sales just help us pay salaries. So anyone listening in El Salvador that wants to come buy stuff, just show up. Just type in Murph's Life on Google Maps, and you'll find us here. Just park, walk around, and buy it.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, I'm gonna tell my parents to go there to visit you guys. And yeah, so we're gonna wrap it up, man, because I know that you have a lot of things to do, and we need to continue on the conference.
People walking into the office here. 1 second. Oh no, you can ask. Yeah.
Hold on. No, so I'm gonna set it up because all right, I'm gonna explain to you. We have a little game in the podcast that it's my previous guests have a question for my next guest. So it's a snowball effect where Bitcoiners can connect with other ones and ask literally anything that you want to. So my previous guest was Reinas Chicas. Actually, she works with John Dennehy. Probably you know her. And Mi Primer Bitcoin. So she made a question for you, and I'm gonna share with you. And by the end of the episode, you will have the opportunity to make a question for my next guest.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so let me know if you can see and hear her.
Why and how you stay motivated, connected with these good hearts.
Yeah, there's been like a million times where I wanted to give up and quit. And it's like a weekly thing, because there's so many just things that'll pound. A lot of people are leaving because of the IMF, the whole IMF loan that's happened in El Salvador. A lot of people will quit on construction after you get robbed multiple times. We've had our tools stolen. We've had materials stolen. We've had huge errors in construction. We've had employees steal from us. And it gets to a point where it's like, why am I even doing this? You know what I mean? Like, I don't even own my own house. I've been working for the last decade, just giving. And sometimes the ego inside of me will be like, what do I have for myself? And the only way that I can truly continue, the only way is through fasting and prayer. That's the only way. I have to get onto my knees. I have to pray every single day. I talk to God, and I ask for patience. I ask for wisdom. I ask for joy, for love. I ask for protection for my family. I ask for peace in my partner's heart, because when the partner's not happy, no one's happy. So the only way I'm able to do that is by calling upon a higher power, and for me, that's trusting in Jesus Christ. That's how I do it.
That's an awesome answer, man. So, yeah. My last question will be that first, what message would you like to share with the listeners besides that donate and visit you? And second of all, how can they reach out to you besides the website that I'm gonna add to the podcast notes?
I have a team. We have a team that helps me go over DMs on my Instagram, TikTok, my
Okay.
emails. So anyone can just send in a message, and if I don't see it, usually someone from my team will see it and respond.
Perfect.
They can send a DM on X.
All right, perfect, man. All right, Adam, I'll let you go because you know that you have a lot of things to do. But thank you very much. Anything that you want to add that probably I didn't ask and you think it's very important
Did
to share?
you want me to leave a question for your next?
Yeah, but that's at the end of the episode when we finished.
Oh yeah, okay.
So yeah, anything that you want to add that probably I didn't ask, or if no, let's go.
No, that's basically it, man. We're here just building something incredibly difficult, and if anyone is like thinking about going and following your dream and whatever it is, whether you feel inspired to do something beautiful or build something really cool for your children, just go out and do it. And you're going to run into so many issues and difficulties, and things are going to be more expensive than you think, and people will rob you, people will take advantage of you. But you have to remember at all times that the purpose of life is not acquiring physical things. It's about the experience, you know? So the whole process of us building this, I've been taking advantage a bunch. I've yelled at people that I shouldn't have yelled at. I've said words that have caused a lot of pain in other people's hearts for my own personal anger. And the whole process of this is to evolve our spirits, to evolve our souls. The whole process of living on earth is, for what I believe, to learn to love more, to forgive more, to just become a better person. So no matter what you're doing, to leave your legacy, to leave something beautiful for your family, when you run into these hardships, look at them as opportunities to grow spiritually and not opportunities to quit.
Absolutely. Amen, man. So Aaron, thank you very much for spending the time with us and sharing your story. I'll definitely will visit you when I go to El Salvador. I'm planning to go this year. So. Yeah. Guys, don't go anywhere. We're still in the middle of the conference, or if you watch this after the conference, I'll see you next week.
We're going to be talking about decentralizing the internet using Nostr, as well as the next session. So lock in. I think we have some really amazing content coming up. They told me not to talk too much, which I think is really funny because they gave a young woman a microphone. So I'll do my best. I'm just curious, how many people in this room are already using Nostr? Show of hands. Yeah, amazing. Okay, so for those of you who aren't yet, I would love to see if we can sway you in the direction that we're going in. I am going to be introducing our wonderful friend, Alexander Svetsky. He's going to be talking about as Nostr as possible. If you don't already know Svetsky, I'm sure most of you do. He is an author. He is working on a project called Satlantis, which I'm sure we'll get into with himself and then following with Jordy as well. But yeah, welcome to the stage, Svetsky. I'm excited to see what you have in store for us.
Hay una
How about this? Okay, here we go. Guys, I am going to sit down because I was just telling some people, I've been on 13 flights in the last 19 days. I swear to God, I feel like I'm going to die. Last night, I collapsed in bed, and my ring, I bought one of these Aura rings. Actually, my wife bought the Aura ring so that it can tell me that you're about to have a heart attack. So I'm going to do my best here to make this talk as alive as possible. I'm also going to log into my laptop because I have some notes here that I want to read out. So, where's my clicker? Do I have a clicker? Gracias. Okay. So, do I get a presentation? Maybe I get a presentation. Let's see. Who here is familiar with me on Twitter, like yelling at people and shit like that? Anyone? Yeah? Okay. I don't do that as much anymore if you haven't noticed. I've mellowed out apparently. The old Svetsky asshole is gone. Okay, I still don't have a presentation. This happens to me at every conference I go to. I remember once I went to this one in Prague where I was presenting at the Free Cities conference, and I sent them the presentation. and then I got up on stage and there was no presentation. So then I had to like do everything from memory. Okay. Okay, so we're going to talk about as Nostr as possible. So this is going to be a contrarian take on how to use Nostr, because I'm sure there's a lot of people who are relatively bullish on Nostr here. I'm bullish but very skeptical. So I'm going to talk about why and how we're going to approach it. Yeah, me, blah, 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 wrote a bunch of shit, built a bunch of shit. Former asshole on Twitter. That's my whole thing now. So now I'm trying to be more nice. And I think that's because soon going to be a daddy. So it's a big year for me. I'm going to tell everyone a little bit about Satlantis as well, which is the first app to try and use your social graph for something other than just more content, right? And I'll explain what that means. And it's also built with Nostr, and this is a very important distinction, with versus on. So let's start with this sort of initial idea about Nostr is great. I've personally written a bunch of articles about Nostr, why it's incredible, why the idea of a self-sovereign identity is really important, and I do believe that it will eventually take the world by storm. But Nostr is early, and the key word here is that it's eventually going to take the world by storm. And I think we, as Bitcoiners, kind of, we find something that is Bitcoin-esque, and we get all fucking crazy about it, and we think, oh, this is the best thing since sliced bread, and we treat it almost like Bitcoin. But the truth of the matter, and I wonder if this is on my next slide or not. Yeah, the truth of the matter is that people really, these are all important features, like social graph portability, interoperability, sovereign digital identity, Bitcoin and Zaps, free speech, all this sort of stuff. It's all important. But, most people just don't give a fuck. They really don't. Like, I have spent a bunch of time, particularly in this trip as well, going to nomad conferences, free private cities, all this sort of stuff, and just no one cares. No one really cares. Like, people, what people are interested in is the, do I have the thing here? Yes. People are buying the whole, not the drill. Like, when people look at products or services or anything like that, Mr. Kenobi, this actual talk is dedicated to an idea you gave me. No, seriously. This guy. So I saw him in Salvador last year when we tried to release the first version of Satlantis and it was a fucking failure. Then I explained to him how Nostr was a disaster, all this sort of shit, and he came up with a saying, which is the title of this talk, called "As Nostr as Possible." Yes, it's from you. That is from you, sir. Thank you very much. Because I took that to heart, because afterwards I was like, why the fuck are we trying to build everything on Nostr? What are we, retarded or something? Like, the protocol's not ready. So anyway, this is the reality of the world. People care about the solution, not what the fucking solution looks like or how it works or functions. You ask the average person about the internet, they don't give a shit. They don't care about how the smartphone works, all that sort of stuff. And we as early adopters need to come to terms with that. You even look at it in the Bitcoin space now. I mean, Vegas just happened. How many of the people in Vegas do you think really understood Bitcoin? Like, seriously, yeah, 1% will be very generous as well. So, the reality of the fact is, as things get adopted, as things get picked up, the people who are using these things don't give a fuck about how things work. So, as a business builder or as a product builder, you need to sort of take that in mind. So, that gives us an interesting challenge here with Nostr, is that Nostr is a protocol, and protocols are built on standards, and standards are hard to agree on. They take time to mature. They take time to really establish themselves. But at the same time, a business has to meet customer needs. Like, you can't just fucking wait around 10 years to find product market fit. You'll be gone, right? So the question is, like, how do you reconcile these two? And this talk is going to be basically focused on how we're trying to reconcile that with the as Nostr as possible approach. I've got some notes here, something that I want to mention. So yeah, people expect things to work from day one, and fine, there might be some early Nostr adopters who don't care about using broken stuff, but for the large majority of people out there, they actually want to use something that works. So it leaves us as a business, particularly Satlantis, and I'm going to speak from my experience here. Other people might have different experiences, but begs the question, do you go full Nostr and build everything on Nostr and piss most people off? Or do you go the other way? It's like, okay, look, forget about it. Let's just build a functional app and then maybe later we come to Nostr. Or is there a middle ground? Is there a possibility to kind of blend the two worlds? And that's effectively what this whole strategy is about. So I'm going to talk to you about a couple of experiences. So when we started Satlantis, this is the how it started, then how it's going. We wanted to build everything on Nostr. So every single city page was an event kind. Every single calendar event was an event kind. Every single post was an event kind. Down to like the ratings and the thumbs up for the cities and the reviews and everything. Everything was going to be an event kind. And I look back on that time and I realized that I must have been on crack and some other fucking drug because that was a really bad idea. First example, calendar events. Well, we said, all right, well, Nostr's got calendar events that are going to be interoperable across the whole network. So let's build our event app on calendar events. We didn't speak to any people who are running meetups or events. We just said, let's use the Nostr spec. Turns out that out of the 100 things that people who run events want, the Nostr spec has like 3 of those things. So there's no co-hosts. So when people want to run events, they need co-hosts. So you can't do that on Nostr events. You can't do events privately. There is RSVPs obviously, but you can't manage RSVPs very easily. There's no email collection. There's no ability to do recurring events. But most of all, this was the funniest part about it, is we went and built it, and then there was no other Nostr applications that were using NIP52 calendar events. So we did all this shit for interoperability, and then there was nobody else to be interoperable with. So we felt really stupid. So we ended up like ripping the Nostr component out of our event app and actually building an event app with features that event organizers wanted. And I'll explain how we're going to Nostrify this a little bit later, right? The second one is an example that probably more people are familiar with because there's been more adoption on this, is NIP4 versus NIP17. Is anyone familiar with the difference here? Somewhat? Yeah, okay, not really. All right, so NIP4 was the original messaging spec for Nostr, which all of the early clients adopted because there was no other messaging spec. But NIP4 is not great because it's not good for privacy, it doesn't have a lot of features, there's all sorts of shit wrong with it. It was a rushed standard that was put into the market that a bunch of people adopted. Shortly after, NIP17 came out, which is a much better spec, but it's not interoperable with NIP4. So now, if you're on a Nostr app that supports NIP17 and you message someone, and they're on a Nostr app that is NIP4 compatible, they're not going to get your message. So we just shat all over ourselves. Like there's no interoperability there. So you've got this situation where you've got a premature half-baked NIP that has become a standard, that has been adopted too early, but it's incompatible with a better standard. So now it's a clusterfuck for builders and users because now if you're a builder, now you're trying to build for 2 specs, and you got to figure out when to deprecate what, etc. So it's a bunch of extra technical debt, and it's really bad for users because if you're a user now, look, it's fine for Nostr people because you're going to get a message, and Amethyst does this. You get a message that says, "Hey, do you want a message on NIP4 or NIP17?" So then you pick which message you're going to route the fucking thing. Imagine if you're a normal person and you download this app and it's telling you that. You're like, what the fuck does this mean? Like, you're going to dump the app straight away. You're not going to go there. So it's like really, really bad. And all of this, I'm not here to shit on Nostr. I'm just saying that standards are really hard. You've got this kind of problem, which is, do you release the standard early and kind of like, kind of experimental, or do you wait? So that the upside of releasing it early is that it actually has more likelihood of becoming a standard. The downside is that the standard is probably shit, and you limit yourself from a product perspective. On the other hand, do you wait longer? You might build a better spec, but then no one adopts it. So it's like, where on this spectrum as a business builder should you be? So yeah, this is going to lead us into our approach. So building on Nostr is accepting a standard, but the standards are not there yet. You can't build a serious product on a evolving or malleable substrate. So our approach, building with Nostr, or as Kenobi beautifully said, as Nostr as possible. So the principles are pretty simple. Is, surprise, surprise, we're going to put the user first. This is what all businesses should do. We're going to build the features first, and we're going to make sure the UX is really, really good before we come and figure out the Nostr component. And, when I've mentioned this to some people, it's kind of rubbed them the wrong way because it's very easy to get protocol centric. It's a new toy, it's very values aligned, and look, Nostr is fucking cool. Like the idea of a sovereign identity is very cool, but my sense is that and you see this even on Nostr. Like, what do people speak about most on Nostr? No, Nostr, then Bitcoin. So this is that is cool, but it's it creates this environment where people are building Nostr apps at the altar of the Nostr temple, as opposed to building applications that are good for the user that solve a problem. Remember the whole, not the drill, and then figuring out a way to Nostrify it, right? So that's by shifting this approach, I think we can make that better. So when I came back from El Salvador, I wrote this 19-page fucking document on the flight back from Salvador to Brazil, talking about how we're going to change the approach with the team and all this sort of stuff. And this was one of the charts that came out of that. And I kind of just drew this on, I guess you can tell it's probably drawn on paint or something like that. But basically I said, okay, this is our quadrant. This is what we are building around. If it's good for Atlantis users and it's good for Nostr, it's a fucking no-brainer. We're always going to build that, right? Fantastic. If it's good for Atlantis users, but it's worse for Nostr, it's incompatible, well, guess what? We're still going to build that, because when push comes to shove, making the product better is more important than Nostr compatibility. Simple as that. If it's good for Nostr, but bad for Atlantis users, well, we're going to avoid that. Rarely should we ever do anything like this unless the trade-offs really matter. And then, of course, if it's worse for the users, worse for Nostr, then obviously we're never going to do that. So this kind of created a really simple way for us to decide what features we're going to build and how we're actually going to build the features. Hold on, before I go here, there's a couple other things I want to say. So building on Nostr right now implies sacrificing usability to submit to a standard, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so in the end, basically this is the takeaway for the story. We did all this extra work, we limited our functionality, all to pass the Nostr purity test, and in the end, nobody was happy. We weren't happy, the users weren't happy, and the Nostr community wasn't happy. They're like, well, that's not really Nostr. So we threw away the original app at the end of last year. So after November, I was so pissed off, we kind of set fire to the app. I was like, fuck this shit, we're going to start again. So we started the app from scratch in January, which is actually a really big part of why this app has taken so long to actually build, because I've been talking about this shit for a year now. So the new approach, very simple. We're building a product with great features that will attract users on its own merits. We will leverage Nostr where it adds to the user experience, and where it doesn't, we just ignore it, especially for complex features that need fleshing out. And here's the kicker. This is the kicker. This is the takeaway. Is we can always come back and Nostrify the feature later. And this is actually, in my opinion, the right approach, because if you go out and you figure out how that feature should function, you work with users, you crash test it, you establish what is the feature set that people actually want. I don't know if anyone here is familiar with Luma as an events app. Fucking fantastic app. Built by ETH heads, unfortunately, and Solana people, but it's a fucking fantastic app. It really, really, really works. I've never seen an event app so good. Like, Meetup sucks balls. Eventbrite is old, for boomers. Luma is fucking great. It's actually a really good app. So what we're doing is we're going to go and build our events app to really compete with Luma, to have all the fucking features. And then, maybe 6 months from now or a year from now, we will figure out how to then establish a spec on Nostr with all of those features that then other Nostr clients can make as a standard. Because then you have a functional spec that is fully fleshed out. Not a half-baked NIP4 kind of spec, which people adopt and then nobody fucking uses. That is really, really important. I think this is the approach that we should be taking, which means necessarily that the feature or the product won't be fully Nostr compatible in the beginning, but there's no reason why it can't be, because remember that spectrum I gave you earlier. Protocols are going to be around longer than companies. So protocols have an advantage. If we are betting on the fact that Nostr is going to be around for a decade, well, shit, I can Nostrify the feature 3 years from now, 4 years from now, it doesn't matter. But I need to make sure that the customers are happy first and that the feature functions and that it works for everyone. So that's the big takeaway. So you build for the product first, you figure out what works, and you come back to the protocol later. So finally, okay, I've got 5 minutes left. Sorry? Yep. So moving the slide now. So this is the last piece. So everything that we're building with Atlantis, we are building with Nostr under the hood, right? And now there is probably, I would say, 3 or 4 NIPs that really function. You know, kind 0 events, kind 1 events. You know, NIP 05 I guess is good enough. There's like a couple. All of those ones that are stable, that are interoperable, that all the clients use, we're using. Every single account, as I said, is an actual key pair on Atlantis. And what we've done, and it's not shown here, but you can actually sign up with Apple, with Google, or with email, or directly with Nostr. So if you're already on Nostr, go for it. It's, you know, that sign in, you can put your NSEC in, and you can use it. But if you're a normie who doesn't know what the fuck that is, you create with Apple, Google, or email. We create a key pair for you, and yes, we manage the key pair for you. Does that mean we know your NSEC? Yes, but we store it encrypted. Maybe in the future, 1, 2, 3 years from now, when you actually deem that as important, you can request deletion from us. We give you the key. Happy days. You're done. Does that require a level of trust? Yes. Is there a better solution at the moment? No. Could we find a better solution? Hopefully, and we're going to sort of work on that. But every single thing that we build, we're going to try and keep Nostr under the hood, because that's how you build a functional product. Remember, people don't care about the tool, they care about what the tool gives them. So I think this is basically Nostr should live here in the protocol with all of this. People don't talk about any of this shit about the internet. We need to hide Bitcoin and Nostr under the hood. And in the process, hopefully, we will help get a bunch of people onto Nostr. So if you want to join us, I really, really stupidly put this together on the plane yesterday, so I don't even have a QR code here. But Jordy has a QR code, so come and harass him later. But we have the app on test flight. So if you're an iOS user, you can get it on test flight. Actually, if you're on Android, you can actually download the app now. So it is on the Android Play Store. But you know, we're going to try and integrate Nostr in a novel, non-obvious way. We're going to try drive Nostr adoption from another angle. And really, our goal is to build a operating system for mobility and sovereignty. That this is the idea. Is like, this is the app where you can find what to do. You can find people, places, and events that are catered to your interest, and use your social graph to match you to things. This is, for me, the big idea here. If I had to sum up, it's like, it's not just about serving you more content from your friends and stuff, but it's, hey, which restaurant did my friends go to, which cafe, which event are they going to, this and that. That is the stuff that matters to me when I'm traveling and I want to be mobile and I want to be more sovereign. So that's kind of the vision and the mission for what we're doing at Atlantis. So final thing I'll say, and then I'll take 1 or 2 questions. I write about this every 2 weeks on a Substack called Social 2.0, and I also put that on Nostr, of course. And then, yeah, that's the app there. So thank you, everyone, for listening. I hope that was useful about our story. Couple questions, I guess we have a couple of minutes.
Questions?
This gentleman here.
Test. Yeah, I just have a question. What's the idea of monetizing the product? So will there be like premium services for customers, subscription services, or the merchant pay something in some form? So what's the idea behind that?
Yeah, there's a bunch of monetization like that. So I think the no-brainer will be memberships. So we'll do like an orange checkmark. That's a no-brainer. We'll give you some premium features in that. So for example, we've got one feature that we're building at the moment called collections. So a collection is like an advanced bookmark, right? So you can save all of your favorite places. So for example, people, when they come to Florianopolis, where I live in Brazil, they're always like, oh, which cafe do I go to? Which gym do I go to? Where's the best steak? Where's this? And I'm always sharing with them a fucking list of Google Pins. It's annoying, right? So with this, there'll be like my Florianopolis collection. I could have my personal private collection, all this sort of stuff. Now, maybe the free account might have 2 or 3 collections maximum, but the premium account might have unlimited, right? Maybe the free account allows you to post 1 event per month. Maybe the premium account allows you to post multiple. So we'll have like memberships, so premium. We'll also do a creator one, where a creator will give you like much more creator tools, analytics, all this sort of stuff. And we'll probably even have a merchant one at one stage, where merchants can make themselves featured on the map, etc. So it kind of opens up all sorts of different opportunities, but that's sort of like the long-term monetization opportunity. Memberships and some level of advertising. Kenobi?
Hey man, thanks for the presentation. It's been honestly one of the best ones I've seen here today, so I'm very happy that I stuck around. And it's gonna be, I hate to make this question, but I'm just interested because it has to do with AI. I know, the bullshit AI, the buzzword, but like, Are you guys thinking in ways to integrate AI into Satlantis? Or for now it's just like, hey, let AI write through and see what comes out and then eventually we put it. What are your thoughts about that, so to speak?
No, it's actually a very good question. So I'll answer it in 3 parts. Part number 1, we are using some level of AI stuff at the moment, right? So anyone right now can go on Satlantis and you can actually suggest a venue. So you can look at the map, and obviously our map doesn't have every fucking venue in the world. So you might have a really cool one. Like yesterday I was at this little tapas place called El Rectangle. So I added it to the map. We will then approve it. When we approve it, we have this whole AI pipeline built, which will go and hit the internet, hit Google, TripAdvisor, Yelp, Fork, everything that it finds, and it'll build an entire profile for that merchant, it'll read every single review, it'll do a review summary, it'll pull in the number of reviews, where they've been, photos, full description, full fucking profile for them, right? So we use AI for that stuff at the moment, which is why we have probably 10,000 merchants on Satlantis already with full profiles. They're beautiful, so it's already there. That's a use case for AI under the hood, in my opinion. Will we use the idea of a chat interface? Probably not in the short term. The reason being, AIs are very good, and language models are very good at giving you an average of the information out there, right? They're very good at that. When I'm traveling somewhere, I don't want to know what ChatGPT suggested as to where I should eat. I actually want to know where you suggested or where Jordi suggested if I'm coming to Barcelona. If I'm going to Warsaw, I want to know where Tomek suggested. If I'm going to Florianopolis, or if you guys are coming to Florianopolis, you should probably want to know where I suggested, not what the general AI shit. So I'm trying to, I created our new slogan on Satlantis, which is making travel more social, connected, and human, right? So I really want to, while the world is zigging into AI, I want to go the opposite way and try and build something that is more about human connection and human curation, human suggestions, right? So I think that's important. Then, maybe down the track, and this is where we'll reintroduce some AI stuff, is if I've got 1,000 friends that each have suggested something differently, and I'm in a city, I want to be able to speak to my phone and just say, hey, Satlantis bot, I don't know what we're going to call it. Let's call it fucking Jordi. So let's say, hey, Jordi, I'm in Floripa, I've got too many suggestions here. Look, tell me what's the best steak restaurant for me. And then Jordi might say, well, look, 50 of your friends reckon this place is the best, and then 100 of them have bookmarked this one. You should definitely go here. So we will use the data on there, but that'll come from human recommendations. So that's how I will later use AI. So I think I don't want to build another fucking ChatGPT or a Perplexity or something like that, because honestly, I was saying this to the young gentleman. Sorry, man, I forgot your name, but we were talking about AI earlier. I think the whole AI space is going to be one of two things. You're either going to go fucking bust, or you've got tens of billions of dollars from Microsoft or Google or something like that, and you're going to succeed. Anywhere in the middle, it's fucking dead. I'm sorry, but even open source AI, unfortunately, I wanted that to succeed, but it's going to die in the ass because there's just no one gives a fuck. So at the end of the day, for us as a business, I view AI as a tool in the same way as I view Nostr as a tool. And my question is, how can I use it? Right now, I'm using it to automate the creation of accounts. Later, I'll use it to surface relevant information. But that information, the middle piece, the core of the product will always be human-centric. All right. Thank you, guys.
Amazing. Microphone.
All right, guys. So welcome back. Today we have a guest that you probably saw. He has been in the podcast before. Jose Luis Landavaso. Welcome. Not to my podcast, but to the Barcelona Cypher Conference. You have a very interesting project, man. It's called Rewind Bitcoin. Actually, rewinding from yesterday, I introduced Silali to this project. She's going to ask you some question about it. But first, for people that probably haven't seen the episode or have no context at all about your amazing project, man, if you can introduce a little bit about what you're doing, what is Rewind Bitcoin, man?
So thank you guys for the interview. I'll try to explain Rewind Bitcoin very easily. Rewind Bitcoin is a Bitcoin wallet, a normal one with a send and receive button, but in addition you have a freeze button. What this does is it protects you against theft or extortion or any kind of physical attacks.
And Silali, do you want to just write into your head questions?
Well, I have many questions, but maybe just from the very beginning. So what inspired you to create such a thing? Because as far as I'm concerned, it's like the first solution like this, as you said, okay, normal wallet, like typical wallet, but you have this remind your attack, like simple solution to protect yourself. So first question, what's your motivation? Like what was your motivation why you created it? And second, I noticed like checking your website that there is no kind of like business model, like how you want to make money on that. So also what's your idea, like why you did it, even in the long term, how you want to monetize it, if at all, or maybe you want to keep it for free for people. So what's the business model? As a second question, first, like what was the trigger, the spark that you said, yeah, I'm going to do that, because such a solution doesn't exist yet?
Yeah, let me start with the first one. Have you ever had that sick feeling, like when you check your cold storage account, and every once in a while, like imagine the price of Bitcoin rises, and you go and want to see your cold storage account, how much you have, and there's one fraction of a second, like when you are checking, you say, is it still there? Like, like, did anybody get access to my seed?
Like personally, I don't have this feeling because I lost all my Bitcoin in a boating accident. But
before that,
but before that,
maybe you
yes,
had that feeling.
exactly,
No?
yeah.
So the idea of rewind, if anybody steals your Bitcoin, your seed, then you will get a push notification in your mobile. You will get like an alert telling you, hey, somebody got access to your Bitcoin, and now you can react. You'll have a few days in which you can cancel anything that the thief is trying to do with your Bitcoin. So this one was one of the motivations that I had, like to solve this problem that everybody has with storing Bitcoin long term. Yeah.
So it was coming from your personal experience. You realized that there might be many people who have this thing, and then you connected the dots that there might be more risky situations in the future. Like there is nothing new, but there are many cases, like maybe not yet massive, but there are already cases that some Bitcoiners got attacked, or somebody wanted to steal their wealth. So you
Yeah,
connected the dots, and that's why you created a solution that
Yeah.
doesn't exist yet, didn't exist before yours.
Not
right?
really.
Yeah.
And now there are more solutions coming, very similar to this one. But there's this new technology in Bitcoin called Miniscript that is enabling like this kind of technologies to appear. So I believe that in the next following months and years, we'll see more work into this line. Yeah.
Okay, that's perfect. So once again, congratulations.
Thank you.
Personally, I'm happy to see such a solution. Second, coming back to this like second question. So on your website, if I'm not mistaken, I've noticed that you are taking only once a very, very tiny fee if somebody is going to use this button. At least once, right? So what's the business model? How you are planning to keep rewind Bitcoin longer? And also another maybe interesting thing for everyone, I also noticed you put on your website information that even if in theory, I hope not, but even if in theory something happens with your project, the app is still there. So you give it to the public. So what's your business model? A, and B, how do you see the future? Like how you want to proceed, or maybe you just leave it to the public?
Yeah, I have a couple of things to say about this. First one is that personally, I hate subscriptions, like having to pay every month or every year to keep something. This I hate it, and I don't like to being tied to a service as a user. So when I was designing Rewind Bitcoin, I was sure that I didn't want that. Also, it's a responsibility for me to be offering continuously a service to you. So when you use Rewind Bitcoin, everything happens inside the device. Rewind never uses a service that I provide or something like that, right? So yeah, when you create a vault, like when you protect your Bitcoin, I'll get like a 0.5% of that vault. It's not that much. It's like for every 10K dollars, I'll get like $40, something like that. And is it that enough or not? It depends. If the app gets traction, it will be enough. And also, there's another thing that I wanted to say is that my project is actually a bootstrap project. It's only me. So in fact, I don't really need that huge amount to keep a large team, a marketing team, or stuff like that, like 5 people, 6 people. No, it's only me. So I don't really need that much quantity to keep the project going on. Yeah.
Wow, congratulations. That's also like
Thank you.
Bitcoin ethos. Awesome, great. So I guess Juan, you might have also many questions.
Yeah. One thing that I want to highlight is that this application is designed for physical attacks, right? Like, so that's really interesting because it's going to protect Bitcoiners because, I mean, there's a real threat, let's be honest. but also that's why you also have been part of this conference, the Barcelona Cypher Conference. So I know that yesterday you made a workshop. So can you tell us a little bit about what you did yesterday and what was the workshop about? Because I think you made like a real or simulate like a real use case about it, right?
Yeah. Yesterday we had a couple of sessions. The first one was a roundtable, which was moderated by Lunaticon, and there were 3 solutions proposed there. Rewind Bitcoin that I explained to you, Liana Wallet, which is more focused on losing your keys. What would you do if you lose your keys? And also if I focused on inheritance, for example.
They use time locks for that one.
Yeah, they also have time locks, and they use Miniscript. They have been pushing Miniscript since a long time.
Okay.
And then there was a third solution, which is called BitVault, and it's kind of similar or related to Rewind Bitcoin too. So we were explaining all the differences, and we were explaining what Miniscript does, and it was a very interesting one. And then in the afternoon, I had a workshop in which, I tried to explain a little bit more technically how the wallet works. This was the first part, and the second part, we did some exercises like we simulated. We had a couple of first scenarios. First one in which somebody steals your seed, and we simulated what would happen. And then the second one was in case of you get extorted and they send you get incapacitated, somebody sends you to the hospital and then you cannot react. How does Rewind...
Was anyone was harmed?
No, not really, but we tried. Yeah.
For the sake of it, that's
Yeah, exactly.
So what would you do? How would Rewind help you solve this situation, right? Now, the nice thing about Rewind is that you can, when you create a wallet, by default, it's a test wallet in which you will get like 0.1 fake Bitcoin. So you can test it.
Damn it.
Yeah. So it's risk free and you can test the technology. So yeah, I encourage you to try it. I mean, download it and you can create a vault for free, and you can also try to steal yourself with another device. Like imagining that you are stealing the seed, and then you are trying to get it, and you will get the notification in the other device. So it's cool because you can try that, and this is what we tried in the workshop. Yeah, in pairs, they were trying to steal each other the Bitcoin.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that because the last time that you came to the podcast, you're still developing. I don't know in which phase are you right now, and because last time that we talked, you told me that I asked you if I can download it on iOS, if it was also available on an Android. I downloaded to TestFlight and tried to do, because you can do the simulation, right? So in which stage are you in the project right now?
Yeah, when
if anyone wants can test it by themselves.
Yeah. In our last talk, for example, the watchtower was still not ready. The watchtower is that watchtower that is looking for what's happening and that sends you the push notification to your device. Now this works. Like now you'll get a notification in somebody's trying to steal you. And nowadays I'm very excited because the app has been published to the Android Play Store very recently, like a couple of days ago. And I'm still fighting with Apple, but I think it's in the last stages of review process. So I believe in a couple of days we'll be also ready, and it's production ready. So yeah, I guess that when this is aired, will be published in both platforms, and also it's translated to Spanish and some tiny features and fixes that I've been doing in the last months. Yeah.
All right. And how many languages will you plan to have? Like all languages, or mostly the most used, like Spanish, English, let's say Mandarin?
For the moment, it's English because most of the people will speak English. But since I'm very focused also in the local community, I started with Spanish. So it's the first one that I wanted to introduce to the app. Yeah.
All right. Jose Luis, thank you very much for stopping by. You have a really amazing project. I don't know if you have any last words, or if not, I'm gonna start wrapping up.
Yeah, just thanks and congratulations.
Sure, guys. Thank you.
All right, stay tuned, guys. We're gonna right now connect to the stage. Thank you very much, man.
Okay, thanks.
Let's go.
Okay.
Like what both reactions.
Yeah, because the first one was better. The one So should I press reset now and start again, or?
Yeah, so enter.
Okay, I'll try. Okay.
Better.
Below 10 seconds. I don't know. What's the record? What's the record so far? Okay.
Press it out. Yeah, this is nice.
Last one. Okay, better, yeah. It's set.
That's good, man.
Okay.
The record is Jordi. It's at Atlantis.
Below 6 seconds. That's a lot. Very good. Okay.
Yeah, but thank you very much, man.
Thank you.
So I want to invite on stage Peter Todd. I don't see anything from here, so I hope he will show up and comment. Okay, Peter, so join us, please. And also Marcellus, I hope that he's also here, because we're gonna have, okay, he's coming, great. We're gonna have a debate. So, yeah. Okay, so we have 2 mics. We'll see how we do this. So, I mean, I don't want to talk a lot. We're gonna be talking op return. Okay, I'm gonna be doing a very fast intro. As I said, I don't want to talk. I hope I don't have to talk a lot. I will try to keep conversation flowing, that the blood keeps on spilling. This is why there is these people here. They want to see some blood. They don't want a peaceful conversation. They want something else. I will try to take the conversation there. Also, I don't know if you read, but there has been a statement from Bitcoin Core. Haven't you read?
Not really.
Oh my God. What?
It's out of date.
You're out of date. This debate is starting not in equal balance, but okay, there was a statement by Bitcoin Core. But okay, let's go back to the beginning. I don't even know, because this topic has been going on for a while now. Op return is a field that you can add arbitrary data in a transaction, in a specific field of a transaction.
It's a type of output.
Okay, so let's say that what they tried to do, somebody from Bitcoin Core proposed to release the limitations in the relay of transactions so that whoever wanted, we could go maximum. That I believe it's 100k bytes.
Technically slightly less, because the maximum actual transaction size is a bit less, but basically they want to remove the limits. So it's only limited by natural factors like how big a transaction can actually be.
Okay. So we had a limit of 80 bytes?
Basically, yeah. Basically 80.
You ask. 40 depending on who you ask.
So, first of all, I want to ask you both you have one turn to explain your position on this topic and support it, basically. So, Peter, first, please.
Well, I believe I'm the one who actually proposed op return something like 10 years ago. Maybe more, actually. And the rationale there was people were putting data in unspendable outputs that wind up in the UTXO set and make everyone's node take more space and operate slower. And we can't stop people from putting data in unspendable UTXOs. There's no reasonable way that we can, create code that understands what that data means and stops it if it's quote-unquote spam. So the op return mechanism was made to give people a way to do nearly the same thing, but without adding data to everyone's UTXO set. And the idea there is if there's an alternative that doesn't harm people as much, maybe some people go use it. An example being my own Open Timestamps project uses 32 bytes in op return because, well, I might as well do the nice thing and stick in op return rather than unspendable UTXOs. And what's happened is, notably Citria and some other projects have had reason to put data in unspendable op returns that doesn't fit within this 80 byte limit. And then secondly, we've had tons of people publishing data in what's called witness space, which is 4 times cheaper. But there's a subset of things that need the data to be in the outputs of a transaction. And hopefully, by removing this limit, some of those people will go use op return. Now, this has got nothing to do with quote-unquote monkey JPEGs. Those all go in witness space, and they're much cheaper to do there, and no one's going to move that from there to op return. There's just no economic incentive to. But there is a subset, like Citria, which may go and move their data to op return. We'll see.
Okay. Well, I will just add to what Peter just said, that the rationale that the limit of 80 bytes was added in the first place in Core was to be able to put hashes of data, like say hashes of the kind that Open Timestamp uses, or a bit more with a bit of metadata. And this is called anchoring data on the blockchain, and personally, I believe this is a legit use case, but not to add
a lot of data. And even nowadays with Taproot, this can be done even with zero data. That this is something that we talk a bit back and forth on Twitter. Nowadays, you can do data anchoring, like embedding a hash of data in the address of the Taproot address. So it's even incentive compatible because you can do the same thing basically at a zero cost. So this is why I believe there's no reason to increase the limit. And talking about Citria, when this whole drama started, it sounded like they wanted to add a lot of these kind of transactions to the blockchain, but after some time it seemed that it was like 1 or 2 per year, so it doesn't seem to make much sense to remove these limits, because every day there are like dozens of people maybe sending Bitcoin to unspendable addresses like Burnchain or this kind of stuff that doesn't make really much sense. So this is why it doesn't seem to be a reason to change this limit just for 1 or 2 transactions per year.
So your position, it doesn't seem very against. It just seems that for you it doesn't make sense because it will be not really used.
There are better ways to do this. It's true that you can go directly to the miner and submit this kind of transactions, but I believe that Bitcoin Core should nudge people towards using Bitcoin in a responsible way, which means for doing Bitcoin transactions. Because if you pay for a different kind of service, which is in this case embedding data on the chain, this kind of transactions will crowd out the transactions of the people that are trying to use Bitcoin as money. And the reason for that is very simple. Everyone who used Bitcoin in 2023, 2024, a lot of you, if you're already Bitcoiners, you see that the fees were very high. Is there anyone in this room who didn't make a transaction and wanted because fees were very high back this time? Okay, but the reason for that is because if you want to inscribe data on the blockchain, a huge blob of data, it's no problem for you to pay 3, 4, 5 euros or dollars for this service. But if you're trying to move sats, in this case, you care a lot about the fee. You will not do it unless you are moving a lot of sats. If you want to move a UTXO that is worth $10, you will not pay 5. You will only do it if you want to move thousands of transactions. This is why I believe that ceasing to nudge the users towards not using these use cases will crowd out normal users even more.
So something I want to be clear here is that the high fees were due to things like inscriptions and BRC20 protocols and so on and so on. And those just don't have anything to do with op return. You know, we're not discussing, like, the purpose of this is go discuss op return. And that's just not how these other mechanisms were doing their thing. And notably, in the case of things like ordinals, I mean, ordinals transactions are just normal Bitcoin transactions. There isn't any additional data in them or anything. They're just people having a bizarre collection of specific sats that they somehow think is valuable. And I think what that really says is it goes, we can't really control how people choose to use Bitcoin. Yes, maybe we can nudge them somewhat, but honestly, like most of the marketing of these ordinals and inscriptions, BRC20, et cetera, most of that's actually been marketing around rage. The irony is us getting angry about this has been giving them all this free marketing to get more people buying into this thing that otherwise they probably wouldn't have cared about. And I also got to point out about, in terms of what op return itself, this notion that op return is for hashes. Well, hashes solve certain types of problems, but not others. My own Open Timestamps project, which does timestamping, prior to Open Timestamps existing in about 2016, a lot of people did use things like op return or unspendable outputs for timestamping. People spent millions of dollars on fees doing this. And Open Timestamps, because it's so much more efficient, it took away that market. These days, people want to do timestamping. They use Open Timestamps. They do it for free. My calendars get roughly two requests per second on average of people doing this. And it's a very big thing. Does that stop Citria? No, because Citria has a different problem. There's many other things you can use Bitcoin for, and Open Timestamp solves one of these problems. It doesn't solve other problems. And Citria genuinely needs data published in the chain. BitVM genuinely needs data published in the chain. They can't substitute that with any other type of technology. We have to accept that they have an economic reason to do it, and that they're going to want to go do it. And op return matches a very narrow part of that use case, and we've decided, well, yeah, trying to nudge people might have worked before, but you can't stop economic incentives. You got to kind of accept it's there. And by at least getting rid of this limit, we avoid some of the people doing something harmful when they didn't really need to. by giving them a bit of a nudge to actually use this mechanism instead.
Well, I know that this debate is not about inscriptions, but you said there are normal transactions. I disagree. It's like a kind of output that you said before that OP_RETURN was. It's exactly the same thing. It has a couple of special, well, not special, but there's a combination of of codes that allow to put arbitrary data. It's what is called a data envelope. OP_RETURN is exactly the same. It's not part of the debate, but I think it's obvious that it's not a normal kind of transaction, and it could be unstandardized exactly the same way that right now big OP_RETURNs are not standard. And I think it will be consistent with what the use has been so far. But let me continue. You also mentioned...
Let me just say something. I think like what you're really arguing here is not really about OP_RETURN. You're arguing for filters in general. And you see OP_RETURN as being, if we lose the battle on this type of filtering, we're going to lose the battle on many other types of filtering. And I think the simple answer is Bitcoin Core doesn't want to get into that. You know, Bitcoin Core, when this Taproot soft fork happened, and then the rules for standard transactions but Taproot were decided on, we made the choice not to filter out weird Taproot transactions. We decided whatever, essentially whatever is allowed in consensus is allowed in Taproot.
I think this is an error.
Well, I mean, you can make that argument, but saying this is a different discussion.
Let me try to stillman your position. If I get this right, you think that it's good to use Bitcoin for as many use cases as possible because you want to maximize fees for the miners to maintain the security budget?
That's not my argument. It's not Bitcoin.
No, I'm just trying to stillman your position. Do you think this is what you believe, or isn't?
Like I say, that is not the argument Bitcoin Core is making, and it's not my argument. There are going to be use cases which are better and worse for Bitcoin. But the argument that Bitcoin Core is made with Taproot is we don't want to be in a position where we are trying to actively block people from using Bitcoin the way they want to. We have to accept people are within the consensus rules going to do a lot of things on Bitcoin that we may disagree with. Do I personally think that inscriptions are a good idea? No, they're a bunch of scammy nonsense. But it's not my role to say, well, you can't go do that. And certainly Bitcoin Core doesn't want to go down that path, especially when entities like Craig Wright have literally sued us, including myself personally, trying to, through the legal system, force us to go blacklist things. We don't want to get into that path because that's just going to invite more lawsuits around this stuff. We'd much rather say, look, the consensus rules are what they are. The mechanism where you decide what is valid and what is invalid is those rules. And the mechanism to decide between different valid things is who's willing to pay the highest fee. And if you want to use Bitcoin in a way where fee spikes don't matter to you, well, you're going to have to use technologies like Lightning. That's just how it is.
So, well, we could be speaking in circles here, but you mentioned BitBM. There was recently a thread about BitBM where it was shown that Mara helped some researchers in Stanford, I believe, to mine 4 megabytes transactions. This is kind of the use cases that you argue that cannot be stopped. But
yeah, I
would
can
argue
stop them. That's not even a standard transaction.
If these kind of transactions are encouraged, then everyone else is pushed out. And there's some data published on Twitter. I haven't been able to track the source. It's a post from Pierre Rochard that tracks the total economic value that has been settled on chain year over year. And right now we are super lower compared to the ATH that was in 2021. In that year, the Bitcoin blockchain settled over $41 trillion of value, I believe. Since then, the blocks are are full, are at 100% until very recently. But then the value settled on chain went down until 9 trillion, and with the price rising. This is what gives me concern, because all other use cases drive out the people in this room who are using the blockchain for settling value. And if these people are pushed out now, if they are pushed out now, they won't be using the chain for economic transactions in the future either. And this is even worse for miners. So I see this as a kind of short-term incentive to mine these transactions, but that makes Bitcoin so it's not as useful as a medium of exchange, which in the long run, it would be very bad for the sustainability of the project.
I mean, to be clear, BitVM, what they are trying to do is create another type of L2 system similar to Lightning, where you would be able to go and use the BitVM using L2s to go do transactions that do not actually have to wind up on chain. And for technical reasons, yeah, BitVM has these crazy, enormous transactions they need in certain circumstances, which is exactly what they were testing. Now, to be clear, those transactions are not standard by the Bitcoin Core rules or Bitcoin Knots or anyone else's. They're actually quite technically challenging to relay for reasons that are probably beyond scope of this. The point there is, we can't stop that. That's just implications of math. But I think it's ironic that you're going on about settling value and so on and being concerned about that when you're actually giving an example of someone trying to create a better type of L2 system. And certainly I would say with my own Lightning nodes, I run a somewhat large Lightning node, a huge amount of value goes through my Lightning node. I mean, probably in the past, 2 days or something, it's probably on the order of $10,000 worth of transactions flowed through it. Do any of those transactions wind up on chain? No. So I'm not really concerned about seeing the total value of Bitcoin settled on chain go down, because I'd expect that to happen given that Lightning works. But like I say, we're getting pretty far away from the topic of op return.
Yeah, it's true, but I don't know. I mean, an L2 that relies on transactions that are 4 megabyte big and crowd everyone else out. I mean, I don't know. It's true. I haven't looked into how it works. Maybe it's probably above my pay level, but something doesn't feel right here. Regarding your point of the Lightning Network, right now, if I'm not mistaken, it has something to the tune of 5,000 Bitcoins locked in public Lightning channels. That's probably more because the channels can also be private. But we are talking of completely different magnitudes. I mean, in total, it's like $400 million locked in public Lightning channels, while we are talking about trillions of value settled on chain. I mean, it's not really
well, I mean, one Lightning channel results in many, many multiples of its own value. Even my Lightning channels, which are, well, to be clear, even my channels, which are not managed well, I'm not trying to make a profit on this. I'm just curious about how the system works. They routinely do 10x, even x their own value in transactions before they get
closed. But we're speaking millions of times their value.
And I know that better managed nodes that get more business could easily do hundreds, thousands of times their own value, moving value back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. So like I say, I think you're making a lot of assumptions about things that are just invisible to us because Lightning is a very private system.
It's true that it's invisible and we can't really know, but we are talking about a network that is $400 million big. To make up for a shortfall of 20 trillion, we are talking about not 20 times the value that has been that needs to be moved, not even thousands, millions of times the value that is low. We are talking about microtransactions.
Go do the mental math on that. You said 400 million. If just that's 10x, you get 4 billion. If it's 100x, you get 40 billion. I mean, I would not be surprised if Lightning has actually resulted in these kinds of numbers of transactions. Of course, also, when you go say like settled on chain, I mean, a lot of this stuff is, does settled on chain mean like someone just sent a transaction that had a bunch of change? I mean, you got to ask questions about what these numbers really mean.
Yeah, well, Marcus, cut me when we have to finish. But I would like to go back to op return because it's true that we are going the whole time into no, we will not be able to settle transactions and so on. So I would like to ask you, Marcelos, having the possibility to inscribe information in SegWit fields and so on, why is bad then to free these limits in op return?
The limits in op return, you mean? Well, it wouldn't be bad in the sense that it will be consistent again, but as I said, as I've argued a couple of times already, if we encourage using the Bitcoin blockchain to store arbitrary data, to use it like a kind of Google Drive, this kind of usage will crowd out very easily the people who are here right now doing transactions. This is why I believe that it would be more appropriate to unstandardize the SegWit data envelope rather than unlocking the op return.
Well, I mean, I think this has already been proposed in Bitcoin Core, and the answer was no, we're not going to do this because we know that even if we do, people are immediately just going to bypass it. There's, I think the number was an estimate of for the things inscribed in the witness space, people paid on the order of like $200, $300 million worth of fees. How are we going to stop that kind of economic demand just by changing some stuff in some software that's optional to run. I personally, basically to prove a point, I maintain a fork of Bitcoin Core called Libra Relay, which doesn't do very much. It already removed the op return limit, and at the moment it allows you to go put data in annexes, which basically no one bothers to do. But the key thing it does do is it makes sure that it connects to other Libra Relay nodes.
Or garbage man nodes.
Well, that's a discussion we can get into. But it makes sure it connects to other Libra Relay nodes to make sure that you can demonstrate, even if Core tries to block one thing, it's very easy for this data to get around. Now, in practice, what'll probably happen is miners like Mara will just continue to use their direct submission systems, where you just literally copy and paste a transaction into their website and it gets mined. But, does Bitcoin Core have the ability to stop people doing inscriptions? The answer is no, and we don't want to try.
Can I have a... Yeah, it's true that standardness rules don't prevent anyone from doing this, but they certainly add friction. This month of May, I've looked at the data in the blockchain with my own scripts, and what I saw is that before May, there was a total of 30 op returns larger than 80 bytes, that is the default limit, over 7 million total. Then in May, when all this drama started, this number climbed to 13,000, which indeed proves that people can get these transactions mined if they want. But then we also saw that all these transactions were mined with Slipstream, something like to the tune of 95%. But it's true that it was at the middle of the month, like at day 13. I don't have more updated data than that.
So there's actually no way we can go tell that.
Yes, we can. We can see which pools mined a block.
Yeah, but Mara is basically the only one that's actually mining big op returns at the moment.
And they are constrained by the hash rate.
Yeah, but I mean, as demand, good example is like with full RBF, we had the same thing where as economic demand for it increased, pools just started turning it on. But I don't think that's a reasonable argument there, because talking about how many op returns there are, you got to remember. Op return is an expensive way to go put data in the chain if that's what you want to do. Only a small subset of use cases genuinely need data and output space, and that's only for technical reasons. Citria needs it for certain technical reasons. A couple other things need it for certain technical reasons. It's pretty rare to need this. Like I say, the vast majority of subscriptions were in witness space, which is 1/4 the cost. So why would you expect people to use op return much? What you'd actually expect is people to not use it. We're not expecting this to change much. Now, because this has become a debate, a ton of people started using op return for marketing reasons to issue their own silly tokens. This 13,000, I believe basically all of those is a token issuance that someone created to go and capitalize on this interest. And this gets back to what I said earlier. The biggest thing that we're doing with this discussion is ironically giving advertising to scammers and somewhat scammers who are trying to go sell products, trying to go sell tokens, drumming up interest. Like you go to a Taproot Wizards party.
I believe it proved the opposite, because I challenged them to go over 50% and they got just to 0.4%, which is ridiculous. And
what do you mean 0.4%? What?
Over all the month of May, there were over 3 million op returns minute in total. But
op return op return is very widely used for a lot of things. I mean, my own open timestamps project is an example. But the oversized ones, like I said, actually putting data in op return is expensive. You only do that if you have very specific needs. Citria happens to have that need. Now, we would not expect to see very much data published this way because not that many things need it. Whereas on the other hand, inscriptions are a very big need. And like I said, the publicity around this ironically means someone was able to launch their silly token based on op return, getting marketing by the silly debate.
I need to cut you. We're running out of time, and it's just a very fast debate. We needed like 5 hours of this debate.
Did we really need that?
And some whiskey and so on. That would make it better, I believe. But I want to finish with a question for each of you, and then maybe we will have one question or two. For you, Marcelos, I will ask you first. What will happen if filters free win? We get maximum up return, and this freedom in relay happens. And to you, I would ask the opposite. What happens if filters win and we even go back to 40 bytes up return and we cannot relay more than that? Even your open timestamp gets fucked up because of that. I don't know. What would be the worst return from that? So
Well, we will see probably, and we have the tools to see that. We will see bigger op returns mined in practice because they will be relayed by default, which will push more financial transactions out of the chain because the space in the blocks is limited, and Bitcoin will be less useful as a medium of exchange.
So, what will happen if filters win? Well, the answer is filters aren't going to win. I mean, this is the whole reason why we're not going down that path in Bitcoin Core, because we know we can't win this battle. Let's suppose Bitcoin Core starts trying to filter a bunch of stuff. What it means for me personally is I can get a whole lot more interest in Libra Relay and probably make a bunch of money doing stuff on Libra Relay. But I don't want to be that person. I want to be the honest person and explain how this really works. Like I said, Libra Relay is a project to prove a point. I don't really want everyone using the damn thing. I just want Bitcoin Core to be able to make good decisions. And the good decision is accept that filtering isn't going to work. I mean, if filtering did work, we would be saying censorship works. And fortunately, I think we're pretty clear on that censorship doesn't seem to work very well in Bitcoin.
Okay, so yeah, let's give them an applause. Again, next time, 1 hour and a half at least, please. And do we have time for a question? Yeah? Who wants to throw some shit?
First of all, thank you, Peter. That was the maybe clearest explanation I heard from the Bitcoin Core side. I think what made many people annoyed, at least me, was the approach. Okay, we decided you shut up and follow. That was the approach. So instead of that, why didn't you choose to explain your position in a better way instead of saying, okay, it doesn't work, we decided, and we're gone.
Keep in mind, calling me a Bitcoin Core developer, that's a debatable thing because I haven't actually made a code contribution in years. On the other hand, I've done a lot of stuff that seems to influence Bitcoin Core. So that's complex. But I think the easier way to go answer your question would be to say, I seem to be unusually good at talking to people about this stuff. And a lot of Bitcoin Core developers, that's just not what their expertise is. So, it's lucky I'm here to go talk and explain this stuff. Peter Wool may not be as good at it. I mean, I know as an example, like Antoine Poisset, great, I'm not going to pronounce his name right, Antoine Poisset, who actually wrote the current pull request that's likely to get merged. He was supposed to be on a debate with me in BTC++, and he said, you know what, screw this, I don't even want to do this. It's just not what I'm interested in doing. I want to go write code. I don't want to have to be stuck on debates. I personally like debates. Writing code is kind of annoying, especially if it's C++.
I want to make a question for maybe both, is how much do you value this as how much of this debate is how much of it is actually an opinion of people very strict mental framework of what Bitcoin should be, and they don't want to change it because that's what I think it's the debate actually. So how much?
Can you repeat the question, please?
How much of this debate is actually technical, and how much of this debate is simply opinion of people who have a mental framework of what Bitcoin is or should be used for? And how much on what of that side is the debate actually? Where it's placed? Is it actually technical? Is just opinion?
Yeah. Well, of course, I will argue that it's also technical. In fact, I will challenge that what happened in the last month proved that filters didn't work. I believe the opposite, because if they didn't, you would have seen a lot of op returns, of large op returns mined on chain. And what we saw is that they were constrained, but what Marathon was capable of mining. But there's also an ideological part to that, and also there's the fact that nobody can control what filters people run in their mempool. So just because it is outside of consensus, you can shut down your mempool or accept everything, which is what new pools that are supposed to that will launch recently. To me, this is the important part and the important battle, because it's true that even if it's just Mara right now, there is just 5 or 6 mining nodes that are relevant, and we need to get this number to the thousands. And when that happens, then the sovereignty of people choosing how they want their mempool to be will have a bigger impact.
So I'm going to say the opposite. I'd say that change in number of op returns over the 80 byte limit goes and shows how political this actually is. There's a simple technical part of this, which is, yes, what does this code do? What, transactions are allowed to be relayed by what nodes, etc. But that's not really that interesting in this debate. The politics of this and how human beings do things is much more interesting. Case in point, well, why did we go from, I don't know, what did you say, 40 oversized op returns to 13,000 in a month? Not because of a technical change, but because the politics of it was different, and suddenly you can make money by using this as free advertising. That's what actually changed there. Similarly, my suspicion here is a lot of this debate really comes from the fact that Ocean sees this as a way to advertise Ocean. Ocean does this thing differently than other mining pools, and how best to go get more attention on Ocean than by making this debate a much more bigger thing than otherwise would be. Of course, it's kind of ironic to then talk about decentralization, because Ocean, I would argue, has not contributed anything meaningful to decentralization. Why? Because Ocean doesn't release their source code. If Ocean gets shut down, all data mining is going to get shut down immediately, because they're the only people with the source code to be a datum pool. On the other hand, if things like Stratum v2 finally ship and finally get used by pools, sure, maybe we'll have thousands of people creating blocks. But those thousands of people, a big percentage of them are not going to be ideological. They're going to be driven by money. And if I offer you an oversized inscription and the Bitcoin Knots nodes will filter it out, but the Libra Relay nodes will not, well, you might earn another 1, 2, 3% on your revenue by mining with Libra Relay rather than someone else. A lot of miners are going to make that decision. And we saw this happen with full RBF. For various technical reasons, if you turned on full RBF, you'd make like another 10, 20, 30, even 40% on fees. It's a lot of money per block. So what do you know? We'll start turning it on. They were happy to collect those extra thousands of dollars. Now, where this came from was auction protocols around ordinals, inscriptions, and so on. But it didn't really matter to the pools. They just knew if you turn on this button, if you mine transactions that Bitcoin Core at the time would filter out, you're going to make a lot more money. And they made that choice. Thousands of individual miners, a big chunk of them are going to make that choice too.
Make the last question.
Very interesting. You're repeating, Peter, quite many times money. I just said dollars. Wasn't Bitcoin supposed to be money and actually make dollars obsolete?
The simple answer there is miners pay their costs in dollars for the most part, not Bitcoin. We're just not at the point yet where the average miner is paying their electricity bill denominated Bitcoin. Bitcoin is just not the stable thing. US dollars are, euros are. So yeah, we're just not there yet. Certainly 100 years in the future, maybe we'd be talking about how many sats they spent per month on electricity. But that world isn't.
And the problem of those tools is that you think that they're free. Free as in free you don't have to pay, but free as in freedom, well, you're not free in these platforms, because you're sharing everything that you do there so they can learn from you and build products for you. So once they build all these network effects and they become the silos, then the winner in each category takes all. The problem with that is that if you're a social media platform for jobs, then there is no other platform that will compete for jobs. So you're not going to post your CV on Instagram, for example. So another thing that you guys, when you're browsing on the internet, you will say, well, I have nothing to hide, so why do I matter? Why do I have to worry about this platform posting my CV here or my pictures there? Well, it doesn't matter until your account disappears. And I want to share like some examples. We all have secrets. We have secrets. And it's fine. If not, why do we wear clothes? Let's take them off, right? Or why do we have curtains at home? We don't have nothing to hide. Well, we have curtains, we have secrets. We go to the bathroom and we decide to close the door. So it's fine to have secrets. Let me tell you an example of a friend. She used to have like this Instagram account. She was posting silly pictures of cats. And out of a sudden, one day, that account was shut down. So we tried to call Instagram, to send some messages, to read the terms and conditions. What happened? Where are those pictures? No, they're gone. They don't even answer us. So why? We were just posting pictures, like silly pictures of this account. Well, this is when you realize that everything you're posting online is not yours. It's from somebody. So it's like you're posting an Instagram picture in your account. No, it's not your account. Accounts mean like you have access to a data server that has your pictures under your name, but you never know if it's yours or not, because those are private companies. All right, so other examples, and those are examples for content creators. Now you're going to say, why do I have to care about that? They're just silly pictures of cats. Well, if you're a content creator, if you are an entrepreneur and you have like a small merchant, or if you sell services online, you're probably using these platforms to acquire your users. So that's why all of your favorite content creators, probably, they have Twitter, they have Facebook, they have YouTube, they have a secondary YouTube account. Why is that? For different reasons, maybe reaching different target audiences, but one of them is for being sure that if one gets suspended or blocked, so they can still have their revenue streams. So those are some examples I want to say that, well, yes, we have things to hide because sometimes you post things on those platforms that they have their own rules, and if you don't follow those rules, then they shut you down. So, because they own your data. Why am I telling you all this? Because now we have this thing that is called Noster that might be a good use case for social media. And again, Noster can be used for so many things. I'm here just telling you like the most popular use case, which is the social media, but there are other things that you might be interested in. So let me tell you like a couple of principles of Noster. What do I like about Noster? Well, first of all, security, because everything that's going there, it's like, because it's open source, everybody can read the code and make sure that if there is a vulnerability, somebody can fix it. That doesn't happen on closed source platforms that have, of course, backdoors for the governments or maybe for hackers, so they have like these zero-day exploits. And this is similar to what we Bitcoiners are used to see, which is the private and public key encryption. What else? Interoperability. This is one of the key successes of Noster. So everything you post on one Noster app can be seen in another. As Alex was saying before, there are like these standard protocols that allow us to, everything that you do in one place, you can see from another. So an example of that, a metaphor for that would be, if you post something today on Instagram, tomorrow you can see it from your Twitter account. That's impossible to believe. That will never happen unless Facebook buys Instagram and they can read now, they can connect with internal APIs, everything that you've done. Do we want that? Do we want one single company to own all our social networks and read on it? I don't think so. So Noster allows us to do that from a lot of different companies that are operating on the same topic. What else? Censorship resistance. Because there are no centralized servers. When you post a picture on any social media platform, where does it go? To the cloud. What is the cloud? I cannot see it, right? So the cloud is a server that is owned by, I don't know, Google Cloud Platform, Amazon Web Services, Azure, I don't care. And they are paid and maintained by these social networks that offer you like this seamless operation of I upload the video and it's in 10 seconds it's uploaded. Well, in Noster, you are uploading it if you want to your own server. You can have your own server or to your friend's server or to the company that you trust server. Or if you don't want if you don't want it to have it, then you can do a redundancy copy in another place. More principles. Open source, as I said before, this is very good for verifiability and for trusting what you have been posting. More things. Decentralization. The same example I was saying before with the pictures that you post on social media, they go to centralized servers, which is good because they keep copies of it. But on Noster, maybe you want to use it in a different way. You don't want all your pictures to be owned by the same company on the same server. And because of that, if they don't like you, they can shut you down. More things, verifiability. This is my favorite one, all right? Verifiability. So if anything I said until now doesn't ring a bell or doesn't interest you, this should. Everything you post on Noster, on any app of Noster, needs to be signed electronically, digitally, by yourself, by your private key. So everybody would say, well, I already have the blue check mark on Twitter, so everything I say, it's verified. Well, they are the middlemen that verify. Any employee in Twitter with a little bit of high rank of activity, of seniority, can access your Twitter account and change whatever you said. And they can say, oh, I don't like Noster, and all my reputation is gone, right? So here this helps us with avoiding deep fakes, fake news, and people impersonating yourself. More things, flexibility. It allows us to build a lot of tools. I'm using the use case now of social media, but you can build productivity tools and all sorts of things. Confidentiality, because everything is secured by private and public keys. And, of course, sovereignty. That was the topic of this talk. We Bitcoiners, we know that money is freedom of money. So Bitcoin is freedom of money. So now with Noster, from my point of view, this is freedom of speech. So it means that everything you say online can be really said that it's yours, and you can be sure that everywhere you go, you can bring everything you're saying to the world with you. So I talk about Noster. I work for Satlantis, as you know, but there are other tools that work in Nostr. So there are the social networks. You can see also music and podcasts. For all of you that are listening maybe to Luna, you can follow him on Fountain. And then with your same user identity, maybe you can see who else is following them, who is giving some value for value sets, and make new friends there on Fountain. There are marketplaces, so if you're selling, not only you're selling or buying Bitcoin, you can sell goods or services. And this is built on Nostr. What else? Productivity tools, you have messaging, and of course messaging is also in an ascent stage. Streaming and video, for those of you that don't want or want to have an alternative of uploading your videos to YouTube. And of course, I'm talking about Satlantis, which is a travel and social network. So if you want to know more about this, please reach out to me. Thank you very much. This is my handles. You can find me LinkedIn, Nostr, Twitter. And if you're curious and want to know more about Satlantis, please download it on our app stores. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys.
We have time for 2 questions. Are there any questions from the crowd? None at all. None. Okay. Cool. Yes. Winner.
In terms of both what you were commenting and Alex, how does the web of trust that is being used in most of these apps, like on Hive Talk or on Primal or Plebeian Market or whatever, how do you use it in Satlantis so that the followers and the people that you follow and that you value on Nostr, you can also have that web of trust in Satlantis, or does it work separately? How do you tackle that?
Maybe our CEO wants to say a little bit, couple of words.
Okay, I may as well take this one. All right. Ugh, I'm too old for this shit. Okay, so the web of trust is different for everybody. So every single client will perform their own web of trust magic, and they'll treat it differently. We played around with a lot of that ourselves, and what we decided to do for the short term actually was work with a company called Vertex, which is was set up by Fran from Zapstore and Pipella. So they've done a bunch of like stuff on like PageRank and all this sort of stuff, trying to like make web of trust smarter. So we're starting there to begin with for some simple things like what are the real follow accounts? Because I don't know if anyone's noticed on Primal, for example, Jack Dorsey has 250,000 followers. Turns out after we did some analysis and Pipella and the guys did some analysis, there's probably only really 40,000 followers there, like that are real. So like the numbers on Nostr are like very, to put it kindly, fake. Like it's all fucking bots, or accounts that have been created and like no one uses them and all this sort of stuff. So like Nostr is actually unfortunately not as successful as we thought. Like it's a lot smaller. The core is a lot smaller, and then the activity of that core, like the real central activity, is even smaller than what that is. But anyway, like that is one use of web of trust, which is okay. What are the real number of like live active human followers, and we can do some interesting stuff there. For us, longer term, we're going to look at trying to create weights for like, for example, let's say a restaurant, right? We're going to try and see if we can apply a weighting to your direct follows versus your indirect follows, like two steps out. But then there's also, what if you want to put a different weight on mutuals? So it's like people that bidirectionally follow each other. And then how do you then relate that back to, for example, have they bookmarked the place, or have they recommended the place because they're different functions? Did they discover the place? Have they posted about the place? So it starts to get like relatively complex, but it'll be an interesting basically science experiment that we will try over the next 3 months, 6 months, 12 months, 3 years, 5 years, as we try and discover what is the right mix for relevance for people on our platform. And that mix will most likely, because our use case is slightly different, be different to how Primal does their mix. And I think this is probably, in my opinion, one of the real advantages of Nostr is that you'll have many different Web of Trust approaches that filter the same social graph, which is the Nostr social graph. And what that means is, as applications, we are basically context layers on Nostr, which is a really interesting way to look at it. And in fact, it reminds me of how Google, Amazon, and every single web app is a context layer on the internet, actually, if we really think about it. So anyway, I don't know, does that answer the question somewhat? Kind of?
Kind of, yeah. I guess that since there is different ways that people are utilizing the Web of Trust, when I first tried Satlantis, I noticed that it wasn't necessarily tagged to the people that I follow. Like if I follow Jordi and I want to know which restaurant Jordi is, I had to look for Jordi, and I didn't find him among my circle of people that I mutually follow. No, so I guess I wanted to understand in this nostrification that you are doing more of a in steps how the social graph was going to play, because as he explained very well, the core of identity and your social graph is an essential part of Nostr, no?
Yeah, so right now, and this will be the last thing I promise, and then you can throw me off, okay?
Thank you.
Right now, the easiest place to apply social graph relevance is on content, and it's the only place we have it. And we've built like a little basic algorithm which uses part of your social graph, but also part of your interest graph. So we're trying to blend the two together, because there might be people that aren't in your social graph, but that map to your interests, so you'll find content from them. We are yet to apply Web of Trust to any merchant, any map discovery stuff. That will come in the next 2 or 3 months. So you, right now, will not see what you find on the Satlantis map is going to have nothing to do with your social graph today. A month or two from now, it will, and that's when it gets really cool. Then it really starts to become very interesting. So, gracias.
Thank you so much, guys.
Okay, thank you. This is okay. Okay, thank you very much for the nice introduction. So, okay, I think in this audience I don't need to explain too much that every action that you take online leaves a trace, and that end-to-end encryption is great and is necessary, but it's not enough. And the reason it's not enough is because of network metadata, right? So just for, I'm sure most of you know about network metadata, but just to give a summary, what is it? So it is everything about the packets of data that is not content. So that includes the source of the data, that's you if you're sending it, the destination, so who are you talking to, the time when you're sending it, the amount of bytes that you're exchanging. If you think of an envelope, for example, with a letter, the content of the letter would be the content of the information, and the metadata would be the address that you write, and the day when you're sending this envelope, and the weight of the envelope.
De 2020, crec.
Hello?
Espera.
Yeah? Okay. So who can see this information? Unfortunately, if you are using the ClearNet, a lot of entities are between you and your destination. So this includes your ISPs, or Telefonica, whoever is providing you the internet, but also big infrastructure in the internet, like internet exchanges or autonomous systems. Even Wi-Fi providers, so for example here, if you're using Wi-Fi, the Wi-Fi, if you're in the ClearNet, can see who you're talking to, what IP packets you're sending, and how many, and when, and all of that. And any network eavesdroppers that are able to listen to the network. Okay. When is this information exposed? Every time you go online, right? Even when you're doing nothing, your phone or your computer is probably sending and receiving information and exposing network metadata, right? And how useful is this information? Is this something you should worry about? So actually, this information is extremely easy to exploit. It is very low volume. It is machine readable because this is machine language, right? So if you think of, for example, a YouTube video that you download, the YouTube video can be gigabytes, while the metadata will be just the URL and the time when you're saying it and little more, right? So Besides that, it has low legal protection, so there is some protection for content. You cannot just go and look into people's communications. There needs to be some reason, some probable cause to look into that. But for metadata, it's fair game, basically, to just grab it in mass and analyze it. And it has a very rich inference value, right? Because it's you can learn things about individuals. If I can see everything you do in the day, where you go, how long you stay, even if I don't, who you talk to, even if I don't know what you're saying, I will learn a lot about you, right? And it's not only, you not only learn about individuals, but also about communities or groups. Who is the important person in the group? How is the group dynamics? So there's a lot you can learn. There's a lot of quotes, good quotes on metadata. This is one from the NSA General Counsel. Metadata absolutely tells you everything about somebody's life. If you have enough metadata, you don't really need content. There is another one that is even more stark, I didn't put it on the slide, which is we kill people based on metadata. And this is from some top official in the US military. Okay, so what can you do? You can use a VPN, right? So I'm sure all of you know what a VPN is, but just to give the short story, you would use, this VPN is an intermediary server, you create an encrypted tunnel to the VPN server, and now you are protected against two kinds of adversaries, right? So your local ISP or your Wi-Fi or the network eavesdropper looking at your connection does not see what destination you're going to because they only see you connecting to the VPN, right? So they cannot see your destination. Now the destination, like the website you're visiting, they don't see your source IP address, they don't see your location, they just see the VPN in the middle, right? So this is achieved with VPNs. Now, what is not achieved with VPNs? First of all, if you're using this kind of service with a centralized VPN, this centralized VPN can see you, your IP address and your location, and it can see everything you're doing on the internet, right? So it becomes a central point of surveillance, right? Especially with free VPNs, you have to be very careful because often the business model is to collect all this information and then monetize it by selling profiles to advertisers, right? So free VPNs mean that you might be the source of the data and the source of the business model. Now, it's not only the VPN server that can have this amazing view on all your activities. Any network adversary monitoring this VPN can also learn everything, right? Because if you see, if I am the ISP of this VPN, I see packets coming in with different sizes and timings. As fast as possible, the VPN is sending them on.
La dirección Bitcoin que hemos fijado.
Oh. I'm hearing voices. I don't know. I'm the only one. So yeah, the network adversary is also able to correlate. So if I'm able to correlate that this input to the VPN and this output to the VPN are part of the same connection, I'm now able to connect again the source IP to the destination IP, and I'm bypassing basically the protection of the VPN. And if it's not a free service but a paid service, then your online activity is linked to your payment information. This is even worse if you're paying with credit card or any hard identifiers that really lead to your identity, your home address, all of these things. Okay, so this is the state of play. NimVPN is trying to improve this situation. We launched a product just 3 months ago, although we've been working on these technologies for 5 years or more. And the design principles that we have is first decentralized. So we don't want to have a central point of surveillance, so for that we need to have a diversity of operators, so the trust is distributed on different parties and not just accumulated on one single party. Privacy by design. The people in the team, we are coming from a
interface in here is two clients mining up, and one that been.
Should I continue or wait until it's solved?
But the thing is.
I continue? That's a funny interference. Okay, so privacy by design. I come from a privacy background, so before I was kind of full-time at NIM. I've been a professor in privacy technologies, and I've done like 25 years of research on privacy. A lot of other people in the team are also experts on privacy. We're more experts on privacy than on Bitcoin, actually. This is our background, right? So in terms of the design of the system, privacy is always what we have in mind. So we have unlinkable payments, so that you cannot link the payment to the use. We have no logging, and we have untraceable communications. And I will say a little bit more about how we make communications untraceable. We have, of course, transparency as a design principle, so all the code is open source. The core technologies we're using are based on scientific publications, and we also conduct audits, and of course there is some things on-chain that can be verified. And then the key difference with systems such as Tor is that our NIMVPN is incentivized. So the Tor, I love Tor. I've worked with Tor a lot for many years. But the problem with Tor is that is really the funding is coming for the software development from government grants or foundations. So you're dependent, and if they cut it, then the project cannot go on. And for the operations, it relies on volunteers, right? So this is great that people are willing to donate their time and their resources to have this system be a reality. But there is so many people that can do this, so the scalability is limited. Like, you cannot just continue to grow and grow and grow based on volunteers. This is not realistic, right? Especially when people have to put their own time and resources to make it happen. So we want it to be a system that is scalable and financially sustainable, so that it can be independent and just, sustain itself with its own funds. Okay, so let's see how it works. So one of the key components we have is what we call noise-generating mixed-nets. So mixed-nets are not a new technology. And it was very interesting yesterday when Max Hillebrand was saying that these are not new ideas, these are old ideas. So just to give you a sense of how old these ideas are, mixed-nets were proposed in the 81, 82. So it's probably older than many people in this room, right? So this is how old the ideas are. But only now are they becoming kind of part of products that we can all access. So the three principles of this mixed net is, of course, is multi-server routing, because as I explained before, if you only have one intermediary, then this intermediary has a global view. They see the source, they see the destination, they see everything. So you have to have multi-hop, so that nobody individually has a full view. Then every one of these hops does what we call packet mixing, right? So that means that if you're looking at this hop, you're looking at what comes in, and you're looking at what comes out. You cannot correlate input to output. First of all, because all the packets are the same size. When they go into one of these intermediaries, they are cryptographically transformed, so that they look completely different. You cannot correlate based on content. And then the packet mixing means that you cannot correlate based on order. So what it does is that it reorders packets, right? The initial design, the one from 81, 82, what it did was that it collected a number of messages, let's say 100 messages. You collect them, you wait until you have 100, then you shuffle them, and then you send them in a different order, right? So now any 100 inputs can be any of the 100 outputs. We don't use that. We use a more young technology that is from the 90s, actually. That consists, it applies individual delays, so it's randomized individual delays. The delays are drawn from an exponential distribution, and for those of you who are into exponential distributions, they are memoryless, and that means that they have excellent mixing properties. And on top of that, we have cover traffic to make it, to obfuscate when you're doing something and when you're not, right? So basically, when you're using the mixnet, your client is constantly sending packets at a constant rate. It's not constant because it's a Poisson process, so it's kind of randomized, but the average rate is constant. It's just like the timings are a bit randomized, whether you're doing anything or not. So basically, you're always sending, imagine you have something to send, so you have a big message to send, it will be chopped into packets of the same size, and they will be queued in the schedule, and every time they say, okay, next packet, you send it, next packet, you send it, and then next packet, you have an empty queue. So you create a cover packet, a fake packet, that you send it. It's completely indistinguishable from all the other packets. And this cover packet actually comes back to you, right? So basically, yeah, it's very difficult to tell whether people are doing something or not. And that really puts a lot of noise in the system that makes tracing extremely hard. Okay. So this is how it looks like. The mixnet, the mixnet is actually 5 hops. So it has like an entry hop and an exit hop. This is where the metering is done, where you check that the users are actually authorized, that they are users that have a subscription in the system. And then we have 3 layers of mix nodes. And while this entry node talks to you and receives all your traffic, and this exit node talks to whatever, the website you're downloading. So it has to aggregate all your packets, and because this website is not aware of the system, so is only speaking, normal internet protocols, not mixed-net protocols. And then in the middle, you're selecting for every packet a random route through these layers, right? So every packet is going individually, and any of these mixed nodes does not know if 2 packets are coming from the same person or from different people. They're all independent, right? So this makes tracing extremely hard. You have here the client sending constantly and so on. So this is in comparison with a VPN on the top, and then because of course, when you're doing this, the latency goes up, right? Like it becomes really hard to do things that are high volume, low latency. They are basically impossible. You can either have a low volume and relatively low latency, or if you have high volume, it's going to be high latency, right? So we have a fast mode in the VPN, which is a WireGuard 2-hop, right? So it's a tunnel-in-tunnel, such that you're encrypting twice, right? And the first node sees you, but doesn't see what you're doing. And the exit node sees what you're doing, but doesn't see you, right? So both of them would have to collude to be in the same situation as the centralized VPN, okay? Good. So the idea is that right now, the app, you can choose between the 2 modes. So it's the same client, the same subscription. You can say, I want to go through the 5-hop or through the 2-hop. Of course, these kind of latencies are appropriate for different kind of use cases. In the future, in the near-term future, one thing we really want to have is what we call split tunneling. So basically, that you would have a configuration file that you can say, okay, I want this and this and this app to go through the mixnet. I want this and this and this app to go through the 2-hop VPN. And then you don't. Right now, you can do it manually changing, but it changes your whole traffic. So it is not so usable at the moment. So most of the traffic is on the fast 2-hop VPN. So we don't also, for account management, we ask for no emails, no names, no information whatsoever, right? So you just have a mnemonic, a 24-word access code, and this is your account, right? That's it. And that also has a public key associated to the account, and this is your subscription. There is nothing more than that. And then we have this really cool technology, which is we call ZK NIMS. It's based on anonymous credentials. It's very similar to eCash, actually. It's like a wallet with coins, but we use it for credentials for using the system. So basically, the idea is that you will pay for your VPN with any number of methods, and then what you get back is what we call, the metaphor we use is like you get like a stack of tickets. So imagine when you go to the amusement park or something, you pay money and you get these tickets to use the rides or the different things, right? So you get these tickets. These tickets are unlinkable, so they don't have serial numbers that can be traced, right? When you see 2 tickets, you don't know if they come from the same subscription or from different subscriptions. And then when you're using these tickets to pay for the entries and exits, they are completely unlinkable. So it cannot be linked based on the ticket from which payment or subscription it came, right? So that's I don't think anybody else has anything like this. So this is a very cool feature we're very proud of. This is how it works a bit more in detail. You basically, this is your name client. You show your proof of payment, which is basically using this mnemonic with the key, so you can prove you own this address, right, which is associated with a subscription. They give you these ZK NIMS, and then you use these ZK NIMS to pay in the 2-hop, the entry and the exit, and in the 5-hop, also the entry and the exit. And then we can infer, based on the amount of traffic on the entry and the exit, we can infer how much traffic was routed here, because the routing policy is uniform, so all of them are used equally, right? You're choosing per packet uniformly at random. Okay. And then we have, in the economic model, we have basically what we do is that any payment that we get, we go to the market and we convert it into the internal token, right? So this is kind of the perpetual buyback. And then this goes into a contract, and this is distributed to the different operators. How do we know how much work they did? Based on the tickets, right? So they are collecting these tickets from the users, and then they can prove, look how many tickets I have, this is how many users I served. Every ticket is associated with an amount of traffic, and then you can do the accounting and distribute the money fairly depending on the contribution. Okay. So some improvements that we did recently, we I mean, since the beta, we only launched 3 months ago, so we are still kind of, it's a very young product at the moment. So we added amnesia for censorship resistance and protection against deep packet inspection, a kill switch and offline detection, and protection against leaks and DNS, some DNS leaks that we had in the beginning. We worked on some of the connectivity and reliability improvements, although that's work in progress. We still have more to do there. We added a gateway selector, so you can select individual nodes. If you have, for example, you know who's running it, or for some reason you trust that operator, you can just select that operator so that you're using the nodes that you know and like. And we have at the moment more than 50 locations, 50 countries where you can have your exits. In terms of payment, we have, I mean, you can pay with credit card, but it's also, you can mail cash, you can pay with Bitcoin, you can pay with Monero. Yeah, Google Pay is now also included. We, of course, had to now set up a whole customer service system, so the help center and so on, and we are also on F-Droid and FlatHub. Some more things we want to do before the end of this year. We want to add post-quantum encryption so that we are protected against post-quantum adversaries, DNS customization and ad blocking, and of course we'll do another security audit and bug bounty when we are done with all the bugs we already know about, we are fixing at the moment. We have even more cool things coming after this year. We are looking into secure enclaves to run this mixed node so that you don't even need to trust these operators, because the whole software will have attestation so that you're sure that the software that is running is the one, the real one. And these operators will not be able to access the private keys or see anything inside their node, right? So that would be like amazing, but that's going to take a little bit more time. We are still, speed and connectivity, of course, is an ongoing battle. We want to add this split tunneling so that you're able to select which apps go through 5-hop or 2-hop, increase the locations to 70, add a free trial. This is actually hard because when you have decentralization and privacy, if you add a free trial in a way that is too naive, then people can just use it for free, and then, then the whole thing collapses, because then the nodes will be like, we're getting scammed. So yeah, we are working on a free trial, adding additional payment methods, and censorship resistance. I want to say a little bit more about that before I end. This is something that we want to really bet on, to try to give access in places where there's heavy censorship so that people are able to access the internet. So we already added amnesia, but now we are working on pluggable transport, such as domain fronting and other cool technologies. This has quite some overlap with work that has been done at Tor, because, I mean, it's the same problem. And yeah, we really would like to work in China and in Iran and in all these countries where it's very difficult to access the internet. We're also hardening the API so that there is more resilience to denial of service, and as I mentioned, post-quantum cryptography. And I think that's it. Thank you very much. We have time? Yeah.
I think we have time for maybe 1 or 2 questions. Yes.
Thank you for your speech. I think that it is very interesting. I have one question. What are the risks associated to the exit nodes? The exit nodes have to be a registered company, or can be a particular?
Or can be a person. Of course, there is always risk when you are proxy to the internet, open proxy to the internet for anybody. So the way to mitigate that concern is to have exit policy. So you can have your exit policy and say, well, I'm allowing, these ports, and you can have like a blacklist of sites that you don't want to be accessing from your computer. So this is possible, but otherwise, yeah. I mean, exit nodes they are not companies. They are actually, I think our node operators are just individuals. Yeah.
Here. Thanks for the presentation. That's actually pretty good. I have one question for you, and that's how would you compare to Obscura VPN, which they claim to have resolved that in a different approach?
So Obscura is basically 2-hop as well. But Obscura is basically, the first hop is run by Obscura, and the second hop is run by Mulvad. If Obscura and Mulvad get together, they can de-anonymize everyone, right? We have a diversity of operators that is that is different people, so it's not like this kind of institutional relationship between 2 companies. So this is one difference. Another technical difference, but I haven't looked too deeply into the details, is that I believe Obscura uses Quick, in the first hop between you and them. And then it moves to WireGuard, but that, I believe, means that you have to identify directly to the Malvat WireGuard. So I'm only 90% sure of this. I wouldn't need to verify it. But I do believe that there is like a bit more leakage in talking to the exit nodes than... There's a lot more technical detail. I'm happy to give you, all the gory details if you're interested. And also I have some free passes. So if you want to, I have like, I don't know, 10 or 20 left. So if you want to try it out for a month, come to me and we go through the process of signing you up.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.